So good afternoon everybody, welcome to Teesside Autodrome for round 7 of the Trips.uk British Supermoto Championship. Got a great day of racing lined up for you as always. I'm Phil G, alongside me again is Danielle Kernick. Welcome Danielle.
Nice to see you, Phil. We did miss you at Oliver's Mount, but we're now here at Teesside Autodrome over on the northeast near Middlesbrough for the penultimate round. If you're not following us already on Instagram, make sure you do at British_Supermoto, and to join the conversation, make sure you check out our Facebook page. And if you're not subscribed already, make sure you do to TNL_sports on YouTube, and for everything else we have the BritishSupermotoChampionship.com website.
Right then, so let's go back and have a look at the Bathmate best bits from that round 6 at Oliver's Mount.
I don't feel as the odds against me. Back against the wall with my strength. Yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. If it's over, make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. Yeah, serve it to the people, they need help. I don't feel the lane, the odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength be. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better.
So fantastic action there from Oliver's Mount in all of our championship classes, and we'll be looking at the points for all of those. Here we go then, our academy class then, currently led by Jackson Bennett on 250 points, but still very tight at the top of this one. Archie Ormrod and Archie Reynolds tied for second position. Leon Tull there in third, and Liam Pearson, Liam Tull in fourth, Liam Pearson fifth. Isabel Wingate in sixth. Still a lot of people in with a chance of that championship.
Yep, it's really close there in our academy. Our novice championship is currently being led by the 311 of Jake Sayer on 240 points, followed by Neil Meelan there on 214. Then we've got the Scotsman, the Race Evolution, Oliver Ross, followed by the two Trips.uk riders rounding out that top 5 with Simon Wadsworth and Jason Slater.
Our club and class then currently being led by the Automotive Solutions Honda of Craig Forshaw, with Harley Sharp number 817 on the Trips Husky in second. Team boss Chris Walker on the Trips Husky KTM third. And it's the RWJ Honda of Seth Gibson fourth. And the Bathmate KTM of Carl Eccleston there in fifth.
And then our overall Trips.uk British Supermoto Championship. Our current championship leader is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, the Contract Solutions Fat and Fast rider, who we know is currently out, so he's still out with a broken leg following an injury at a Scottish Supermoto round. However, it's teammate Richard Blakeman who currently sits in second, followed by the TM Leeds UK Race Evolution rider of Chris Hodgson. Then we have the two Trips UK riders of Jay Smith and Richard Sharp there in fourth and fifth.
So let's have a look at our schedule for today's races then. So it's slightly different order. We're going to start with our C Group race at 12 o'clock, then B's, followed by A's, and then our academy class. Then we'll take a break. Our second group of races then will be around 2 o'clock. And the third group of races scheduled to be around 20 to 4 this afternoon. Obviously, this is all on the fly. It is a motorsport meeting. This is powered by Race IQ. So that's our timetable for today. So let's go and have a look at our Super Pole then from earlier on today. So here we go then for TM Leeds UK Super Pole as Richard Blakeman takes to the circuit. He's the man that qualified in 5th place in qualification, and he's going to go out. Now we're going to have... this is where our start is going to be today, on the back straight, so that's going to be interesting. Richard Blakeman on the Fat and Fast KTM then. Danielle, he had a good day yesterday, and again, he's in with a shout in this championship.
Yeah, he did just sneak in that fastest lap right to the tail end of our Group 3 qualifying. So he has snuck into 5th, which means he gets another crack at it for Super Bowl. So we can see him now just gearing up now to head across our timing loop.
So here we go then. Breaks the beam and he will power into the first lap. The new lengthened off-road here. This is a really, really tricky little corner up into the first of the off-road up this steep bank. This was very wet yesterday. Nice big berm on the outside. They've done some work on this morning. And he makes a nice run down into this tight hairpin, this left-hander. Looks like he's taking the inside line. Not much of a jump there. And then we've got the split lane up here. Only a few guys getting over that, Danielle, in practice this morning, because I think this wet area is giving them a bit of trouble on landing.
Yeah, we see how wet it is now, but I know both of us yesterday experienced how quick it did dry up into the afternoon, so hopefully that off-road should just get better and better all day. But we see him now head back out onto the tarmac, super slippery around here. He's got dirt all over his tyres and now heading down that fast back straight.
Oh, here he comes then. This is flat out in 5th down here. Richard had problems yesterday, that fat and fast KTM, just not quite as fast as some of the top level bikes on top speed down there, but he gets it into this corner really carefully. You can see the bike sliding around. The track is very, very dirty. It's dragging a lot of dirt on, and as a result, he's just trying not to make any mistakes to set a time, which should give him, hopefully, a first front row start position. As they come round here, this is a bit of a difficult corner. You're on the side of the tyre for a long while.
Yeah, then back onto this infield section. You can see there's quite a lot of broken tarmac there, so sometimes you can have a little bit of moment, wheel spin, as they head now back and takes the checkered flag. So we'll just wait for our timing screen to update. He's done a 1:35.8, so that is now the time to beat, and our next rider is now out on track.
So this is a new rider to us, Ryan Kringle from the Isle of Man, a road racer, TT rider, and general all-rounder, but not a supermoto racer until yesterday, apparently. Very, very good in the off-road, a lot of motocross history, riding a bike that belongs to his brother. And as you can hear by how aggressive he is on the throttle down there, he is not afraid to get on the gas. He takes the other line over that little step up, clears the table really nicely. So this is the tricky bit. He's got to get it into the berm, which he does, feet up there. That was really nice. Down the Bathmate drop.
Yeah, he looks super aggressive through the off-road there. You can see letting the bike move under him, then taking it nice and steady as he heads back up towards this hairpin before that long straight.
Loses the rear. He's not used to this track. You can tell. You knew that Richard Blakeman knew it was going to be slippy there. And Kringle then down the back straight. This is a painfully stock bike, he told me. But he's already looking at getting some things. And it's not new either. I think it's a 2018. It's he loses the rear. You can just see his road race style there. He's been brave hanging off. We'll see what he's like around South Bank.
Yeah, knee down the whole way around, feet on the pegs. Just standing himself up a little bit there. I think he could have gone a little bit wider and stayed a little bit smoother. But then back onto this infield section.
Well, he's certainly given it a go. And like I say, his tarmac experience, he's man, he's used to not having much time to go, or not much room to run off. But he's not as fast as Blakeman, 1:36.338, but still decent. So Richard Sharp then on the Trips.uk KTM, he's been really good. He broke his collarbone, so he's missed a race of the round at Crail, but came back after having it pinned together, and he's straight back on the pace, or backs it in through that. So it's this really tricky section. We'll see what line he takes into the off-road. As our crew, the Trips boss Chris Walker has put in a massive amount of time with him and his staff to get this off-road to be, I mean, look at that, that's absolutely perfect. You think we've been pretty much rained out for the last 4 days, but really quick then. He just loses it a little bit there. He's gone over the berm, so he's gone over the split lane then. That's going to cost him a couple of seconds, and he splashed through that puddle there as well. So that's him done. I think he's going to be starting on the second row unless somebody else has a bit of a mare, Danielle.
Yeah, them mistakes there, costly, especially in Super Bowl when you only get one hot lap. We see him now heading down through into this really fast chicane, so trying to keep on the power as late as possible and then backing it in onto this tight hairpin.
You will say if he gets anything under 140 here, he's pulled something out, because that cost him a couple of seconds, and you can see that he's just backing himself into the into South Bank there, just not quite got the aggression, knows that lap's gone away. He's going to need somebody else to have a big mistake for him not to be starting on the second row for race one. But as we've seen many times this year, Richard Sharp is an absolute rocket ship off the line, and second row start's not as big a deal for him as it appears to be for some people. He comes across the line then, and let's see what he does.
So yeah, it was a 1:37.4. So far he's currently sat in third, but it is still Richard Blakeman that leads.
So Jay Smith then, the man on the MTR Trips.uk KTM. So catches his foot there. That's going to cost him a bit of time. There is a bit of a bank there where we've dug down to get to the dry ground, and it just looked like Smith caught his foot on it there. Again, over that step. Is he going to get over the table? Yes, he does. This is the bit that we're waiting for the track to come. You can see how slippy it is. This is where Sharp went off the track last time. Down the Bathmate step.
Yeah, that MTR Trips UK KTM spinning up now as he heads back onto the tarmac with those really dirty tyres. And then we saw this bike was an absolute rocket ship down this straight yesterday. I think he managed to get past Richard Blakeman a few times down here, so I think Jay may also be slightly more aerodynamic.
Oh, he's nice into here. Again, just holding a nice tight line. You can see that they're all fighting just to try and find a clean, dry piece of track on those what are still at the moment fairly dirty tyres into South Bank then. The end of his Super Pole lap. Just a few turns to go. We'll see how he drifts out a little bit wider there. This is what you were on about with Ryan Kringle, just taking a little bit more track to make that all into one really, really long corner. And it's quite a lot of broken tarmac on the exit of this turn. So we'll see whether Jay has managed to... He's really racing Richard Blakeman for this, because obviously with Chris Hodgson missing missing the first round of the championship, he did not score points, and he does go fastest then. Danielle, what times did he do there?
So he's done a 1:35.2. So Jay is now the man to beat as Chris Hodgson heads out for his hot lap. So he's crossed the timing beam and making his way through this chicane as he heads towards the off-road now for the first time.
So Chris Hodgson then on the TM Leeds UK Race Evolution TM. He was a man finding form. He's come back from injury in the collarbone break. I'll say ruled him out of the whole of the first round, so he is playing catch up. And the chances of him winning the championship now really rely on other people having misfortunes. But we have seen we've lost Jamie Duncan with a broken leg at the Scottish Championship round, so he's out of both championships. Hodgson goes down the Bathmate drop. And again, very, very careful here. This bit is one of the most slippy bits on any track we go on. It's so hard to get on the gas, and the rear wheel just lights up. Hodgie just trying to hug the curb, looking for a little bit of grippy tarmac, but he comes out onto the back straight then, and you can hear that TM winding up.
Yeah, and we know that the TM Leeds UK rider does use this track as a little bit of a training ground, so he will know this track like the back of his hand. The off-road, though, new to everyone this weekend, thanks to Trips UK boss Chris Walker. So Chris now taking to South Bank. You can see him going a little bit wider, but still keeping those feet on the pegs as he heads round, making that look really smooth.
Doesn't go as wide as Jay did, so he's just not going out onto that other run of tarmac. And again, but he is wider there, look. He's onto the other run of tarmac where it's less broken, and obviously he just feels that keeps the bike a little bit more planted. And we'll see what Chris does as he comes across the line. Waiting for our live timing to update. Yes, he does go fastest.
He's gone fastest with a 1:34.2. So our front row will be the number 1 of Chris Hodgson sat on pole, followed by the 33 of Jay Smith. Then we'll have the 54 of Richard Blakeman and the 38 of Ryan Kringle, and then we'll have Richard Sharp, in 5th on row 2 for race 1.
So really good performance. Ryan Kringle started from the front row, but he was having issues yesterday. There you go. Hodgson from Smith from Blakeman. No picture for Kringle because he's a newbie, and as a result, but he's had a really, really good run, and he will be there on the end of the front row. So that is TM Leeds UK Super Pole, powered by Race IQ. So that was Super Pole, and here we are then with our first race action of the day. British Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions. And we are lining up on the back straight here at Teesside today to give us a different start. Let's see, everybody gets sorted out so we're not running the oddball as we see into the dirt that we had to do the last couple of times. So that is the 67 on pole. That is it's Blake Wilson and Archie Ormerod sat there on the front row with the 97 of Dax Almond and the 98 Bathmate Husky of Jamie Wrigglesworth, and it looks like it's Brett Barlow, Oliver Granger, Dean Clark and
Tommy Sayer.
So here we go then, first race of the day and they're away. Let's see who gets the drop. Oh, big wheelie from Rig as always, but it is going to be Wilson. Oh, Barlow down the inside, Dax Almond there on that 250.
Good start there from Brett from the second row.
Now we'll be fancying a bit of this. He was struggling a little bit yesterday, but he's not comfortable in the off-road. But Wilson, and this is the first time that we've seen him on this big bike. First time out. He rode it yesterday in, I think, in the C group, and we're used to seeing him cleaning up on the 85cc bike. But here we go then. That's where we would normally start. And we're going to come into this off-road section for the first time. A lot of work gone into this from our Trips team.
I know.
Team.
They were actually, so this rut here on the inside has been flattened out a little bit and filled in, so that was work that was being carried out just in our break. But we watch now all our C Group riders as they make their way through this all new off-road. Looks like Dax Almond there was trying to make a move. Oh, very front heavy from Jamie Wrigglesworth.
From Rig, that was, wasn't it? So Jamie Wrigglesworth then trying to put a pass on teammate Brett Barlow as they come down the Bathmate step. And Almond then putting all sorts of pressure on our late race leader Blake Wilson. 67 on the bike, but he is actually a Cabernet 8 as his rider number. But like I say, first time out on a big bike, he's just come off an 85. And this is where we will see, it's easy for kids to be fast on little bikes, but when they get onto a bigger bike, they can bite them on the backside, especially in these conditions that we've got where the track is dry but dusty. He's going to earn his money today. But Almond then all over the back of him as they come round, and obviously although we start on the we started here on the first lap, the checkered flag in its normal position on the other side of the circuit, so into South Bank for what is the second time.
Dax there looking up the inside. He's not quite close enough, I don't think, to get him on the brakes now as they head into our infield section there. But it looks like Jamie Wrigglesworth has made a pass on Brett Barlow, and he's now all over the back of the Automotive Solutions rider of Dax Almond. But it is still Blake Wilson that leads us after this first lap. So you can see here they come across the line. So that is where our checkered flag will be at the end of this race. But these three now have pulled out a little bit of a gap. It's Dax Almond with the fastest lap, doing a 1:47.9.
Long look over the shoulder from Almond there. So Reggy's going to give it a big send in the off-road. I had a good battle with him yesterday in a couple of the races. Almond tries to make a pass. It has dried out really nicely down there. So we can see our race leader goes inside, then makes a little bit of a mistake. The other two go wide. We'll see if Rig does another Superman. And obviously this is where it's going to be. Almond's going to go to the inside, but he's not got the speed over the jump that he should be able to carry from the outside, but he makes an easy pass. But he was just faster. Look over the shoulder then from Wilson. So change for the lead then, the Automotive Solutions. Husky of Dax Almond goes to the front. He had a bike problem yesterday on the line, so they've obviously worked on that overnight, and he's our race leader with 5 to go.
Yeah, Dax Almond, I believe, is on board that. I think it's a Husky 250, so doing really good to be pushing at the sharp end of our first C-Group race of the day. But Blake Wilson there making a nice pass down the inside, so you can see that extra bit of horsepower he's got on that bigger 450 Husky, working to his advantage there, able to get past that 250.
Barlow then just drops off a little bit in 4th now, Ormerod in 5th, and then the rest of them there. We've got Ollie Granger 6th, Simon Drawd the 7th, Dan Spencer in 8th. But this is the battle for the lead. Riggers closed back up on these guys. He made a bit of a nonsense in the off-road and lost himself a bunch of time, so we'll and see if he can put himself in a position to make some passes. We saw him try and make some passes into this off-road section at the I think it was the first time we were here last year with this layout, and ended up on the floor just where we are now. But it's all about not following. This is the beauty of this split lane. You've got choices where to go. We've got 3 lines there, outside, inside, as they drop down. So again, this is where Alman make the pass. Now, if I was Rig, I'd be following. I'd be going around the inside here and giving myself a chance to get past Dax Almond.
Dax did make this move on the lap before though, and is able to carry just a little bit more speed. So you can see that he already comes out in front of Blake Wilson as they head down our Bathmate step back out onto the tarmac. So it is again another change for the lead, with Dax Almond now out in front, but you can see just how slippy it is. You can see the rear wheel spinning up on both of those machines as they now head down this back straight. But Blake Wilson will be trying to tag on to Dax as closely as possible. Our split screen there showing that looks like Gavin Scaife followed by Dean Smith. So that is the battle for... that is 19th there. So nice little pack there. We've also got Max Rhodes out on his RWJ Husqvarna 85 in there as well in the mix.
So interesting to see that Wilson did not have any pass attempt on Alman down the back straight that time. The youngster on the big 250. So the big man on the little 250 as opposed to the little man on the big 450 managed to hold him off on the back straight. So now I'm expecting that Almond will just start to ease away a little bit as they make their way through the off-road next time. And for those of you that are watching and wondering why that they're all like skating around like idiots in that off-road section, it's very, very wet and they're all on full road race slick tyres. So you have no idea how little grip we have. And those boys and girls are doing a great deal to work to try keep their old pass down the inside. Is he going to have another run at him?
Yeah, he's trying that inside line again, but I do think Dax is going to be able to carry just that a little bit more speed now. So you see here, it's still Blake Wilson in front as they head into this wet section of our off-road. But
Wilson's a little bit braver there, Danielle. He's not lost as much time there, but he's not jumping the step. You can see Wilson is doing it in 2, whereas it looks like the 97 is actually getting down that, and that's the big difference at the end of that off-road. They've dropped Rigglesworth by a couple of seconds in that off-road, but I'm expecting Wilson then to fly past down this back straight. But this is a good battle for the lead here in this first of our Contract Solutions C Group races. Here he comes down the inside as they come out from behind the trees.
Yeah, a little wobble there from Blake as they head into this, what can be an absolutely terrifying chicane, because you can straight line straight into there, but it is flat out, and it really is having nerves of steel as you try and outbrake not only yourself but other riders into there. It does narrow up very quickly.
Yeah, it's one of those bits of the track running it the other way as we did yesterday. It's quite nice, but coming into it, you're absolutely flat in top gear, and it's literally a clean line about 1.5 foot wide, and you're hard on the brakes on the side of the tyre. So it's a 2-man battle for the lead. Rigger's given best. He looks like he's going to settle for 3rd. Let's not forget that these guys battling for the lead, they will go up to our B group for the next race should they hold on to these positions. They come into the off-road.
And heading up onto this off-road, it's worth mentioning, as we ran the track the other way yesterday, all that off-road was dragged onto that tarmac, so it's exceptionally slippy there with all the dust that's dried out. So really hard to be on the brakes and try not to tuck the front.
I like what Wilson's doing here. He's sticking to his guns, and he is getting faster every time up there. So Almond is not even in shot, whereas this time on the last lap he'd got the pass made, and this time it's tight, and Wilson's going to hang on. So that's a big change. So instead of having to do the hard work down the back straight, Wilson's managed to hold on, and it just shows how the track is coming to these riders. As we run in through the races and we get more guys go through it, it dries out, the lines get a little bit more defined, and you can push a little bit more. As they come down the back straight, that's May Chalice on the new gas.
We've got, that is the 79 of Jackson Bennett there, so he's currently down in 12th, up to 11th, so he's made a pass on what I believe is Edward Darnton to try and fight his way into that top 10. So you can see Edward there on that Yamaha 65. Then just in front we've got the number 16 of Tommy Sayer. So Jackson has been making some good moves throughout this race. We saw just a brief clip of him there trying to go around the outside. Now it's this straight where these guys really struggle on those smaller capacity bikes.
Yeah, Darlington then on the 65cc Yamaha. He's been decent in our academy class, and we'll get to see him a little bit later on as well. So some of those guys will be doing double duty, but our race leader again across the line to complete another lap. This first of our Contact Solutions C Group Championship race. And this time Wilson is just starting to get enough of a gap that he's not going to come under pressure from Dax Holman. We've got a yellow flag at the top of the hill there, so we'll just have to wait and see if there's somebody in the circuit, but it is drying out. And fair to Wilson, this is a massive leap for him. He's obviously ridden this bike elsewhere, done some practice and test days and stuff on it, so he's got himself a little bit used to it, but you can see now that he's got the measure of Dax Holman. He's finding his feet on that 450, look over the shoulder.
Yeah, he's definitely now carrying a lot more speed through the off-road, so I think that'll come with, one, the track improving as it dries out, and also gaining more confidence each lap riding that new bike. See there is Jackson Bennett making his way down through the off-road, followed by, I believe that's Gary Butler there on board. I think that's a Husqvarna, yeah.
I think he's another new rider from what I gathered yesterday. Not been out there that many times as I've seen. Bennett getting a little bit squirrely in the wet, but like I say, an interesting line there. So he goes he went to the inside, didn't actually use the berm, which actually looked drier. And obviously as our classes we get to the B and the A group, the speed of the riders will improve, and we'll see what the real grip capability of that is. But all of our riders that we watched this morning in free practice and obviously in time qualifying and Superpole, all struggling on that flat plateau bit of the off-road. It is the worst bit. So, race leader comes across the line, takes the last lap flag by the looks of it.
Yeah, that was Blake Wilson taking that last lap flag. So he's currently doing a 1:45.7 on that last lap, but Dax Almond still does have the fastest lap from earlier in the race, doing a 1:45.3, and that gap does look like it's closed up slightly there into our off-road section.
So this time Almond has to go inside. We've got another rider, one of our mini bike riders,
and he stalled it there on the inside berm, so that gives Blake Wilson some breathing room now on this final lap as he heads round that outside there down our Bathmate step. So Dax now needs to be careful that Jamie Wrigglesworth doesn't get a second place handed to him here on the last lap.
It looks like he did get that bike going. Rig is a long way back. Simon Wadsworth now up to fourth, and fifth place then Oliver Granger, and then it is Barlow dropped to sixth. But it is going to be Wilson then that's going to advance to the back of the B group in just a few minutes time. Just completes this final lap of our first C group race. There's a nice one. You can see the dust coming up off the tyres there, Daniel. It just shows you how much of it gets dragged onto the surface and how much it does affect the grip you get on these slicks. You can see the tyres still dirty there on the on the left-hand side. So he's going to go around this really, really long right-hander and into this right-hander here, and then as he tips into this left, you can see the tyre is still dirty from the off-road, and he's done almost half a lap. So this is a really, really easy corner to tip off on. He manages to get through there nice and easily, and he will come and take victory in the first of our Contract Solutions C Group races. He will go up to the B Group, as will Dax Almond, and that will mean that our front row for race 2 later on this afternoon will be, assuming that everybody stays where they are, will be pole for Jamie Wrigglesworth, second place Simons Wadsworth, and he's got a battle here. Wadsworth.
It looks like Oliver Granger has actually got past Wadsworth there on that last lap, so that will demote Wadsworth down to fifth as they cross the line.
So Granger made a pass on the final lap, so that was all interesting. But the front row will be Wrigglesworth, Granger, Wadsworth and Barlow.
And it looks like we've got a battle on the into this final corner there, or maybe a back marker. So that's Gavin Skate there, the Automotive Solutions rider, as they head round South Bank for the final time in this race.
So that was a nice one to kick off with, a nice battle at the front. And I'm pretty sure that the second one, these C Group races, they always tend to provide decent racing. There's not a lot of separation between the guys at the back of the Bs and the front of the season, so we do tend to get pretty decent races throughout the day. And that first one then going the way of the youngster Blake Wilson. Like I say, we will see him, I'm assuming we will see him on his academy bike a little bit later on, where we will probably check out in the front and spoil it for everybody. But he is the class of that field this year, and good to see him moving up onto the bigger bike. And he takes a well-deserved victory in our first race of the day.
So we'll now get ready for our Supermoto B group to make their way out onto track. So they'll all be now in the holding area getting ready. And our Supermoto B group is sponsored by our class sponsor Race IQ. So we can see there, yep, there is the 666 of Darryl Pennington, Automotive Solutions rider. He managed to stay in the B group nearly all day yesterday, starting from the front, but just not able to convert that into a win.
That rider there was Marcus Simpson. He's another man from the Isle of Man who is coming over to have a bit of a go this weekend, and he's there in the middle of the Bs. That's Neil Meelan. 151 of Blaine Pearson. 63 of Kev Crowthers. Well, everybody making their way to the grid. Jason Slater, Ollie Sims on the 73, and 111 of Duncan Wright. The rest of the field.
So this will all be new to these riders starting over this side of the grid as well. We've not seen this before at a British Championship round, not that I remember anyway.
No, I've been coming here a long while, never seen it, and I think it's a good thing to do, because the start into that fast left-hander that we had last year, when we were here earlier in the year, it's always a little bit sketchy, and we did see a little bit of action, and it's also a shorter run into South Bank as well. So I like that for all of those reasons.
Yeah, we have seen a little bit of argy-bargy previously. But our front row on pole, we've got the 24 of Paul Baxter, followed by the Baphomet rider of Kyle Eccleston. Then we've got Jake Sayer in third, and rounding out our front row is Darryl Pennington. Row 2, we've got Chris Lambourne, Marcus Simpson, Luke Armitage and Craig Forshaw.
And then we've got Kev Crowthers, Neil Meelan, Dan Billam and Paul Reynolds. And the next row is 167 of Michael Craig, 151 Blaine Pearson, the 51 Jason Slater, and the 670 of Adrian Dealey. That's another name that is new to me. And then we've got Ollie Ross, Noah Guillory, Ollie Sims and Andy Hayes. And on the back row of the grid, Stephen Booth and Duncan Wright. So this is our middle class, for want of a better words. The guys at the front of this will wanting to find their way into the A group as the day goes on, and the guys who are at the back of it have ridden out of their skin to make sure that they qualified in the Bs, and they're not buried in the Cs having to fight their way out of that one, which is always harder than you would imagine. You can see there in the background that got the jump and then the loop of tarmac in the back, and I will honestly say that tarmac in the background is probably as slippy as this horrible wet bit that we've got in front of us at the moment.
I think the B group's always a good mix of racing as well. So you've got everyone you've got your really fast novices that are having a great day, you've got your clubman riders, and you've also got the odd elite that may have had an issue in qualifying, and I think it gives for a real mix of racing in this B group.
So looking at the time splits, I think we've got a 16 rider field for our main race, and obviously the elite riders are that, and they are a cut above. But these guys, Baxter then, he's been a new guy this year and he's performed very well. We only see him on a Sunday, don't he, just do our Saturday Championship, or certainly not regularly. Yeah, he's there on pole. Kyle Eccleston, he's been having a decent year this year. He sometimes makes it hard work for himself by getting himself caught up in other people's issues. Jake Sayer, another young rider that's come to the fore on that Honda on the 311, he's been going well. And then Darryl Pennington, he's been doing decent on that Automotive Solutions KTM. But again, there'll only be two of these guys will be going up. We wait then for Andy to point himself, wave his flag, point at the lights, and we'll wait for them to change. Away we go, see who gets the drop, and it looks like Eccleston's got a good drop. Armitage got a good one as well from row 2, he qualified in 7th in was saying that he was looking forward to getting a decent start. Struggled yesterday in the Bs a little bit, got mugged on the first couple of corners and never really recovered, and he's gone backwards a little bit there.
But it looks
Reynolds
like
down
it's
the inside.
Paul Baxter. Big moment there, spinning up as I think he hit that different tarmac there on the outside. So big moment for him, and that allows the Bathmate rider of Kyle Eccleston up through to first on this first lap as they make their way now into the off-road. No, Kyle's got a big off-road background, so we're watching him. He'll be looking to try and put that to good use now. So again, a lot of these riders taking that close inside line now as they head down off this step down jump.
See the first few riders then giving it a bit of a send, but everybody else fairly sensible off that. You always look at it, you think, well, you could go a lot faster than that, but you have a... So Jason Slater, he was at the back, he did give it a bit of a send. Baxter then trying to find his way down the inside as they come down the Bathmate step. But Eccleston didn't need any second invitation as Baxter lit the rear end up coming out of turn 3. Eccleston pounced and lovely line from Eccleston right up the outside of the circuit, and he pulled literally 3 bike lengths there.
Yeah, he came off the off-road as well, really wide, so looking for all that clean tarmac there, Eccleston.
So Sayer has found his way past Pennington. There's Armitage on the 145, then it's Forshaw, then Meelan, then Paul Reynolds, and then the Scotsman Oliver Ross and Michael Craig. The rest of the field streamed through. Slater was putting a pass on Noah Guillory, so Slate's obviously had an issue, but here's our race leader then round South Bank for the second time, and he'll just want to check out here, ride his own race and get himself onto the back row of the A final for race 2.
Yeah, another rider to keep an eye on in that pack will be the 666 of Darryl Pennington, so we know he's got quite a big off-road background as well. And then we've got the 311 of Jake Sayer, so again, ex-motocross rider there on board that Honda. So a lot of these riders at the front with more off-road expertise than I believe Paul Baxter has. So he'll be trying to sort of cut his losses here on the off-road, but I think these 2 riders will be really pushing him through here. So yeah, Pennington taking to the inside line, not following them, but just not able to get on the gas as hard as he heads now down into this wet off-road. Jake Sayer following close behind, but I don't think we're going to have any passes. It did look like Marcus Simpson though, trying to get in on the action with Darryl there, so yeah, a lot closer than he was on the previous lap.
Yeah, Marcus Simpson and another TT guy, another man from the island. Got the rear end. In fact, that bike well lit up. And again, not somebody that's spent a lot of time at racing here in the UK on this sort of circuit, but he is there on the number 23. He's actually riding a Mete next weekend, so he'll be out trying to get himself sorted for that. He's going to be representing the road racing fraternity in the star bike class. But here is Kyle Eccleston then. He's got a decent gap of a couple of seconds at the front. It's the battle for second, third and fourth that we need to be looking at, because they're the people that are going to be fighting over that, scrapping over that last spot for the A group. So Eccleston through then, but in the background we can see Baxter.
Yeah,
so still there in second.
Kyle there having a little quick glance over his shoulder, so on that infield you can see who's making their way around South Bank and trying to sort of gauge the gap you've got as you head round there. But you can see there it's about 2 seconds across the line last time. We've got a good battle in the mid-pack there. So I think we've got Chris Lambourne, we've got... Where's that battle? Yeah, we've got Chris Lambourne, we've got Ollie Sims. I believe we've also got Jason Slater in there as well. So Lambourne there making a pass through that chicane section for our off-road.
So Sayer's the man on the move here. He's trying to find his way. Baxter nearly loses the front there. Pennington there in fourth. Simpson not able to do anything about them in fifth. Baxter is coming under pressure increasingly from the 311 Honda of Jake Sayer as they make their way through the chicane at the back of the circuit. Eccleston's gone, he's checking out in this one, which is good to see for him. Hopefully he doesn't make any mistakes. He's there, got the length of the back straight almost. But here comes then Baxter on the 24.
Our split screen there showing Jason Slater, the Trips UK rider, trying to make a move round the outside on Ollie Sims there. See how he's made that pass now onto the tarmac. He managed to keep it together. You can see the back end twitching on board that KTM. as they try and get the power down this straight.
So Sayer then all over the back of Baxter as they come out of South Bank. As close as he's been, they've dropped Pennington on that lap, so it's going to be these two. Baxter's going to have to ride a wide bike because Jake Sayer's been on a bit of a roll so far the last few rounds. He's found himself into the A group a couple of times and looked comfortable in doing so, but he's got to make this pass, otherwise he'll be taking a front roast. Oh, down the inside, no. Oh, that was optimistic, I think is the polite way of saying that, but he's just letting Baxter know that he's there.
Yeah, he did go quicker on that last lap as well, did Jake Sayer, doing a 1:39.7 to Paul Baxter's best lap of a 1:40.1. So
right, big send down that jump there. He properly got into that. He's faster over the jump here. He's going to have a run round the outside. This is where it's a bit snotty and he's just not able to do it, but he's doing the best thing he can. He's not following, and he's already right onto the back of Baxter again. Paul Baxter lights the rear up. Sayer manages to get some good driving again. You can see the dust blowing. So all of these guys sliding all over the place because they've got wet, dirty tyres coming out onto tarmac. Here we go, Sayer down the inside. You're never going to make a pass there.
That split screen, just keeping an eye out. We've got Noah Guillory there taking the inside, and Duncan Wright going and opting for that outside as they head all over this really snotty, slidey bit. And Duncan there letting the rear wheel of that KTM spin up as he makes the pass on Stephen Booth on board that KTM 300 two-stroke as well. So great move there from Duncan Wright on the 111.
Meanwhile, Sayer then still struggling to find a way past Baxter. Pennington is still close enough to pick up the pieces, should there be any, as it looks at the moment. The 24 of Baxter riding a wide bike. Is Sayer going to try and have a run down the outside? I don't think he is. Not close enough. But he did have a proper send off this jump at the top, Danielle. And whether he's going to do the same again, but he definitely he was faster down there. He just needs a little bit more speed in this corner, which he's trying here.
He does look a lot more alongside him as they head over this tabletop, and he's now out in front, so
he's got to get through here. This is where it all kind of has to even up, and I think Sayer's done enough here, has he? Oh, it's going to be close as they go down the path, make step, and Sayer does it. That was a really nice bit of riding, and it shows you just how equal those two lines are, because Sayer properly had to get his finger out. It was his speed down into the first of those split lanes that found him up the inside of Baxter in the hairpin at the bottom. And he's got that pass done, and he's already starting to check out down the back straight.
We had another pass on our split screen there as well, as Noah Guillory on board that KTM managed to make a pass on Duncan Wright back on the tarmac. So he retook that 17th position, and we can see here that battle for 17th is still ongoing, with Duncan Wright choosing to take that outside line again. He doesn't seem quite close enough now, but that inside line managing to cut across, then into the berm. A little bit of a bobble there, but he think he's managed to stay out in front. It's very, very close. But Noah Guillory shuts the door on him as they head back out onto this tarmac for another lap.
Yeah, I think Duncan Wright, he's just coming back after quite a big off and struggling a little bit to find his form again, because he was riding well at the beginning of the year. So this is now the battle for third. Baxter back to third. Sayer now, he pulled 2.5 seconds on Baxter just on that what was basically 2/3 of the lap. So Jake Sayer then definitely up there on speed now. He's managed to find his way past, and now it's the 666 of Pennington who's going to try and repeat what he's doing. You've got to be quick into here. It's a very tight turn on a 450. He hasn't got the speed over the jump, but he does make a better run of it, but he's going to lose out a little bit here unless he's got a lot more speed. No, Baxter. So this is where you've got to make it. But the thing is, Baxter not able to make it down the Bathmate step in one hit from the inside, whereas Pennington did. So now the 666 Automotive Solutions rider is all over the back of the 24 as they find their way onto the back straight. Again, no passing opportunity down here unless Baxter makes a mistake. Pennington. Oh, well, that just tells me that I know nothing. So I don't know what happened there. But
that was a ballsy move there from Darrell Pennington.
I can't remember the last time I ever saw anybody pass anybody down there.
I've seen it, and it's scary. It is a scary place to make a pass there. So,
but let's
great
not
move
forget
there
Darrell
from Darren.
Pennington goes home and sleeps in his own bed from here. So he is a local man, and he's put that to good use with a real nice pass on Paul Baxter there. And already he started to gap out to number 24. So unless Baxter's got a problem, he's realised that he's not going to. He can't run the pace. So Eccleston cleared off to the tune of 6.2 seconds. Sayer there in the right on cue. There is our race leader. So not giving it the big send down there. I'll be interested to see what our front guys are doing in the A group. Whether any of them are trying to get all the way down there or not.
That looked like I believe that was Chris Lambourne and Craig Forshaw there in our split screen there, just catching the end of their battle.
Yeah, Forshaw
what
having
looks
such
like
a good day today.
Yeah, it looked like that was the battle for 9th there.
So 2 laps to go then, and Eccleston just, like I say, just running a little bit wider there out to where the grip is, and you can just see the bike just jerking a little bit. He's neither on the power or off the power. He's just coasting at that point. There's that battle that you were talking about.
Yeah, there is Paul Reynolds on board that Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, so he takes the outside line, whereas Chris Lambourne on board that Husqvarna on the inside. Looks like he was able to get the power on a little bit more as he heads now around to the outside, so through that sloppy stuff. I think that was another Trips UK rider there. So that's Jason Slater.
Yeah,
he's had a really good ride to get up to 11.
Yeah, Slater's come through he was going well yesterday, and he's obviously repeating that form on this first of our B Group races today, brought to you by Race IQ. He's all over the back of the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna of Paul Reynolds. Here it is, last lap flag then for Kyle Eccleston. That's our comms position to this really tight. The word we use there is Nadgery hairpin. It's an awful corner. Makes a bit of a mistake there as he gets up the top. But this, we've walked up here a couple of times over the weekend, and that was full-on squelch. Really right until halfway through yesterday, but it's dried out so well, and so much work gone into it.
That looks like that's Neil Meelan there leading that group, followed by Chris Lambourne there. So that is the battle for 7th, and we've got those 3 riders of Meelan, Lambourne and Reynolds, and then just behind those 2 we've got Craig Forshaw and Jason Slater. So like I said, Slater's had a really good ride to get back up to 10th now, so he's made that pass on Craig Forshaw, but it is Meelan that leads these guys through the off-road, so none of them will take the same. They'll all try and mix it up. So yeah, Lambourne now opting for the outside line to see if he can get the power down on Meelan through the off-road. Not able to clear the tabletop though on that lap.
No, Slater went to the inside there, so he's going to make another pass. He's going to make a pass on Paul Reynolds down the step, almost certainly. So another good pass from Jason Slater, showing his motocross pedigree. Here's our race leader then, for the final time out of the penultimate corner, and he will take a comfortable victory, and deservedly so, and he will go on to the back of our A Group grid for race 2.
It looked like Darrell Pennington managed to close the gap on Jake Sayer, but not enough to be able to attempt for a pass on that last lap. So it will be Kyle Eccleston and Jake Sayer making the move up to our A Group for race 2, and that will mean it will be Darrell Pennington starting on pole.
Another pass for Slater then on the way into South Bank on the final lap, so he's now latched onto the back of his Trips teammate Chris Lambourne, and the Prof all over managed to find his way past Neil Meelan. So and another pass there. Meelan goes back another one.
Yeah, Meelan just going that little bit too wide and leaving the door open
at the end. It's so frustrating when that happens. So Kyle Eccleston takes the win from Sayer, Pennington, Baxter, Marcus Simpson then a lowly but decent 5th. Then it's Luke Armitage in 6th. Good ride from him, didn't see him on camera at all. But he's had a good ride, so we'll be happy with that. Then it was Lambourne in 7th on the 211, 8th Slater, 9th Paul Reynolds, and 10th Neil Meelan. We'll get that confirmed as soon as our timing and scoring updates here. But that is race 2 in the books. And track conditions then, it's an overcast day here. We've got high cloud cover, not really much in the way of sunshine, but it's dry. There's no wind as such, so what we've got is what we've got. And hopefully we can get our second day of pretty much dry action in. There is the 311 of Jake Sayer. Really nice TLD helmet. We get our race winners there, Mick Eccleston.
Yeah, get a nice little podium photo for these guys, so they've earned it. Really great ride there and great racing to watch as well.
Yes, and like I say, Kyle's been unfortunate a few times this year. A couple of unforced errors, which he'll admit to, and then also some getting caught up in other people's incidents. That means that he spent too long in the B group when he should have been up in the A's, but he goes up at the first time of asking, and he will look forward to seeing where he can get to in the A group. I mean, as it stands at the minute, he's fast enough to be on the outside of the top 10, and if he can manage that, then that will be something that he will be more than happy with. A little bit of track maintenance going on from I think, is that Ian or Andy Wright? One of the Wright brothers, not the ones that did the flying. There is the 138 trips. Got UK KTM of Paul Groom.
He was really consistent yesterday. Some good rides from Groomy.
Yeah.
Consistently in that A group. There is the 54 of Richard Blakeman. So he used Superpole to his advantage to get onto that front row. But on pole we will have our TM Leeds UK rider of Chris Hodgson.
So the Tripstop UK British Supermoto Championship Race A then onto the line. Like I say, there is our podium. Then Kyle Eccleston, Jake Sayer, and Darryl Pennington on the 666 on the far side. Well done to those guys. Again, Jake Sayer been good this year, and we'll see how he goes in our second A group race. He will start from the back of the grid with Kyle Eccleston, and they will have a chance to race against these boys that fire their way off the start line on the back straight here at Teesside Autodrome. Just a shout out to Teesside Autodrome for all of their work, making us welcome again as always, letting us run riot over their nice grassy knoll with all of the earth moving equipment that we managed to get on site courtesy of Trips. And
so also we are keeping an eye on the live chat over on YouTube. So if you're watching live, make sure you give out the rider you want to win a shout out. But we've got our grids. So like I said, it is Chris Hodgson on pole, followed by Jay Smith, Richard Braitman and Ryan Kringle there. So that rounds out our front row.
Richard Sharp, Lee Williams, the 100 of Alex Mullaney and the 108 of Dean Hillier on row 2.
Then row 3, we've got Harley Sharp, Andy Mitchell, Paul Groom, and then the RWJ rider of Seth Gibson.
And then on the final row of the grid, Josh Shatsper, Chris Walker, and Ian Bremner. With 15 rider A race, and obviously this is it's split on times. But looking at our qualification, how they were, if we'd have gone any further back for this first race, by the time we got to the end, we would have had. They would have had, I think, ended up having like 22 riders in the A group. The speed differential from the guys at the front and the guys at the back would have been massive, especially with this off-road. These A group riders are a cut above in the off-road compared to the guys who are running 4th, 5th and 6th in the B group. So that's always where you have to look at what happens. We don't want to, because bearing in mind also we have the reverse grid start for our final race as well, which adds a level of interest. There is the 100 of Alex Mullaney on the Automotive Solutions TM. So it looks like that was Paul Green or Chris Walker. Those Trips guys, they all look the same, apart from obviously Richard Sharp, because he's on a different colour bike. That is Paul Groom. So like I say, he's having decent. I think he won the first B group yesterday and went up and had a decent day in the A's. So Hodgie then inside for pole. He leans the bike over then. That's to just get some extra oil around those slipper clutches. Jay Smith then comes to the line. he's there in second. It's Richard Blakeman, then 54 on the Fat and Fast KTM. And the man on the outside of the front row is Ryan Kringle, the road racer from the Isle of Man. And like I say, told me yesterday in the pits that he was having a lot of trouble getting off the line. The bike was jerking and wheeling and just had a very, very grabby clutch. And he was struggling to get off the start. So we'll see what he has to offer. Ballistically fast in the off-road. So the red flag is waved out the front of the grid, and Andy points to the lights. Away they go then. Better start for Kringle. He got away okay. Let's have a look at Richard Sharp's going to come through from road 2. No, he doesn't. So it is Hodgson that leads into South Bank. Oh, Blakeman forces his way up the inside of Jay Smith into turn 2.
Great pass there from the Fat and Fast rider of Richard Blakeman there, squeezing up the inside of the Trips UK rider of Jay Smith there. Looks like those two Trips rider having a little bit of contact there, slight wiggle from the 33 of Jay Smith now as they head towards this chicane, and they all end up now single file, but it is still the number 1, the TM Leeds UK rider of Chris Hodgson, followed closely by the 54 of Richard Blakeman as they head into the off-road for the first time.
Those two have checked out at the front. They also look like a Kringle around the outside of Richard Sharp. I mean, ain't very often that anybody shows Richard Sharp a clean pair of heels in the dirt, but Kringle around the outside of Smith, hard on the gas. He absolutely flew up here. I did notice that Lee Willow Williams there on the 94 Husky, he was looking down at his gear lever as they were coming out of the second corner. So whether he's got a quick shifter problem, but that seems to have cured itself.
Looks like Harley Sharp there making a pass up to 8th there on Seth Gibson, so he cleared that tabletop absolutely inch perfect there from the outside. But it is still Chris Hodgson now out in front, pulled a little bit of a lead now on the 54 of Richard Blakeman, but Kringle in front of Smith as they head down this back straight. That also looked like that was Dean Hillier trying to go around the outside of Lee Williams as they headed down into that chicane.
So Kringle then, I'm not saying this man is not a Supermoto rider. He's a really good road racer and a decent motocrosser, and this is what Supermoto is all about, bringing people from other areas of the sport. He's definitely got himself sorted out. Smith does not look comfortable around South Bank at all, and Richard Sharp then he's managed to find his way. So he's onto the back of his teammate, but Kringle
Jay Smith isn't on his bike. Jay Smith is riding the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth KTM by the looks of things. That looks like that's the 5 of Simon Wadsworth KTM, so it might be that Smith's had an issue between Superpole, but that's right. Definitely the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth's KTM.
Well spotted, Danielle. I had not realised that. So it is Smith on a borrowed bike. So Hodgson then leads. Again, he's been really solid since he came back from injury, and as a result, he's ticking off those wins. The other riders, Blakeman and Smith and Sharp, kind of giving him free rein. Obviously, Jamie Duncan not with us this weekend. If you're watching back there in Scotland, JD, we wish you a speedy recovery, but he's the man that's currently topping the points, but not able to race this weekend.
It looks like Jay is struggling on board that borrowed bike from his teammate, so that gap now to Kringle has opened up, and that's now put him under threat from teammate Richard Sharp as they head round this tarmac. So we did have confirmation that he did a lap on his own bike and something just wasn't quite right, so he swapped over onto his teammates, but obviously with it not being his own, he doesn't have that setup on it, so he'll just be trying to make do and have a recovery ride here. But disappointingly, he has played his double points this weekend, I believe.
I did not know that. So the only thing that you've got to remember is that pretty much there's only this bike and the one of Jason Slater, I think, that is would be available to him in that Trips team, because everybody else is actually out in this race, including team boss Chris Walker is there 13th with the rest of them there. I'll tell you what, Blakeman is holding on to Chris Hodgson. Oh, that's nice, he got over that jump.
Yeah, he said he made a change in gearing between qualifying and Superpole that made a big difference, so that was how he was able to put in that faster lap by I think a couple of seconds between his qualifying time and Superpole. So definitely getting the setup right on that Fat and Fast Contract Solutions KTM, now trying to chase down the TM Leeds UK rider of Chris Hodgson.
So is Hodgie going to get his elbows out? Does he need to? Is he going to give Blakeman an easy run? Does he not want to get involved? We'll wait and see. Obviously, Blakeman's got to get there first. What are we looking at on lap times? Richard Blakeman currently showing as the fastest man on circuit, as we've got a faller there.
That is Seth Gibson there, so he's fallen foul to that extremely slippy tarmac there, so probably just spun up the rear trying to get the power on just a smidge too early up on that elevation change towards that hairpin before that long straight. So rider up, didn't look like he's lost too much time there, so but he was sat in 11th.
Slippiest piece of tarmac in the world, that is, I can attest to, and we can say that Seth Gibson's been a coming man in this class, and has got himself here on qualification time, and it's fully justifying his A group start. Just a shame to see him on the floor, but he'll come back in race 2 and have another go. But here is our race leader then, Hodgie. Yeah, they're not getting down that. I think it's difficult to judge how far that is from the camera angle, whether it's something that you could go full send, but I don't think he'd stop at the bottom. It does look like most now. We can see that there is a groove forming now. These guys will push hard and dig out some ruts, which will make the track better for everybody else as the day goes on. As Richard Sharp then trying to make his way around the inside of Jay Smith, and again, this is an important thing for points. Smith just needs to hang on.
That looks like Alex Malini there trying to take that outside line, but Richard Sharp has made the pass on the 33 of Jay Smith on board that number 5 bike. So Smith clearly struggling there. That puts him down to 5th position now as they head into this fast back straight. So it'll next be Lee Williams there trying to take a bite at the apple. That is Jay Smith there on that borrowed bike.
Yeah, Willow there close on the high-tech coated Husky. He's been decent again. Like I say, he looked like he was having a problem on the opening lap. He looked down a couple of times at the left-hand side of the bikes where the gear lever may be, but his performance doesn't seem to be too far away from where we would expect him to be. Shout out also to Dean Hillier. He's there in 7th on the Crescent Racing Yamaha. And he's been making use of that bike that he's built freshly for this round, and been very, very competitive. So he's there in 7th, Harley Sharp in 8th, Andy Mitchell again in 9th, and a great 10th place as it stands at the moment for the 133 of Paul Green on the Trips.uk KTM. But this is Richard Sharp then. He's got quite a bit of a gap to close up on Ryan Kringle. To be honest with you, I don't think he's going to do that.
Yeah, great ride from Kringle there, who's currently sat in 3rd place, doing a 1:34.2. So, bit of perspective, our race leader, who currently has the fastest lap, Chris Hodgson, doing a 1:32.6. And then we've got Richard Blakeman sat in 2nd, doing a 1:33.0. So, on their fastest laps, Hodgson was about 4/10 quicker than Blakeman, and that was their last lap.
Looks like Hodgie has managed to kind of give Blakeman the you're not catching me sunshine lap time then, and so now I think that all that's going to happen is the Fast 54 is going to sit tight in 2nd. He's got a good gap of 6 seconds over Ryan Kringle. Sharpie there back in 4th, and he's not going to be going anywhere. We can just see them in the background as they go around South Bank. The race leader then, 5 to go, is Chris Hodgson. So he's finding himself.
There is the 138 of Paul Groom there. So Groomy it looks like he's actually now down in 11th if we were just looking at our time screen to update. So it looks like Alex Malini has found a way past the Trips UK rider. So that has promoted Alex up to 10th as they now come across the line. But it is then Paul Groom and then Trips UK team boss Chris Walker there, who will be in 12th on board that KTM.
That was a bit of a mistake from Hodgie there. I think he ran wide on the berm and he did not get down the step, and he almost ran off the track. 6.5 seconds the lead now, so that is the checking out of all checking outs as we go to the long angle here. Down the back straight, no sign of Richard Blakeman at all. Meanwhile, that's picture in picture. Andy Mitchell going to have a run around the outside of Harley Sharp.
Yeah, definitely able to carry around a lot more speed and get a 2-for-1 there on Dean Hillier as well. So great pass from Andy Mitchell, taking that different line through the off-road. Hillier trying to come back at him as they head up towards this hairpin corner, but I think Andy Mitchell might have the legs on him as they head down this straight.
Yeah, that's a good battle. We'd stay with that. Mitchell is the man on the move in that one. Hillier was up there in 7th, but he suddenly got mugged off.
Looks like Hillier's had an issue in the background, so I think that Yamaha, sorry, may have gone pop there. He's pulled right over.
No, it's still running.
It's still running.
It's still running. He's just got an issue, but he's as he said, it's very much in the development phase, that bike, and as a result, they're just ironing the bugs out of it. But the speed is there, so he'll be pleased with that. But after a decent day yesterday, he'll be annoyed at that technical issue. So Mulaney, then Groom, and then Walker. There's our race leader making a much better fist of it. Down the Bathmates step this time. You can see all the mud on the circuit. Some tyres absolutely covered. I'd be out on wets in this, without a doubt.
I don't think I could. I think I'd be too upset riding around thinking, oh no, I'm going to ruin a wet.
Now, this is the kind of day where you just need a really, really old one. And
perfectly over that step up tabletop there, Alex, taking the inside line there. Groomy not able to make enough time up to catch him, taking the outside line, but it is, like you say, good to show how close these split lanes are through this off-road section, so it shows just how well built this off-road has been and how fair it is.
I will hold my hand up and say that I'm not a fan of split lanes generally, and especially when I saw it over the jump. But of course, with how equal they are, people are going, well, if he's going there, I'll go here, and we're getting two lines developing, whereas in the past we would have had one, and that would have been it. It would have been there would be no passing or anything. So the fact that they've both worked well is good, but the fact that they are so evenly matched means that we're getting some good racing.
Looking at our timing screen, it looks like we've had a pass for third, so it looks like the Drifts UK rider of Richard Sharp has made a pass on the 38 of Ryan Kringle. So Kringle now demoted to 4th place. Well, it is still our leader now, checking out at the front to 5.2 seconds it was across the line on the last lap. So Richard Blakeman trying his best to close that gap, but I do think he's just going to run out of laps.
What we are seeing is Richard Sharp is within 3 seconds of Richard Blakeman, so he's on a bit of a mission as well. There he is. So this is the battle then, as they come down the hill. In fact, no, that's Harley Sharp and Andy Mitchell. Right family, wrong generation.
Yeah, that is the battle for 7th we've got there. So Andy Mitchell opting for that outside line. Yeah. As this is down the Bathmate step.
Old age and treachery against youth and exuberance there with Andy Mitchell against Harley Sharp. So there is our race leader. There is 2nd place coming into South Bank. And there is Richard Sharp in 3rd. And he is definitely on the move. We'll see what the gap is this time by. Last time it was 3 and a bit seconds. So we'll see if that is coming down. It'll be 2 to go this time.
Yeah, it looked like Sharp was about 0.3 quicker on that last lap as well. So we'll now check that timing screen as it updates. Yeah, so that gap...
Oh, it's under 2 seconds, so he's took over a second out of him in that lap, Danielle. So whether Blakeman has just fallen asleep, but he just... When you haven't got somebody to chase, it's really, really easy. Although, having said that, he's not that far behind Hodgie. And there's Kringle as well, so
that gap to Hodgson's really closed up. Yeah. So from over 6 seconds now down to less than 5, and then it is 1.9.
Blakeman's got a problem. Blakeman must have a problem because he's just hemorrhaging time to Richard Sharp. We see it may be that he's thinking that he's catching Hodgie and he's doing all right, but Sharpie is all over the back of him. So this is going to be a fantastic last 2 laps. We stay with this battle as they come down the back straight then with 1.5 laps to go. A look over the shoulder from Richard Sharp. Kringle there in 4th. A great ride from the Manxman there, but he's out of this one now. And it's a whether Blakeman knows that Richard Sharp is right on his back door. Blakeman will be seeing that he's catching Hodgie and think he's doing what he needs to do. It's difficult to say whether Richard Blakeman has a problem with that fast KTM.
I don't think he does. I think he just doesn't know how close Richard Sharp is, and I'm thinking he may have just taken a little bit of a breather, eased up ever so slightly, and it has just allowed Richard Sharp to close that gap in the last couple of laps, because he's been doing 134s in, realistically he's still pushing, but it's just, Richard Sharp was doing a 133. It has really closed that gap up.
Well, so if what we saw last time, if Sharpie can be as fast in the off-road, he's going to blast past Blakeman on the Bathmate step down as they come down this time. So Blakeman goes to the inside, Sharp to the outside. So this time it's the other way round. Richard Sharp clears the tabletop and he's got it.
Yeah.
So he's got to try and get down the step. Is he going to do the step from the inside? He gives it full send, and that's an easy pass. So obviously you will find out from the interviews what was going on there, but Blakeman, it's not what we're expecting to see from the fat and fast number 54. He's got caught there at the end by Richard Sharp.
Yeah,
whether it's just the fact, I mean, they've dropped Kringle, whether it's just the fact that Sharp is absolutely on a mission and Blakeman's got nothing for him, I don't know, but bit of a wobble there. So just a couple of corners to go, so all of a sudden
I think Blakeman's going to try and sneak up the inside. If Richard Sharp even leaves an inch, I think he'll be trying to squeeze up the inside round South Bank.
This is where the Trips man's got to send him the long way round, and he does. Rides a big sideways bike there. He's going to just close it down here. Hodgson is going to come across the line in the bottom box, but this is the battle for second, and it is going to go the way of Richard Sharp. That's a really good ride then from the Trips.uk Husqvarna rider. Blakeman will come across the line in third position, and then a fantastic ride from the 38 of Ryan Kringle. He should come across the line in fourth, and he does. Then it's Smith. We need to get to the bottom of that. Then it's Lee Williams, 94 on the high-tech coatings Husqvarna. And then seventh should be Andy Mitchell. He's having a great weekend, is Andy Mitchell. So another good top 10 for the number 61 Bathmate KTM of Andy Mitchell. Harley Sharp on the Trips Husky will take 8th position. That's a good result for him. So Richard in second and Harley in 8th. Alex Mullaney on the Automotive Solutions TM will come across the line 9th, and 10th place should be the 138 Trips KTM of Paul Groom, and there he is, and that's another good result for him. Walker across the line in 11th. Then it's Bremner. Seth Gibson after that fall, he recovers to 13th. And then our final rider on the lead lap will be the 44 of Josh Jasper, returning from injury. He's had a broken ankle this season and been off the bike for a while, so qualified for the A group, so speed is there. He just needs to get himself back to full race speed and fitness, and he'll be back up there at the sharp end. And Dean Hillier then will come home 15th after a technical on that the first race of the day on the Crescent Yamaha, but I say they're still developing that bike, and he was going really, really well on that yesterday, so hopefully something that they can sort out. We will let our riders get themselves sorted out, and then Danielle will go to interviews down there on the grid, which will be Richard Blakeman in third, Richard Sharp there, number 217 in second, and our race winner on the TM Leeds UK bike, Chris Hodgson. Right, so we'll go down to Danielle then in Victory Lane.
So here with Richard Blakeman, so you just got pipped on that last lap to that second place, so you brought in third. How was that for you? Were there any mistakes that you thought about?
I got a mega start. I just got towards the end, I just got really bad arm pump, and I just dropped back a little bit, and I seen Richard come in, and I just kept going, but it weren't enough. He had me on the inside. So, but yeah, no, good race, good points. I think we're in the title well, this year at championships with Jay. So Jay had a bit of a boo there, But yeah, no, pleased with that on the box. Just keep it consistent.
Yeah, so we'll grab a word with Richard Sharp. So you managed to make that pass on the last lap, just where it counted. So through the off-road, you're just carrying so much more speed there and able to get him on the Bathmate step down.
Yeah, I had a bad start, so I was stuck behind Jay for a couple of laps, and then Criggle got away, managed to catch him. I didn't think I was going to catch Richard actually, but I think he tired a bit, so I knew it last lap, if I went the other dirt line to him, I'd have a good chance of getting him, so yeah, pleased with second.
Yeah, everyone seeming to like the off-road so far, these split lanes showing how close they are as well, and you use that to your advantage. Yeah,
the split lane, it's working really well, to be fair. They're both really even, so it's like I say, if other riders into the one, you're going to the other one, and it's a good passing spot.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye out in that for the next races. And then our race winner, you took all the fun out of it. You just left at the front.
Yeah, I was happy at that. I like those kind of races. Just build a gap early on and then switch into cruise control.
Yeah, we did see you make a little bit of a mistake coming off the off-road. It looked like you didn't quite get the step down and then ran a little bit wide, but then the next lap you were on it straight away. Like inch perfect.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was happy with that. First couple of laps I just put my gap into Blakeman, and like I said, I could just chill out then, but said at Blakeman, the more the race went on and I'd lost concentration, I found it hard to get back into a rhythm, and I think that's when you're seeing the mistakes happen.
Yeah, we saw the mistakes just sort of happen. It was sort of mid to tail end of that race, just sort of noticed little bits here and there. You weren't quite on your marks. Are going to be any changes now for race 2?
No, the guys from TSV doing a cracking job at setting the bike up, so yeah, we're happy with it. New suspension this weekend, so we've got that dialed in yesterday and seems to be working fine today.
Well, good. We'll definitely all be keeping a very close eye on race 2. But I'll go back to Phil as we now catch up with our Academy riders.
Okay, cheers Danielle. So right on cue we have our Academy riders, and here we are on the grid with First Form Solutions Limited Design and Build, our sponsors of our Supermoto Academy class. See who we've got then, 15 or 16 riders in this one, and we've had some great racing from this class at this Teesside venue, and these guys and girls running the full circuit as well. As the green flag goes up, Andy will point at the lights, and we will go away. It is Archie Reynolds on pole. Away they go. Looks like Blaine Pearson second, Ormrod there in third, and it's Jackson Bennett on the outside on the black and gold bike as they go into South Bank for the first time. Oh, it's tight around the inside. Reynolds holds holds his nerve. Jackson Bennett round the outside as they come round into turn. Oh, cross back into turn 3.
Yeah, he really closed the door there on Ormrod, didn't he?
He did. He shut the door good and proper. And Archie then starting to fell out a bit this year, and all of a sudden that 85 is struggling a little bit compared to what it was at the beginning of the season. Is it Wilson? It is Wilson that leads. So it's Wilson from Reynolds, from Jackson Bennett, then it's Ormrod. Looks like Lily Rhodes there in 5th as a really nice pass then up the outside for Ormrod. Been doing some off-road practicing at Winstanley's over there in Wigan, and it certainly shows. Oh, lovely line around the outside, and he's going to put a pass on the number 5 of Reynolds almost certainly as they come through this little bit of damp off-road, and indeed he does. Ticks up the inside, and he's going to go down the Bathmate step and find his way into second place. So has he got anything for Blake Wilson? Wilson's been the class of this field this year, and Ormrod not giving him a run for his money on as many occasions as I would have expected, but he looks like he's there or thereabouts today. Oh, great run around the outside though. A look over the shoulder from the Automotive Solutions TM of Archie Reynolds. That was a brilliant pass.
Yeah, Reynolds looking like he's really now gelled with that TM85, that out of the box machine. It looks like we've had a little wobble there from the 79 of Jackson Bennett, who we saw making some cracking passes earlier on in that C Group race 1. So he looks like he's dropped off slightly there after that mistake, so he was currently sat in 3rd. But it is still Blake Wilson on board that KTM 85 as they head round South Bank, who is in the lead, followed by Archie Reynolds, who does look like he's closed that gap.
He does. Now, it will say Jackson Bennett's bike looked like it may have been smoking a little bit, so whether he's got a mechanical or whether he just ended up falling off and it's just choked itself up, but he's ended up dropping well out of that front group as they come across the line for the first time. So it is Wilson from Archie Reynolds, And I will say, obviously, that's TM of Archie Reynolds, one of the only bikes that you can buy that is ready to go for this class. All the rest of them are converted motocross bikes, but the TM85 then is definitely the thing to have.
Our split screen there showing Jackson Bennett still going. I think he's currently down to 9th place, so lost a good chunk of places and taking that super wide line around South Bank as he headed towards the infield. Ormrod trying to make a repeat of that move up the inside through the off-road. Slight bobble.
Oh, neck and neck down the Bathmate step, and Ormrod gets back to the inside. Oh, that was brave. That was brave from Ormrod, from Reynolds. He just dropped it over the front. Now this is where Bennett went down, I think, and this not the slippiest bit of tarmac in the world. So for me, this race now is all about whether Archie Reynolds can keep on the back of Blake Wilson for a couple of laps and just get the toe. He's had some good speed.
He's currently the fastest man on track. So Archie Reynolds currently doing a 1:47.31 to Blake Wilson's 47.37. So nothing in it, but he's just gone purple, which means that he is our fastest rider on track at the moment. So he'll be there trying to chase down the number 8 of Blake Wilson, trying to follow him, see what lines he's taking, and see where he can close that gap.
And they've already put a ton of time into Archie Ormrod. He looks over his shoulder, and Ormrod's nowhere to be seen, and they were literally bar to bar down the Bathmate step half a lap ago. But I think that says more about the speed of Reynolds than it does Ormrod, because he's right up to almost smelling distance of Wilson, and normally we see Wilson just check out the front and he's gone. 2 laps, 6-second lead, but he's not having it all his own way, and I think a lot of this is down to the fact that the off-road section, you see Wilson is just a little bit more circumspect.
Our split screen there showing a battle for 5th place there between the 56 of Lily Rhodes and Liam Pearson there on that Automotive Solutions gas, I believe. So, it may have been Max Rhodes, because it looks like Lily's made her way up to 5th. So just keep an eye on that one.
I will say, Blake Wilson, that for all I just said that you might be struggling a bit in the off-road, you're not struggling when it comes to opening the throttle, because he was properly on the gas up that hill. He was a bit all arms and legs, but he weren't afraid to get on the gas. And again, all of these guys and girls on slicks. Reynolds is still close enough. Gap is about the same. Archie Ormrod's there in the background, but I don't think he's going to come any closer.
Yeah, that is the battle between Max Rhodes and Liam Pearson there as they head through the off-road. So it's Max that's currently in 6th. Quick glance over the shoulder there just to see where Liam Pearson is. So Liam getting a 2nd place in our academy class yesterday, but he's currently sat in 7th.
So Reynolds then still close enough to smell victory. These are the kind of things where riders will chuck it up the road, just trying that little bit too hard. But I think that he had a good day yesterday. I didn't get to see any of the academy stuff yesterday because I was too busy going around in circles myself. But I know that Archie Reynolds had a good day yesterday. Was one of the candidates for Rider of the Day, and rightly so by the sounds of it. And what we're seeing today, he's definitely made a step up in this class. Because this time last year he wouldn't have got anywhere near Archie Ormrod. So he's definitely brought his game on, and obviously Wilson's come in and moved the class on, as we sometimes see new riders come in and bring the level up.
Oh, Pearson there all over the back of Max Rhodes now as they head through that infield section before the line. So watching there, Liam really closed that gap back up to the Rhodes brother of Max as they head now to the off-road. Liam there looking up to the inside by the looks of it.
So not able to get down the Bathmate step, up over the shoulder then Wilson, and obviously the lead looks like it has gone out a little bit this time.
Pearson's managed to make that pass on Max Rhodes now into the off-road, so he'll now be trying to chase down the other road sibling of Lily, who currently sits in 5th place. Max trying to take that outside line, looking like he's carrying speed around that outside berm. These little 85s not able to manage to clear that tabletop in the middle there. But it looks like Max is trying to retake that position using the inside, and it looks like he has.
So race leader then has also he's now checked out, but I think Reynolds may have made a bit of a mistake. We did see a fastest lap from Blake Wilson, so he's definitely got a wriggle on. And let's not forget that he was also out there on a 450 earlier on, winning the C Group race, so he's been jumping from the sublime to the ridiculous, so back on the small bike.
I think that is Max Rhodes has gone down there, so shame for him. He was having a great battle there with Liam Pearson, but unfortunately, like you say, that world's slippiest tarmac just catching him out there as he loses the rear and goes down. So that's now put pay to his attack on 6th position with Liam Pearson.
And that bit of tarmac, not really, it's not slippy just because of the dirt that's on it. It's just had years and years and years of abuse from the go-karts. And all of the tarmac here at Teesside. This place is used a lot for all sorts of different things, and that particular corner is absolutely, I mean, the thing is, the tarmac still looks okay, but it's such a low grip level down there now that it's almost one of those things that you're more surprised that you don't fall off on it every lap than staying on. And then obviously we've got the dirt drag on here. You can see the mud coming in. We've got a yellow flag, so somebody has gone down in this corner here. It looks like
I think that may have been Oliver Mullaney there, potentially there, that's gone down. So hopefully he can rejoin.
Yeah, shout out to Ollie. He's been out there this season and finding his way on that 65 and gets himself back up. And like I say, these 65cc bikes are a lot slower than the 85s, and we have got some. I think we've got some autos out there as well. So fair play to him for getting out there and having a go. And as we'll see with lots of the other riders, halfway through the second season, they start to get the hang of it and find their way to the front and become the next generation. It don't seem that long since Alex was out there on an 85, and he's there mixing it at the front of the A group. So
Jackson Bennett there's made his way back up to close that gap on Liam Pearson. So Liam there making a mistake and going down. So the 150 Automotive Solutions rider now dropping down to 7th. So that promotes Jackson Bennett up to 6th. We saw him go down early in that race. So that corner catching them all out. So
our race leader then just finding his way up the inside of Tyler Clark on the number 6. 5 seconds the race lead now from for Blake Wilson. He's going to come round and put a lap on young Josh Walker. Again, another rider that's finding his feet in this championship. And again, for all of these guys, I say, you have no idea how difficult it is to ride this type of terrain on these tyres. It is literally like a wet bathroom floor out there in places. And these guys are doing everything that they can. And another little bit of a wobble there. But this is the bit, just that little change of direction behind those white tyres. That's the bit. And that's where everybody's either... You're more likely to tuck the front than lose the rear, to be fair. But Wilson, a 5-second lead, fastest lap of the race. We're going to see Reynolds just still in the background on that TM Leeds UK bike in the on the number 5.
There's the 56 of Lily Rhodes, another one of these riders doing double duty this weekend. So not only is she on her Husqvarna 85 in our academy class and currently sat in a very respectable 5th place, she's also out there on board her KTM 250 in our C group. So I was racing alongside Lily yesterday and she's come on leaps and bounds on board that KTM 250, riding really well and able to throw it about like nobody's business.
Yeah, she's definitely better and got more confidence in the off-road on that 250. She's just starting to grow a little bit as well, another couple of inches on her legs and stuff, and it just makes that 250 a little bit more manageable in the off-road, a little bit more confidence for her, and that's... like you say, you can see the next generation coming through. Yeah, big bottom lip there from Danielle.
I can.
Yeah, but hey, tell me about it. The trouble with all the, when you get to my age, there's always somebody younger, faster, and better looking. But for me, it's just how old, ugly, and slow they all are these days. But we had a great day in the Bees yesterday, having some good races with the guys, and seeing these youngsters putting themselves out there in the main classes as well, giving them a good idea of where they're going to come in the big scheme of things. Always great to see. So all of these academy riders stepping up. It's great for the future of the sport, and obviously for those of you out there watching that fancy something different from your motocross that gets rained off every other week, Supermoto is the place to come with a set of 12-inch wheels and some slicks. You can have a great time. Ooh, nice wheelie. I don't know, I've got the grip for that, but it does. There is a transition of where it goes to no grip to sun grip, and that can almost catch you out. And then when you get to the top, the grip goes off again. So if you get the drive up the hill, it's really easy to get pushed to the lose the front and the outside.
There is the 41 of Edward Darnton there on board that Yamaha 65. So our highest place in 65 currently. He's having a great ride, sat in fourth. A little bit lonely there though. Not quite close enough to Ormrod to make any sort of chase. But a nice gap back to Lily Rhodes. But it is our race leader, Blake Wilson. So he's on his final lap. So he'll be taken to this infield section nice and steady, knowing he just needs to come across the line for a well-deserved race win. So we'll watch him here, and he'll look now to take the checkered flag. Yep, there it is. So very well-deserved race win from Blake Wilson, who also had our fastest lap there. And we can see on our split screen we've got Ormrod. Reynolds takes the checkered in second. And then followed by Ormrod in third.
Like I say, he was the man that did all the winning last year, was Archie Ormrod. But Wilson raising the bar, and as a result, Ormrod comes across the line in third. But a good second from Reynolds. It'll be interesting to see if he's got anything for him in race 2. And then Darnton on that 65, putting in also another good performance, followed by the 56 of Lily Rhodes, and then Jackson Bennett, Liam Pearson, Max Rhodes, Cole Reynolds, 9th Cole Reynolds it now. He is coming on leaps and bounds. He was another kid that was on a 65 just out there enjoying the ride last year, and he's turned into a proper little racer. He takes 9th, and 10th place is the 18 of Jordan Thomas.
Yeah, we'll just wait for these riders to cross the line. Just make sure there's no swapping and changing on the last lap. You can see there the Automotive Solution rider of Liam Pearson. He's had a good race. Just unfortunate there with that little tip off. But he's come back in a very respectable 7th. There is the fellow road sibling of Max. Again, another rider to have a little tip off on that very infamous corner now.
We need to give that corner a name. This was something that we're discussing, that there's not a lot of names on bits of tracks in the UK that we've got. Obviously we've got Three Sisters is that's all properly named, but I think because we change the track so many times, there's not really a fixed map of Teesside that we can go, we'll call it that. So we'll think of a name in the lunch break. We'll maybe put that on social media. If any of you watching out on the socials, go on our social channels and give us a suggestion for what we can call that corner.
Yeah, we've got our live chat there on YouTube. If you're watching the live stream at home, I can see a few of you guys popping in some comments there saying that you're actually watching from the track, so able to get a better view than if you were still trackside.
So here's our podium then for first of our First Form Academy class. It is a win for Blake Wilson. Like you say, it makes you realise until they take their helmets off how young they are. Looks scary, isn't it? So Wilson then, Archie Reynolds there second, big thumbs up from Archie, and then Archie Ormrod there in third. And you can see that Ormrod is the oldest. He's the oldest kid getting the oldest kid in this class, and he's starting to fill out now, and that's giving the other guys the super lightweights a little bit more speed. But he'll be looking to move up at some point as well, and when he does, that will be good to see. So big thumbs up there from our second place man, Archie Ormrod. That is the end of our Academy Race 1.
So I think we'll be looking to take a little bit of a break now for lunch before we come back to all the action with our C Group Race 2.
Yeah, that's scheduled, according to our timing, to be around 2:30. So give or take, we're not running far behind schedule at the moment, so let's just have a look and see what the time is.
It's currently 1:30 here, so we'll take a little bit of a break, and then our C Group Race 2 should kick off for around 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we're a little bit behind, about 15 minutes, but we will be back later on this afternoon, so join us around 2 o'clock, and you will miss none of the action here from round 7 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship here from Teesside Autodrome. So weather's set fair. Hopefully when we come back it will still be the same, and we'll have the second group of races from this action-packed round 7 at Teesside.
6. It's the British Supermoto Championship. I'll bend down and then we're equal height, which is rare for me. We're at the iconic Oliver's Mount. That's that over there. Last time, it was all a bit last minute, and the sort of the track was chosen.
You weren't even riding last year.
No, I wasn't riding last year. And then this year they've had plenty of time to make an awesome bit of dirt just to our left, which is down here, which you can't see, which has got a big sort of like fade jump and a berm around the top, an inside and outside line, which is really cool. Over Josh's shoulder is the second section of dirt, a bit off camber and a bit slidey, so it feels like you could definitely make a mistake and just drop it.
No.
Right, what's the time? 10 past 8. We've got a briefing in 20 minutes. We better be swift.
I didn't crash. It was the only time yesterday I didn't crash. Dr. Dave sorted me out. Get past his face. Yeah, have a look at that arm.
Are you a bit squeamish?
Yeah, well, I hate it. Absolutely hate it.
Yeah, you're looking good. Do you want, hang on, let me turn the screen around for you. There you go.
Cheers, pal. Thank you. Thank you very much. Carry on.
So,
Hey, you got sticky buds in your ears.
This guy's been up since 3 o'clock this morning. 5 o'clock. It's the Paddock wake-up call.
what have you been doing?
I just went out. Went out for a fag.
Got a tab on, Lee.
Josh, how was it?
Good. The only problem is that second dirt,
Yeah.
I keep losing the front wheel because of the front brake, because I can only use that one.
Can't use the back brake?
Yeah, I can't reach it. It's already lifted up full height.
Yeah, that's a problem. Good work, mate.
How'd you get on?
Terrible. It's 18th.
Right.
Went out with a knackered tyre and didn't realise. But you live and learn, so we'll just have to make some creative passing. That's it.
Hi. Qualifying. Super. How'd it go?
I'd like to say that I held back a little bit in qualifying because I knew that Superpole we're not allowed to use tyres, but that's complete. Look, just nice and steady, front row start. P3's on the inside, but at this track it's no advantage really. Everyone's pretty much equal across 1, 2 and 3. Yesterday my bike was really good off the line. Hopefully a repeat of yesterday. Stay out of trouble and then move on to the next one.
21st in qualifying, which put me third on the B in the B.
First or second, you're moving it up then, aren't you?
Yeah, it'd be nice to just make a statement a little bit, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Group B, winning it, on the podium. Nice chat on the TV.
Boom.
Times.
And show me turkey teeth that aren't turkey.
Go on, Slate. Come on, Slate. Last lap.
There's a few different lines that they've created overnight. I'm not a big fan of change.
Coming from the man who changes his
everything.
qualified 9th, which could have been worse. Had a bit of a battle with Jono from Bath, mate, which was really cool. We were both suffering from arm pump hard. In the B's, just gone, Slate came 3rd, which he was well happy about. Just come down to watch the A race. Jack Nation's gone down, ambulance is still over there. Hopefully he's okay. He's having a rough year. They've all gone back to the paddock, so I think it's lunchtime. See you in a bit. sad times. Jack Nation has once again been part of a crash, and only this time it's bad enough for that to be here. He's currently in there, so we're a bit of a big delay, and we're all hoping that Jack's alright. So fingers crossed. So Jack, we hope you're doing alright.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Drops down onto the start finish line. He will take the race win here ahead of the 33 of Jay Smith.
Bruv.
Well done, bruv. Well done, bruv. It feels so long ago to race now. It was yesterday, wasn't it? Bottom line is, the bike feels awesome. It just feels a bit soft. I might make a few tweaks just to try and keep everyone off my back for a bit. I think I was riding a little bit too reserved.
Do you reckon you can take it to Chris?
I'm not interested. If he wants to come past me like that and end up in the trees, let him do it. I'm just here to gather the points. Got to think of the bigger picture.
Fell off on the first lap.
Oh, was it?
In the dirt, so I was last on the first lap. I don't know when I got back to finish behind Ollie. Quite pleased to get back to that.
Yeah. And was it fun because you're just battling through?
I enjoyed it actually. It's hard to pass. It is very hard to pass. But I did enjoy it in a strange short way. Top four is all marvellous, so it is a bit easy to start tucking something as you take off. So
well,
be careful.
I don't want to go home in a helicopter.
Really do I.
No, really.
Been on that far pit. Whoa! I wish I'd have got second.
Yes.
But it made it a bit easier, wouldn't it, and gone up into the 8. I'm not saying I'm gonna win this or anything. I'm just gonna try. I fluffed the start. I got off the start, but coming into the first corner, they outbrake me.
You were flying. It was well good.
Thanks very much.
And you'll be in the A's if you can keep it upright.
Be nice.
Just keep it upright.
Yeah. That's a point.
Keep it upright.
That's Simon.
Hi, Simon.
How did the first race go, mate?
Started 9th, made up one spot. It's so hard to overtake. It's just one line everywhere.
Yeah, I found that yesterday. It was really difficult to overtake.
Savage. Finished 8th, puts me 6th.
6th on the grid.
If I can do something good, then might get a podium. I can go to stand on the steps.
Nice one. Well, good luck.
Just finished race 2. Did not go well. I don't actually know where I finished. Just a lot of shouting. Personal opinion is if you can't make an overtake without shouting, then don't try and overtake. Pretty frustrating, and it really cost me dearly. Onwards and upwards.
Just breathe. Woo! Let's take this thing higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest.
In there, Steve Hatcher, quick glimpse of the number 99 of Big Air there, for the number 51 of Jason Slater, up into that inside line there, ahead of the 1.
To the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher.
I finished 3rd when I should have finished 2nd. I popped the 2nd to last lap up, made a mistake in the going into the dirt, went on the inside, went outside to the inside.
Yeah.
He went round outside of me. I didn't think he was that close. Do you know what? I'm in one piece. Me and Blaine started to pull away.
Definitely.
And then I made a couple of mistakes. I thought Blaine was consistent and quick in the tarmac.
Yeah.
He was sideways going down the straight towards the blue barrier, clipped the blue barrier, spat him left.
Yeah.
That's when I went underneath him and then he got me back again.
stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places they never been. We go higher, non-stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing higher. Let's take this thing non-stop. It's time to go higher.
Hello, man. Another sixth.
Happy day.
Steady Sunday ride. On my own, no pressure.
Yeah.
Turkey tomorrow.
Yeah. Enjoy this.
Yeah, we're alright, yeah. Apart from bandages all bunched up. But, yeah, no problem.
You'll be noticing it tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your second place start for the next race?
Shitting it. First time ever, well, for what it is, just try and get a good start, maybe all shot. So if I try and lead one lap, I'll be happy.
Who's the pole?
Darren Wells, Mutchie's third.
Oh, busy. That is a busy turn.
And it's forecast to rain as well, so testing gripping to first corner.
What's your best result? Hey, teenage.
7th. That'll be your best result.
That'll be well good.
So 7th again. Let's try for me at 7th. As we were going in, he saw him and he leaned up, and then he went into me, and I was low tenderboard and went down. It's my fault, but he left me a gap, so I went. I thought, it.
Look, good effort for trying, mate. Fair play, man. That was well good. We were all watching it, everyone was going for it.
If I'd have been a bit closer, I'd have had a clean pass over the jump. But I fluffed it up a bit and I just nailed it. I thought, it, I'm going for it.
Yeah, you turned out. Look at that.
Yeah. At least we tried.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, massive thanks to everyone. Thanks to my family, my wife, my little boy, you know, and especially, you know, Trips UK and the Walker Group for all the effort they put in remodelling the circuit, and everyone else at Norrisport.
I think about 7th or something, and then Mushy just dropped it in front of me. I had nowhere to go and just crashed with him. I've caught back up to groove me, but so hard to pass, man.
On it, it's siding me off, but you're going to knock me off. You were sidestepping, weren't you?
I'm going to save it.
Yeah, happy with that. We're happy.
Jay won it.
Did he? Brilliant. Yes.
Held him off.
Hang on.
That's alright.
Make it look good.
Nice.
Hair and makeup.
We made some positive changes to the bike. I was speaking to Chris. He said I was like you could see the bike compressing. You know, the little drop downs and drop ups and landing.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to get on the power early because I was waiting for the bike to recover. Didn't go too extreme, but it felt awesome. 6 races, 6 old shots. Never crashed once. It's exactly what we need.
Alright, mate.
3 wins, 3 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
When are you going to play Joker?
Ooh.
Because you still haven't played it.
No.
Has everyone else played it?
I think I just forgot. Everyone else has played it, so...
You're in the hunt, mate.
Massively. I'm trying not to let the psychological warfare get to me.
Just don't even... Just do what you're doing.
Yeah. I think the important thing is, if Chris is in front, or Blakeman's in front, don't panic, just like, don't do nothing silly, and then we'll bring it home.
Are you impressed with your dad?
Come on!
Wear a skate.
You've got camera shy.
You got to at least be like,
Axe, it's
well
not on.
done, Dad.
Axel, it's not on.
I've turned it off, mate.
Camera's not on, Axe. Do your little dancing now.
No! No!
Wow.
Dance. Nice. It's not a laughing matter, is it? It's a serious.
Injured.
It's a serious thing.
I'm a poorly thumb.
What's the matter with your thumb?
Cut it. And Cheryl fell out the caravan. Burnt me pinky. So, how did you want to drink today?
Tidying up.
Putting all this stuff away. Cleaning the motor.
Chocolate drawer.
Cleaning the motor home for Kel.
Keeping it
strict
sweet.
orders to keep it clean. Look at this, look.
Organised.
Organisation. Have you enjoyed today?
Yes, I did.
Yeah?
Apart from
few offs and
apart from not finishing very good.
Yeah, but
I still enjoyed it. Yeah.
Peace, mate.
That's it. Main thing.
You're probably wondering who's taking this video. It's me.
So welcome back then to the sunny Teesside. That's not sunny today, but it's clear, and we've got the second lot of races of the day for our British Supermoto Championship, the Trips British Supermoto Championship here from Teesside Autodrome. Our Contract Solutions British Supermoto C riders then here gathered in the holding area. There is the Goon squad, the beta of Farron Young out on a fresh bike. Both him and his other half have got fresh material this weekend. The number 95, the owner of Bathmate, John Oakes, a man who puts a lot of money into this sport, with a good thumbs up, loves his bike racing and supports this championship.
Just had a quick chat with him on the break, saying how much he's loving the new off-road, saying it's drying out, loving the split lanes, and also likes how wide it is now, because it gives you the opportunity to go and try and overtake someone, even if you have taken the same line as them. It's just a lot more overtaking opportunity for them. So yeah, Jono absolutely loving it out there. We've got a few of our academy riders also, like you say, doing double duty out there.
Yeah.
So there was Edward Darnton. We're speaking to him. He wants to make sure we try and catch his slides on the way up to the off-road. He says, I keep doing big slides and then wheelies up the hill, so we'll try and keep an eye out for that as well.
So the 98 there, Jamie Wrigglesworth, another one of the Bathmate riders. He will be starting this second C Group race from pole position from Oliver Granger, Simon Wadsworth and Brett Barlow. We'll see the grid as they come to the line. But the winner of the first C Group race was Blake Wilson from Dax Almond. Both of those will find their way onto the back of the grid for the B Group race 2, as is the way that we work things here at the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. So it gives these guys and girls a chance to work their way up through the groups as the day progresses. And this is always going to be a close race, because obviously Jamie Wrigglesworth was there or thereabouts at the start of the first one. And then Ollie Granger, Wadsworth, Barlow, Tommy Sayer and Archie Ormrod all running at similar lap times. So we will see what happens in this one, but like I say, this is very much the base level of the British Supermoto Championship, where everybody comes to start. But this is where you will come, and if you are just learning the sport, you will start off in this group, unless your lap time says otherwise. We have seen people come for the first time and make it into the B's and even the A's, although they are usually fairly decent riders in other forms of the sport. But it will be Wrigglesworth from Granger, Wadsworth and Barlow on row 1. Row 2 will be Sayer, Ormrod, Darnton and Clark. And then row 3 will be Jackson Bennett, Gary Butler, Farron Young and John Oakes.
And then following John Oakes, we've got Covey Perry, Gavin Scaife, Philip Ribbs, Rigg and Lily Rhodes. Then we'll have Kyle Lumsden, Max Rhodes rounding out that row there. And then it'll be Steve Smith, Richard Sheen. Then we'll have Craig Louth, James Crombie and Maeve Chalice. And then we had a few DNFs in our race 1. So Dan Spencer, Peter Wadsworth and Jason Laycock will round out the back of our C Group grid.
So that is the grid as it comes round. The rest of them, no, the track is dry, and obviously the tarmac's been dry all day, but the off-road been a little bit damp. Certainly what I call on the plateau, the flat stone bit on the top. The ups and downs have drained really, really well. We had heavy rain here on obviously the run up to this event. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, as I know most of the country was getting hammered with rain. We had a test day here on Friday, which was changeable weather, but all of the work that went into the off-road, we ran an abridged off-road yesterday. Didn't manage to use the full circuit, but what we did use turned out to be excellent. As Brett Barlow then puts his hand up to hopefully get somebody to come and put his start device on for him. We'll have to give him. He's a big lad. He should be able to do that on his own now. But yeah. So for those of you who don't know, start devices. It's basically it's a click enabled device on the front forks that holds the front of the bike down, so that when you drop the clutch, it doesn't automatically leap into a wheelie. It is a big difference. It was one of those things that I was always like, yeah, you don't really need one of those, but I haven't got one at the minute, and it does make me my life a little bit difficult. You see Barlow just pushing and locking the suspension down, and obviously as you get onto the brake into South Bank for the first time, assuming he does brake into South Bank for the first time, that will click off and allow him to have normal suspension. So Andy waves the flag and points at the lights. Away we go. Rigg gets a good jump from pole position. Typical wheelie from the number 98 as they come into the turn, and then Wadsworth gets pushed over then by Ollie Granger. So Granger, another rider that's fairly new to the sport, and he's been finding his feet in this C group. I think he's made the Bs a couple of times as well. But he's there in second. Wadsworth will be third on the Trips.uk KTM. Then it's Barlow from Wrigglesworth, and it looks like it might be Tommy Sayer who's the next rider along as they come up over the start finish. There we go. Yeah, we see Rig getting a proper wheelie on. She gets away from the line. The Bathmate replay there. Bathmate rider taking the whole shot as they go into the off-road for the first time.
Jamie Wrigglesworth, always a really good starter. Seen it a number of times. Foot down there as he heads up to the top of that off-road, making the way down. It's looking even drier than earlier. You can see little bits of dust actually being kicked up now as they head around that outside berm, over that little bit of a double, those two humps, onto that tabletop. Not quite clearing it, these C Group riders. Still looking quite wet on this flat area of the off-road, but you can see that rut has now sort of developed into that berm, and then back out onto I think we're now going to be commonly referring to this as Skid Row, aren't we, Phil?
Yeah, and whoever come out with that suggestion on the socials, we'll give a hat tip to them. But yeah, this left-right or right-left-right bit up the hill, and watch the rest of the field coming through. A proper struggle. But Rig already through. There's Granger. Then a battle for third. It's Wadsworth then coming under pressure. That looks like that might be the number 6 of Dean Clark on the Husky. So he's had a decent start.
Yeah, Dean managing to find his way past, I believe that was John Oakes there. It looks like we may have lost Brett Barlow. Is he just dropped off slightly there?
I think Barlow's there just in the background. Rig is gone, so that's what's thrown it out. So Wrigglesworth has checked out at the front. So there's Granger. Then it's the knee-out style of the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth, and as you rightly pointed out, Jay Smith out on that bike in the A Group final. A last-minute problem for Smith means that he had to change bikes before the start of that last one. A few other stories, I'm sure you've got a couple.
No, we have lost Brett. Brett is now down just in front of Lily Rhodes. That's put him down to 14, so I think he may have had a tumble in the off-road, maybe.
Or maybe he went down in Skid Row and we missed it. So, yeah, big slam there for Jamie Wrigglesworth. So that step down, I did mention that I'm surprised somebody's not had a go at jumping that. Somebody did have a go at jumping it. Alex Mullaney tried it and went a right ball of chalk in practice. Cleared it the first time, came up short the second time, and as a result he's carrying a little bit of a sore ankle as a result. So and there is video evidence of that, which I'm sure will be hopefully shared to our socials. So a bit of a big off for the youngster, but that would have been a real big saving of time. But here we come then. So it is Granger then from Wadsworth on the number 5. And we'll say that Jay Smith will be out on the Chris Walker bike in the next race. Walker opting to give up his bike to the team leader, who is currently in the box seat in the A Group Championship, and he will ride his spare bike, which would have been the one that they would have used had it not been tucked away nicely in the trailer. So Jay managing to salvage what he could. But Wadsworth struggles then. His knee-out riding style on this limited grip tarmac does not work as well as it does at other places like Three Sisters, where the track tends not to stay quite as dusty for so long. But he is there closing down on Granger. Wrigglesworth 4.7 up the track as it stands at the moment, and I think that's only going to go out even further. So this battle then on screen for second position is the one to decide who goes up to the B Group for our final group of races later on this afternoon. And at the moment Granger looks fairly comfortable, but Wadsworth will try and find a way by. He openly admits that the off-road is not his strong point, but he is improving. And if you remember at the first race of the year here at Teesside, he was unceremoniously punted off into the undergrowth by his teammate Chris Lambourne, and he was having a better day then. I think that was up in the B Group as well. So there's Clark, and that's John Oakes behind him on the 95. So the 95 Honda, the team Bathmate boss John Oakes having a better run in this one. He's there in 5th place. Again, that just
Dean Clark there with the advantage through the off-road, though. You can see how many bike lengths he's taken out of Jono there. Dean with a lot more off-road experience. Again, Tommy Sayer also having off-road experience coming from a motocross background. He's currently sat there in 6th. So you can see just how much work now Jono's going to have to do to try and catch back up to Dean. on board that Husqvarna now as he makes his way onto the tarmac. I think very similar with these two guys here. So Wadsworth and Granger, I think Wadsworth does have the advantage on the tarmac with that knee down style. He's able to carry a little bit more corner speed than what I think Granger's able to at the moment. I just don't think Wadsworth's been able to find a way through just yet.
We'll see whether fitness comes into it. It's quite a long lap. We're doing 1 minute 40 odds, so the 6 or 8 laps of these races is quite a long race. And I will tell you, after riding here yesterday on a slightly shorter circuit, it was hard work.
It was hard work yesterday, Phil. Looking there, we've got May Chellish, the Goon Squad rider, on board her new gas Supermoto machine, taking that outside line and making a pass on, I believe that is James Crombie on board his Automotive Solution KTM. So great ride there from May. She's looking a lot smoother through the off-road. So glad she's gelling with that new bike of hers. I
mean, to be fair, it was a nice bike that May had, but it was a nice bike a long time ago. It's old tech, and she did very well to get what she did out of it. It wasn't the easiest thing to ride on these new 450s. They are so much nicer size as well, a little bit shorter, and so she's not struggling. Here we go, Wadsworth down the inside. Then is he going to make a pass? Doing the proper thing, not following. It's amazing how fast it's dried out, but it sounds daft. These slicks, they kind of dry the track out quicker than knobblies because it doesn't dig deep ruts. It just splashes the water out of the way. So instead of it turning into much, as Wadsworth then bottles it down the Bathmate step. But to be fair, his off-road credentials, I would not expect him to be sending that. But if he can get the run the next lap, he will sense that there's an opportunity. Although he's going to have a look around the outside here.
Yeah, he's not quite close enough, I don't think, to make a move down this straight, unless it's going to be a very ballsy move up the inside.
It is. Oh, he's squeezed through there. He's not afraid. Comes from a mini bike background, Simon Wadsworth, so he's transferred his bike skills to these big bikes fairly quickly. And the other mini bikes, I'm not being funny, but none of them look particularly fast until you actually go out and track with them and you realise how much they do hustle these things around the corners. So that's where his corner speed and techniques come from, and he moves his way up into second place now, and he will transfer. Nice wide line in there. He will transfer to the B group, assuming that he has no issues in what will be the final 4 laps of this. Wrigglesworth then 7.6 seconds ahead as they cross the line on the previous lap. Whether that's gone out or not, we will wait and see. He squeezed through there. He's not afraid. Comes from a mini bike background, Simon Wadsworth, so
infield section of tarmac. So I think very show that mini bike background, like you say, that down style, very favouring on that infield section. So
yeah, we've got a Bathmate replay here of Wadsworth then. Oh no, that's the pass already done.
Yeah, so Wadsworth taking that inside line again. He must quite like that. Granger trying to carry a little bit more speed around the outside, but I don't think he's going to be able to close this gap.
Nice groove there on the inside. That was what was causing problems earlier on for that outside run. He's not fast down there, but he doesn't need to be. It's pretty difficult for riders in this class to double down there from the inside.
The gap out to our race leader, the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth, now up to 7.2 seconds. So it's looking unlikely that Wadsworth is going to be able to have a crack at a race win in this one. But I think he'll be happy to settle for second, knowing that that will promote him to our B group for the final race of today.
So Rig has a look over his shoulder, and he'll be grinning and having a bit of a laugh to himself about that. He'll be happy to take a win. We did have some giggles last night in the paddock. One of the guys who's always good value for money on an evening after in the pits. We had pretty much half the paddock looking for his dog last night when it was locked in somebody's camper. There's far more to the story than that, but it was just funny, and we did have a real good giggle. And he's a great bloke. Had some good races with him yesterday, and it's good to see him take a race win. He's made the B group more than a few times this year as well. Didn't get him again with the off-road being a bit sketchy in time qualifying. The guys are a little bit braver in the off-road, tending to be at the top of the qualification because there's a lot more time to be gained there than there is in the tarmac. But you can see it is drying virtually to the point now where you walk around there and there's no mud anywhere at all. Takes that inside line. It's a little bit wetter here, but again, you can see there's enough of a groove there, and that when you're on the bike, that literally looks like a motorway, doesn't it? You've got that one line, and that's all you can see. All the bit on the outside that's all rough, you just have to ignore it, because you know if you go in there, you're falling off.
Yeah, if you look at it, you'll end up there, and that's the worst thing you can do, is look at it. On our split screen there, we've got Jackson Bennett, so he's currently in 10th, so it looks like Dan Spencer's had an improvement from the start of this race. He's now made his way up to 9th from pretty much the back of the grid following that DNF in race 1, so nice recovery ride from him. He's gone to the inside of the inside there, opting not to use the berm by the looks of things.
Seen a couple of people do that, and I was doing that yesterday for the same reasons. It's not, is it quicker? It was just in less risk and staying out of the ruts, and he's having a good battle there with the number 70 of Gary Butler. And but yeah, this track both ways round, very, very technical for all sorts of different reasons. This South Bank turn is one that I actually prefer going around this way, like going around and decelerating rather than going around the opposite direction where you're trying to pick up speed onto the back straight. But Riggs should be getting the last lap flag this time by, as we see with the yellow flag with the black cross on it, indicating the start of the final lap of this second of our Contract Solutions C group. Jamie Duncan up there in Scotland. Jamie not with us this weekend, as I said, with a broken leg, missing this weekend.
He is definitely watching though. I've seen him posting some bits and pieces about teammate Richard Blakeman's 3rd place in that A group race. Our split screen there was also showing Edward Darnton, who's currently in 5th, Phil. Can you believe it?
He's look, the thing I don't believe is the fact that he's doing all that on a 65. He is.
It's to shame.
He's quite a big kid for a 65. He should be on an 85 by rights, but I spoke to his dad, I think, at Crail, and then again at wherever the last round was before. After that, might have been Three Sisters, and he just said, "Look, we're just going to stick with the 65s. We've got them running really good. They're reliable and fast. They're not that much slower than the 85. He likes, oh my God, he's going to dive down the inside. Oh, that's a proper pass. Oh, nearly. He tried. But it just goes to show how quick these kids are on these little bikes, because Jono's not hanging about, but he's just, that's a nip. Stu Skid Row is going to hold on to it. Obviously, Jono will fire past him. But that bike's not putting a massive amount of power down, and he can use all of it. So he's made his way past Sayer. He's now made his way past Oaks. A big wheelie then from Jamie Wigglesworth down the back straight into South Bank for the final time. You can always rely on Rig for a little bit of showboating. It's when he does it down the start straight rather than the finish straight that becomes a bit of a problem. But the man on the number 98, Bathmate Husqvarna, then will roll in and take victory in this C Group Race 2. That's his teammate then, Baz Sheen, who's going to go across the line. He's going to make Baz do another lap. It is Rig that takes the victory. Second place will be Wadsworth, and Granger then dropped off a fair bit at the back as Darnton has managed to hold on down the back straight, so fair play to him. So Granger comes across the line, he finishes, and it is going to be 4th. It's going to be a front row start for Darnton in the next one. He could win this, on a 65. That's incredible. But these kids are so fast. Do not underestimate the advantage that they have around the twisty bits. It's insane.
There is Brett Barlow, so he's currently sat in 13th in front of Gavin Scaife. So whatever happened to him on that first lap seemed to sort of hampered his chances in this C Group Race 2. So he crosses the line in front of Gavin Scaife and Farron Young.
So Farron then on that fresh-built Beta. We've seen quite a lot of new machinery this weekend. We've seen a new Beta for Farron Young. We've seen a gas for May Chalice. We've also seen the Crescent Yamaha for Dean Hillier, which I have news on for when we get back to our A Group race. So we'll
talk about Goon Squad.
Oh yes, yes it is. It's all, they're all your lot, aren't they? There's obviously far too much money floating around down that end of the country for my liking. But anyway, but nice to see people building different stuff. Obviously the KTM Husqvarna kind of monopoly is what we have at the moment, but there are people building other bikes. And if you want to come and have a go at this Supermoto to get yourself involved in the sport, it really is as simple as a motocross bike and a set of wheels, 2 sets if you're feeling generous. But there's lots of stuff out there for 4, 5, 6 year old motocross bikes now. The kit to convert them as the people in this paddock move on to newer machinery. There's lots of stuff out there that's available, and even a 10-year-old bike with a good engine in it that's been well maintained can still get you easily into the B Group on a competition. on the other end of the scale, you have this beautiful bike that Baz is on there, and that is a full, I think I don't know whether it's out on the wet bike today, but if it's not, that's the dry bike, and that is a full MTR KTM, as used by Jay Smith in the Trips team, but he's got that in the Bathmate team as well. Baz, a businessman who loves his bike racing, saw the bike when Jay had one and was just like, yeah, I've got to get me one of these, and he has. And fair play to him. It is a beautiful piece of machinery. And,
yeah, I think the only machine I can't see out there manufacturer would be a Suzuki. We've got Gas, we've got Husky, we've got KTM, so we've got all three of the same there. We've also got the Hondas, the Yamaha. We've got Dan Spencer out there.
Yeah.
He's
Not
been a
many of them,
Yamaha man for a lot of years. But I would say, I think it's just only Suzuki we're not seeing. Those big manufacturers. So, I mean, if someone's got a Suzuki and fancies taking on the British Championship, by all means, come and show us what they can do.
There's a fair few of them on the continent. I've raced against a lot of those. So here is our grid then for British Supermoto B, brought to you by Race IQ. Pole position again for Darrell Pennington. Paul Baxter, got an unusual story to tell you about him in a minute. So it's Baxter, then the Isle of Man resident Marcus Simpson and Luke Armitage. And then row 2, Lambourne, Slater, Reynolds and Meelan. Row 3, Forshaw, Michael Craig, Oliver Ross and Dan Pillen. And then it's Noah Guillory, Adrian Dealey, Duncan Wright and Andy Hayes. And then Stephen Booth, Blaine Pearson, Ollie Sims and Kev Crowthers in 20th. We've got another row, I think we may have.
We have. We've got our 2 riders that moved up from our C Group Race 1.
We have.
So that is Blake Wilson and Dax Almond rounding out our B Group Race 2 grid. So both those riders are in our under 21s championship as well. So good to see those progressing up to the Bs. Great rides from them in race 1.
So Paul Baxter then got the whole shot, got passed by Kyle Eccleston, and then he just seemed to be on the struggle bus a little bit as we look at the winner. There is Jamie Wrigglesworth, the man in the centre with the number 1. He's taken victory. He's obviously trying to get his helmet sorted out, or there he is. So there's Rig in the centre with Simon Wadsworth with the number 2 plate, and Oliver Granger just taking his helmet off. He's finished 3rd.
Without taking his goggles off.
There should be a fine for that. There really should. There should be a fine for that, but fair play to those guys. Good. So Rig and Wadsworth will go up to the B group for the final race of the day. So getting back to Paul Baxter, started on pole, got the whole shot, got passed by Eccleston, and then went backwards. The reason he went backwards is on the first lap in the dirt, his airbag went off in his leathers, so he couldn't feel his arm. So literally the airbag went off in his leathers, and he was literally riding in a straitjacket for the whole of the race.
Oh my God.
So Dave Dearden, I think it was, that said to him, he said, I hadn't seen him for a few while, it looked like he put a few pounds on. No, he had his airbag go off. So Baxter will be a lot better in this one. As we look at Pennington, who started from pole pretty much every race and not managed to convert it into an A group. And here we go. Oh, big jump from the outside from the 145. That's Luke Armitage. And he's been saying he's been getting good jumps off the start, but not managing to convert them. Said he wasn't feeling it yesterday, but he's up to 2nd, although he gets chopped there by Pennington. He's a little bit careful through the first couple of corners and gets mugged off. Goes back to about 6th or 7th. Looks like Marcus Simpson there, the man from the Isle of Man, there in 3rd or 4th. And then I think that may have been Paul Reynolds in there in 5th, but they'll cross the line. And all of that will update very quickly. Yeah, Reynolds from Armitage, and Slater got a good start. Lambourne, Neil Meelan into the off-road for the first time.
Slater there diving to the inside, it looks like, as they head up onto the off-road. We saw him make some cracking passes in race 1, so there he is just in front of Armitage as they head down this jump section.
Right, they're making a mistake at the top. That looked like it was the 167 of Michael Craig that got himself cross-rutted. But you can see how the drop-off is there. Difficult to get great angles to show you really how all of the track works without compromising the way that it shows us the action here in comms. But Baxter looking far more racy this time, and like you said, he's definitely not going to recharge that airbag, but he properly struggled his way to what was, I think, a 5th place or 4th or 5th place finish at the end of that one. He said, but he showed me the marks on his arms, and it had properly left a mark on his upper arms and everything. So him and Pennington from this part of the world, I'm not sure whether they're mates or not, but they were stood together when I caught up with them earlier on. So He's going to try and convert this one into a win. Daryl Pennington, he's a nearly man for the A group all the time. He rides pretty quick, but he's just always finding himself on the outside looking in, a little bit like Kyle Eccleston sometimes, but he's a good rider, and when he gets in the A group he performs at a decent level. So Slater then up to third. He's in there behind Marcus Simpson. So we'll see whether Slater's got anything for the Manxman in the off-road section.
So there in the mid-pack we had Oliver Ross. Keeping an eye on our YouTube live stream chat, we've had quite a few of the Scottish Supermoto guys watching to support them all down here, so giving those guys a big shout out.
So Pennington's going to the inside, Simpson going to the outside. Now I thought he looked a little bit sketchy in the off-road when I saw him in the wet, but he's actually looking decent. So the Manxman then, he's going to be the third rider in shot here. He's going to try and come around the inside. Yeah, his feet up all the way round. That's ridden like a proper off-road bloke, maybe an enduro boy. There's loads of places like that to ride in the Isle of Man, so it's no wonder that they're good.
Watching on our split screen there, we've got a good battle in the mid-pack. That looks like Kev Crowder's there leading those round that outside, followed by Michael Craig. And is that Stephen Booth taking the inside on board that KTM 300 two-stroke?
Oh, bar-to-bar passing the bottom.
That's Blake Wilson and Andy Hayes.
Oh, that you say that. This is old age and treachery against youth and exuberance. Andy Hayes, the man who runs the circuit up at Oliver's Mount, getting crawled all over by one of them pesky kids, but he'll have to get his elbows out because Andy's a good performer on, again, another man, many different forms of motorsport, motocross and road racing and all sorts of things, and enduro. He knows his way round. But this is the battle for the lead. Baxter still coming under a lot of pressure from the 666 Automotive Solutions Husky of Daryl Pennington. It's probably a KTM, but we'll have that argument another day. Pennington all over the back of him. Simpson has just dropped off a little bit. We'll just wait and see whether Slater is there in the background as well. Yeah, Slater's there, but not close enough to make a pass for third.
Slater having a great ride, getting himself up to fourth today. So from starting nearly at the back of the grid in race 1, so having struggled in qualifying, to be up to fourth now by race 2. He could win the final race this weekend.
He could do. And I'll be fair, I'll give Slater a hard time most of the time. He's a great guy and we have some good banter, but he's riding. Pennington round the outside. That was a proper good pass, or good pass attempt anyway. Baxter, all of them, both of them on Skid Row there. But Slater's been riding well and coming from the back. This is a good performance from him.
Baxter there showing Pennington the edge of the track, but looks like he's squeezing up the inside. He has, elbows are out.
I'm not sure what the spec difference in bike there, but Pennington certainly got hooked up as they came down the back straight. Looks like Slater's up to third. I think we've lost the Manxman. So it looks like Simpson's gone down in the off-road, and that's moved Slater to third. I just didn't see what I think was a Yamaha. I'm not sure what pocket. Oh, he's there, look. Is that him?
Yeah, that looks like Blaine Pearson down there.
Ah, right, okay.
By the looks of that. I think we've got another rider also. So, yeah, that's Ollie Sims' bike. So we'll just make sure those riders are okay. But again, back at the front, Daryl Pennington, currently our race leader. Yeah, we've got a red flag.
Right, so race stoppage then. We've just had an incident in the off-road. So looks like that's just on the... see that in the background. Looks like that's on the way up to the hill on the top end of the circuit. So we will just have a break. So how far have we gone in this one so far?
Well, they had 5 laps to go.
So we're looking then that we will possibly have a restart in that one. We'll wait and see what's going on. So Simpson did not come across the line as yet. We will have to take it back a lap, and they will hopefully re-rack them.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably that tail end of our group there that may have had a little bit of an incident in the off-road.
It is very tight in that mid-pack. I can attest to that. And so hopefully we'll just allow our medical crew to get on and sort everything out. Our medics do a fantastic job here. We were lucky enough to have a clean day yesterday with no stoppages, but our clerk of the course deciding that we need to be letting these guys get some medical attention, and sometimes it turns out that it's a bit of something and nothing in which case we've done the right thing. You've erred on the side of caution. But as it stands at the moment, we'll wait for the official word on when we are going to restart and how we're going to restart. So there is that's the 63 of Kev Crowders and the 59 of Dan Billam. Some good battles with them yesterday. That was good fun. And again, Kev Crowther's an ex-motocrosser and really enjoying the off-road sections here at Teesside.
I mean, looking at the track, I'm actually quite jealous. I would have quite liked to have a run round today.
Look, it's always the same. You sit here watching it, and the thing is, we see more in here than anybody else does out on circuit, really. And obviously, those of you watching at home, if you're sat here, if you're watching from the stands or whatever, the stand is like it's a grass bank, but whatever. We've got fans on the back side, on the side there. But yeah, you don't get to see all of the circuit. But when we're watching this, and you see how the corners are developing, and you think, oh yeah, but it was good yesterday. With the weather that we had, and the run up that we had with the weather, it's been really, really good this weekend. We've been lucky so far. Like I say, this looks like it maybe just a tangling of handlebars. It's difficult. What we see, it's difficult to make passes, and so if somebody's making a mistake, and again, what you tend to find if somebody gets a bit out of shape, it's a guy 2 or 3 back that pays the price. You get a tangling of bars, and they go down. So. Hopefully we will be okay and back up and running shortly. And like I say, the previous race for this one was a really good battle. And like I say, Baxter's airbag going off. But what we'll do, while we've got a bit of a quick break, then we'll just whistle through the stuff that we probably won't have to talk about in times of the race. So obviously Jay Smith out on Simon Wadsworth's bike. We covered that already. That was just down to an issue with his, and they didn't want to risk it. The bike didn't feel like it was right on the warm-up lap.
I think there was also a little bit of controversy also regarding Jay Smith, just in regards to warm-up laps and bits and bobs. So I think there was a little bit of questioning about taking the off-road on the warm-up lap.
Well, I think that's something that needs to be thrashed out over the course of the next few hours and see what that brings. Obviously, them's rules and stuff, but we need to see what's written down and what isn't. But yes, that one is. But obviously, Jay having to he's going to be out there on the Chris Walker bike for race 2. So the other thing was Dean Hillier, who was going really well until he wasn't, which is a new favourite phrase of mine. But yes, he did have a mechanical, and it was the only bit of the bike that wasn't new. The front brake that he's grafted onto that Yamaha, the adjuster broke on it, and he found himself running out of brakes. So he's got spare parts on board, of course, as Dean always does. He's got his Go On Moto, his little shop down there in the back end of the paddock. Got everything you need. I've had a few bits off him myself this weekend, plugging a few some filters and a few other bits and bobs. So he's got that sorted out. But that was like I said, it's the only bit on the bike that isn't new. So he will be out in the next A Group race, and hopefully, obviously, he's got staff on the back of the grid, but hopefully he will be okay. And the other thing, got to talk to Alex Mullaney. And the conversation that we had about, I wonder if anybody's going to jump that step down the back there.
He tried it.
He tried it and didn't make it. So, he tried it and made it once, and then on the second attempt, didn't quite get the drive, and as obviously the track's softening up or whatever, and came up a bit short, and went what we would call from our parts a right ball of chalk. So he is not feeling the best.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on our live chat. We've got a few people in there, so I think we've got Kirsty Bremner, who's sat up watching in Scotland, always cheering on the Scottish guys we've got down here. A few of you commenting on how tricky that off-road section looked. We did have a lot of rain on Friday night, didn't we? Yeah. So we're just having a look. Yeah, we're not sure what's wrong with Jay's bike, but we'll keep an eye out. Right,
so what we've got coming up then on TNL Sports, we've got the HKRC Club Championship karting on the 13th of October at 10:30. So that's the next thing on TNL Sports. Our final round of our championship, which is the meeting will be the 19th and 20th of October at Three Sisters. And that's we'll be starting at 12 o'clock. And then the round 9 of the HKRC Kart Championship, the 10th of November, for those guys at 10:30. Like I say, all of our broadcasts are available to watch for free on the TNL Sports YouTube channel. Now, it does look to me like, are we coming back to the grid? We go to our Bathmate replay. We're just going to see what was going on. Oh, that was Michael Craig going in the trees. So that was him making, I will say it's Michael, it is Michael Craig, yep. So that was Michael Craig going in the trees. I'm just going to have a look out the window, because I can stand up and do that, you know. Yeah, so it looks like we've already brought our B Group riders back to the grid for the restart. So once we've got our injured riders sorted out.
Got another Bathmate replay here of, I believe that's Darryl Pennington there trying to take round the outside. And how bar to bar they get.
That was tight, that was. I mean, and the thing is, what you can't see from that is there's a clean line and a dirty line onto the track there. And Pennington was very much on the wrong side of that. Here we are back live then, waiting for these, whether they will give them another warm-up lap just to get some heat back in the tyres, will be down to our clerk of the course. I would suggest that is a possibility, but obviously we want to make sure that we get all of our races in. This race brought to you by Race IQ.
Yeah, so we're just going to get those medics off the track. It looks like we're getting a few bikes pushed off there, so we'll be a few riders short on this restart. Looks like they're getting a warm-up lap though.
It looks like they're just sending them around the tarmac. And it means that we'll be able to grid them up. Yeah, look, they're just taking the shortcut through there. They're going to send them around. Oh no, they're sending them
they're taking them off.
Ah, right, okay. So that is not the case. Are they coming back into the holding area? It looks like they are.
Yeah, so it looks like the riders need a little bit more medic attention than maybe what we previously thought, so make sure those riders all get looked after. So our B Group riders just making their way back into the holding area. We've also got our A's there sat waiting, so you can see Jay Smith there sat on our bollard. Like you say, he'll be out on not his bike, but on Team Boss Chris Walker's machine on the spare. If you're not doing already, make sure that you're following us over on Instagram at British_Supermoto, as well as on Facebook. And we've also got our YouTube channel. I know we've got quite a lot of people watching at home today, but I know also a lot of people that race go home and then re-watch the live. So all the races from this season are on there that you can watch demand at your own convenience. So make sure you subscribe to TNL Sports, and for everything else, go check out the website. We've got championship standings on there, we've got championship rules that I know a lot of people like to keep up to date with.
So we have a view of a camera. We've got a fixed CCTV camera here in the comms booth, and we can see that the both of our ambulances have now cleared the scene. There's the 111 of Duncan Wright then chatting with Kev Crowthers, but they've now both been moved off to the side, so it looks like we've got everything sorted out as far as that is concerned, and they are happy to proceed. Sometimes it's just a case of riders just taking a bit of a battering and just needing to catch their breath. So hopefully they are okay. Ollie Sims then, he's had a cracking year in the Bemsey road racing on his 300 Kawasaki. Was fortunate enough to get down to Castle Coombe for one of their the NG racing events, where he cleaned up in about 3 classes, but he's been having a great year in the Bemsey road racing as well. There's Duncan Wright, man from north of the border, one of the Scotsmen. So he was racing, I think, at one of the first live streams that we did, and on the borrowed bike of Michael Craig. And then Michael Craig found his way back into the paddock, having watched the first live stream on holiday in Tenerife or something.
Another rider that's good to see back is the 44 of Josh Jasper. So he went down quite hard early on in our season, and this is his first ride back on his Supermoto as he gets ready to go to Mete next week. So a lot of the riders here will be heading over to Belgium for, I think what we can all agree is the biggest Supermoto event of the year. So a lot of riders, myself and yourself included, will be heading over there.
So just had word that both riders are okay as far as no serious injuries. Just need to get them sorted out and get them a little bit of medical attention.
Also worth mentioning, if you watched our Oliver's Mount live stream, you may remember the red flag incident that we had in one of our A group races. So that was Jack Nation, who went down really hard over our off-road. We've had good news from him that he's now out of hospital. So he's had a few surgeries and he's now on his road to recovery. But we're wishing Jack a really big get well soon. It was a really big off. But good to see that he's making a recovery now.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Nice lad, Jack. Obviously, he's been, again, another young rider that's been coming through and making his way in this paddock. And just an unfortunate incident saw him go down. A few people topping off the fuel there. The CPR Motorsports of the 145 of Luke Armitage. It will be a complete restart over a shortened distance, and remains to be seen what order we get these people onto the grid in.
Luke Armitage, one of our riders from Oliver's Mount, that actually flew in that morning so we could actually race. So he flew in from Greece to be able to make the racing at Oliver's Mount, and he went out and had a great day. So he's doing really well today also. So I think they're going to re-rack these guys, and I think it'll go off our race 1 results.
Yeah, Luke Armitage working for a Moto 3 European Championship team, I think. So he's working in professional motorsport and riding for fun himself as well, and doing pretty well at it. There's the Automotive Solutions 666 of Darryl Pennington. So he was the man that was he the man that was at the front?
He was
the man that was at the front.
At the front.
He seems like so long ago.
Him and Paul Baxter were having a good battle.
He passed Baxter down the back straight, I remember now. There's the background, Jason Slater, number 51 on the Trips.uk KTM. He's having a good day. The number 23 there, the Manxman, Marcus Simpson. We'll be seeing him at Mete next weekend in the Star Biker class as a TT rider. And very, very good at that he is. That's off to anybody who takes on that circuit.
There is the Trips UK spare bike with the number 33 number board placed on the front. There's Chris Lambourne on board that Trips.uk Husqvarna.
Dan Billum, he's a guy that's come through from the mini bike classes, and he's been pretty decent. There he is. It says Paul Smith there, but it is actually Dan Billum, and he's been good. Come through from the mini bikes and gone on to the big stuff, and then Scaife and Noah Guillory there as well.
Dax Almond.
It is.
What looks like Gavin Scaife's 450.
Yes, so Dax had a problem on the line in front of me yesterday and got pushed off to the side, and then he went up and started from the back of the grid in this one. I walked through the paddock earlier on and they got the clutch cover off that bike, trying to sort out the clutch. So whatever issue they had, obviously not fixed, and he's out on teammate Gavin Scaife's bike. That's Kev Crowthers again, and that's Bathmate. I think that's a Honda.
Yeah,
yes, zooming on the
I think
clutch
that
cover.
is one of Jono's old Hondas.
It is. It does look like a Honda, doesn't it? So we're going to take a short sponsor break, and then hopefully we'll be back to restart this second Race IQ Supermoto B race as soon as we get the nod from our medics. Right, welcome back to Teesside Autodrome then. We're just waiting for the go-ahead. We're just looking down on a bit of track where we actually had the tip-off. A couple of riders went down at the bottom of this dirt section here. And just waiting for our medics to give us the go-ahead that we can resume. I can tell you that no serious injuries. We're just waiting for the medics to give the riders a clean bill of health or otherwise, and we will be back underway. A bit of the local wildlife. One of them things has been jumping up and down on my camper roof twice, 2 mornings this weekend. But yeah, for the amount of rain that we've had up here, oh look at this even more. We'll have a picture of Rosemary Topping in a minute. I can see it coming. And they're a good band, them, the Black Crows. But yeah, this is it's a weird place, this track. It's right in the middle of the city, really, when you think about it. We're surrounded by industry and shopping centres and all sorts of stuff as the city of Middlesbrough's grown up around here, and the whole of this motorsports area, the Teesside Autodrome. We've got Redcar Bears Speedway just in the background, and the Redcar Bear Speedway is just off to the right of that actually, and then we've also got the Ironworks motocross track at the other end of the circuit, which runs national level events as well. So it really is a hub of motorsport activity, and this Teesside Autodrome circuit again always making us welcome, pretty much giving us free licence to dig up their beautiful infield, and which we do take a lot of liberties with. But to be fair, you're not using it for a lot else, and it has evolved greatly from what I remember in the mid 2000s. But again, we'll just have a look at this stuff that's coming up on TNL Sports. The last couple of rounds of the HKRC Karting Championships, then round 8 on the 13th of October and round 9 on the 10th of October. But the big one for us here is the culmination of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship from Three Sisters on the 20th of October, where it will all come down to almost the final race, without a doubt. I'll try and keep you up to date on the points as they stand at the moment, but with jokers for double points still being played and all this, until the last race of the year, you really do not know.
No, it's
where
wide open.
It's wide open.
It really
Obviously,
is.
Jamie Duncan is down as being points leader at the moment.
He is also watching live, and I've seen that he's put some comments on saying, learning to walk today, Wigan, here we come.
Excellent, that's good to hear. So JD there at the top of the standings on 288 points from Richard Blakeman. Now Hodgie is only a few points adrift, 247, so he's not out of this. Jay back there in 4th, Richard Sharp there in 5th. So it's still all to play for. Can Hodgie, after completely missing round 1, can he salvage something out of this? It's so tight. I did not realise it was as tight as that. I'm not seeing Peter Bennett riding today. I've seen him in the pits.
Yeah, I haven't seen him ride. I know he's got Jackson that he's looking after today. Yeah. And I've seen Kyle who's not been racing, but I haven't seen Peter Bennett racing, like you say. No, I have not seen him out there.
Also to mention that Oliver Holmes, the teammate of Richard Blakeman and Jamie Duncan, also a non-starter. He's here this weekend, but I think he had a tip-off at Oliver's Mount.
Yeah, he was in our Bathmates Best Bits, so in that little tip-off you can see him go down. He hurt his leg and then gave us all quite a fright in the paddock, so he's still not 100% fighting fit just yet, so he made the call not to race this weekend, which teammate Jamie Duncan has been keeping up to date with all of their race reports for this weekend. So I don't know if you follow Fat and Fast on Facebook, but if you do, it might be worth a good laugh.
Yes, I shall make sure that we do that. But again, it's nice to see that we've got some decent teams here. Looks like we're getting the signal then from Robin, our holding area Supremo.
We should be able to work out by process of elimination who our downed riders were. So I'm sure we saw Ollie Sims' bike, and I think we saw Blaine Pearson down in the off-road as well. So we'll have a look, see who takes to the grid, and we'll see if we can pick out who's missing.
But like I say, we did have Harriet stuck her head in the door and just said both riders were okay. So as far as okay as in walking wounded, obviously there may be some injuries and collarbones and wrists and all sorts of stuff, which unfortunately motorcycle racing is always one of those deals where you hit the ground, there's a fair chance that you are going to break something. So it is. Looks like we're lining them up as we were. You got the results there for the previous races. They go off on the warm-up lap.
So we've got.
It was Armitage that started from the outside of the front row, so that's a definite.
Yeah.
So I think that they've racked them back up in the order.
Yeah, I think this is race 1's order. So, like we said, we had Darrell Pennington on pole alongside Paul Baxter and Marcus Simpson, who it looks like we've got an empty spot on the grid. So
Simpson was. I thought I just saw Simpson in the background.
Yeah.
So he may. So if they're starting them from, the positions that they were in, Simpson looked like he went missing on that. He was the guy that I thought was down originally. So we'll wait and see. So there is Armitage. There's Pecker. There's Simpson. So he's in there.
We've also got Neil Meal in there.
Yeah. So anyway, whatever we think, when they get to the grid, we will find out who is going to do what. I'm amazed at how well this track is holding up. So there's Slater. Right. Slater's the man. So Slater was the man that was up into third. So he was the man that was on the move, and he's going to be the bloke that's going to have a really big bottom lip if they send him back to wherever he was. So we will wait when they get to the line. Now, if they'd only done a couple of laps and it's a complete restart, then that makes sense.
Yeah,
Again,
Jason Slater, we did say he's having a great ride. So.
Yeah, he did. He made some good passes and he was up to third. So whether he was the gap on the front row of the grid because he just didn't get out there fast enough and they sent them off. So we'll see where Slater gets to, and then that should then give us a clue as to who's going from where on the grid. There is Slater on the 51. The rest of the riders weave their way down the track, and obviously they're all doing that just to get all the dirt off the side of the tyres, because when you tip into South Bank, I mean, obviously you've got a pretty decent run. No, he isn't. They're going to send Slater back to where he was by the looks of it. So he's there in the middle of that second row. So it is then it's Pennington, Baxter, Simpson, Armitage on row 1, and then Lambourne, Slater,
Reynolds,
Reynolds, Neil Meelan on row 2. It's not sure whether that was
it's looking from our timing screen like it's going to be a 5-lap race. So we'll see them all set off.
Here we go.
Now.
Oh, Slater lights the rear up there.
Yeah.
He did not get a good jump. Armitage got a good jump as well around the outside, but it is Pennington this time that leads into turn 1.
A lot of them going really wide there. So Paul Reynolds pushing Neil Meelan out onto that dustier tarmac, and again swinging right round the outside of that looks like Marcus Simpson. So good start from the Automotive Solutions team boss, getting himself up to 5th on the first corner. But it is still the 666 of Darrell Pennington, then followed by the 145 of Luke Armitage as they make their way through to the off-road.
So Armitage much better today than he was yesterday. There's Simpson. Oh, is that somebody took the front at the top of the hill? No, saved it. There's no gap there. It looks like somebody had a bit of a wobble. Looks like Andy Hayes was in there as well. The rest of the field come through.
Armitage trying to make a move to the inside.
He's had a go there.
Yeah, he's carried plenty of speed around that outside line, and yeah, big gap out in front now as he gets past the 666 of Darrell Pennington for our race lead. They tiptoe around Skid Row and then head down this long straight. That looks like Slater's made his way up to around 5th, I believe.
Well, is that Baxter's back to 4th. So we did the airbag thing, we covered that off, so that explains what happened to him in the last one. So here we come then. Slater's, like I say, already up to 5th. He's past Lambourne in the off-road. So we've got 5 laps then to see if Jason Slater can find his way to 2nd position, because the front 2 were gone by the time he made his passes.
It looks like Darrell Pennington's got an issue with that bike. He keeps taking his hand off and maybe looking at that front brake.
Right, okay, so that might explain a little bit of something.
He's having issues. Yeah, he's pulled over there, I believe, for Marcus Simpson. I think he's having brake issues, so he keeps taking his left hand off the bars and fiddling with something over on the right.
Yeah, because it's no fun. These Supermoto bikes have such good brakes that when you've not got them, you certainly end up in trouble. So Pennington will not try and ride around a front brake problem. He's too smart for that. So it is Armitage then. He's coming under pressure from Simpson in second, the Manxman. They both make the run round the outside, and Armitage fast round there.
Yeah, Armitage looking really good through this off-road.
I'm going to say I'm so surprised at this because I beat him yesterday. He had a mare. He got beat up good and proper in the middle of the Bs, and he just goes to show if you don't get the start, didn't have a good qualifying, he didn't get a start, he got pushed about a little bit in the first turn because going the other way it's really fast, and he just said to me, I just wasn't feeling it. And I said, well, some days it's like that, you've just got to forget about it and move on, and he certainly has.
He's certainly done that.
He's leading this B group. I won't say at a canter.
Needs to stop looking behind him though. Stop looking behind you.
So I'm pleased for him because obviously it makes me feel better because, well, where would I have been?
Where could have you been today, Phil?
No, nowhere near this. He had a mare yesterday. But anyway, so he's having a good run at the front. He's coming under pressure from Simpson again, who kind of gets second win. Slater is up to fourth, and he's right on the back of Baxter, but he's not going to get a run, so he's going to be a man starting from pole, I would say, or close to, for our final B group race of the day a little bit later on, unless something strange happens in this one. But it is Armitage then, a much better showing from the youngster.
Darrell Pennington's dropped off again now, so he's, I think, now back down to fifth, so I definitely think he's having a bike issue.
That was a big moment for Pennington. Simpson's going to have a look around the outside. No, I'm not sure whether he knows what the score is here, whether he knows that he's going to have to finish second is good enough to go up. We will wait and see if he gets a bit leery.
I think he'll be wanting a race win.
Yeah, he would be good, wouldn't
Yeah, he'll be wanting a race win. He's got the laps, so our timing screen is currently showing 3 laps to go.
Armitage not getting across the tabletop that time, but that line now looking... Oh, you see this, look, the Enduro rider in Simpson. Now, he's looking like he's actually cutting down in the middle of that turn.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a slightly better line that isn't as deep on the inside.
Same thing happened yesterday. So when we were doing that backwards, a line on the inside of the outside actually ended up forming really nicely, and he made that turn just sort of less harsh. So I think that's sort of very similar now to what's happening going down the back main step. So
Armitage then still leads with it's going to be 2 to go next time by. He'll be happy with this. His dad will be pleased as well. And like I say, it was his first meeting here last year. I think this is where the first time we saw Luke Armitage on a Supermoto bike. So he's had good progression, ridden well.
It is Marcus Simpson though with the fastest lap, doing a 1:38.1 to Luke Armitage's best of a 1:38.6. So you can see the gap really does close up on the tarmac. So Simpson using that knee down style compared to Armitage's more off-road type with that leg out. And I think it's going to be sort of more like an elastic band, because I think where Simpson's got the advantage on the tarmac, Armitage has got him on the off-road. Yeah,
I think Slater's up to third as well. He is, just as it clicks up. Just saw in the background. But nice. Armitage is nice down there now. That's getting a proper send down there. I think that if they pulled that back a little bit, I think you could double down that. It's just a little bit too far for the jump at the top and the steepness of it. But Armitage then sticking to the inside. This is where we saw, you just think there's a little bit of a groove maybe on the inside. But it is a send down there on slicks. Oh, we've got a traffic jam in the bottom. Who's that gone down?
So that looked like Forshaw just stalling there, which gave Pennington the opportunity to get past.
No, I think it was Prof that stalled. It's the bike that was third that was the one that stopped. So I think it was Prof on the 211 that caused that. I think Forshaw just got hung up on the outside as it came back into shot.
So Forshaw, that puts him up to 6th place. And then we've got Michael Craig there in, I believe that's 9th.
He's having a good ride. He started in the C group yesterday. Didn't find the love for it in qualifying, but he's having a good run in the Bs today. The man from up there from north of the border, another one of the Scottish contingent, who's been a good supporter of this championship over the years. Another look over the shoulder from Armitage. He'll be conscious of the fact that he doesn't need to win, because he'll go up anyway, but a race win is always good. And without wishing to kind of like get all downbeat, but one thing that you can guarantee, if you win the middle B final race in getting the A's, that's the last we're going to see of you, because it's very, very, very difficult to come from the back of the A group having won the Bs. The best he can hope for is to be on the fringes of the top 10 in the A group with the fastest of the fast men here.
Split screen there showing Oliver Ross on board that Race Evolution Honda, and he there takes that last lap flag. So our two out in front, so Luke Armitage and Marcus Simpson, are just coming out of the off-road now for the final time in this race. So a slightly shortened restart as they make their way round Skid Row.
For the final time then, Luke Armitage down the back straight. CP Racing, Husqvarna.
Yeah, quick glance over the shoulder as he makes his way into this really fast chicane, then hard on the brakes for this hairpin on our infield section.
He's done enough to keep Marcus Simpson at bay, but he's been, again, decent rider with a road racing background. He's been fairly consistent in the pressure. They pulled 10 seconds out on Jason Slater, so Slater will start the final race off the day from pole position, which thoroughly deserved. He was unlucky to get bumped back to the second row, having been in third place when this one was stopped, but that is how it goes. But there is the checkered flag, and a win then for Luke Armitage, well deserved. I say, after a difficult day yesterday, he's bounced back with a race win, so that's great to see. Simpson then across the line in second. This will be Slater in third on the Trips.uk KTM. Fourth place will be Paul Baxter.
Michael Craig there was looking like he was trying to take a wider line to see if he could get the run on Chris Lambourne to the line, but just not quite enough. So it will be Lambourne, Craig and then Billum rounding out our top 10. Blake Wilson made a great race there, so from coming from our C group, he's managed to make his way up to 11th, just in front of the Scotsman Oliver Ross, Neil Meelan and then Dax Almond, again another one of our C group riders, making their way up to 14th. So he did finish just in front of the 99 of Handy Hayes. Then it was Kevin Crowthers and Noah Guillory, and there is Duncan Wright just crossing the line.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Wilson can do in the last one, but his lap time suggests that he's probably going to struggle to break the top 5. As we look at our A group then, the 100 Automotive Solutions TM of Alex Mullaney coming to the line in our Trips.uk British Supermoto A, our second race of the day for our fast men. So there is Mullaney, next to him the youngster Harley Sharp on the 817, and then the 155 of Chris Walker, 138 of Paul Groom, and the 94 High-Tech Coatings Husqvarna of Lee Williams. All of these guys then capable of running in the top 10, and they all have been all day, I think. Harley Sharp then, the youngster, he's just turned 18, and also Alex Mullaney the same. They are really kids in Brenner there in the foreground as our riders leave the grid. There's the godfather of British Supermoto, Andy Mitchell, on the Bathmate KTM. He had a fantastic day yesterday and a decent ride today in the first one as well.
Yeah, so we'll just keep an eye on these riders as they now make their way round to their warm-up lap. There is Lee Williams on that High-Tech Coatings Husqvarna.
Yeah, the man that came back to the sport after disappearing, doing that there road racing for a while, with some level of success as well. But nice to have him back in the Supermoto pits. So always a good guy to be around. Here is our grid then. So starting from pole will be Chris Hodgson, second place Richard Sharp, third Richard Blakeman, and fourth Ryan Kringle taking up the outside of the front row. Then it's Jay Smith, Lee Williams, Andy Mitchell and Harley Sharp on row 2. That might be Harley's highest start place. And then it's Mullaney, Groom, Walker and Bremner. Final row, next row then Gibson, Josh Jasper, Dean Hillier, Kyle Eccleston and Jake Sayer. They are the two guys that came up from the B group earlier on today.
And if you're watching at home, put your bets in on the live chat of who you think's going to take the race win in this A Group Race 2.
Yeah, talking to Richard Blakeman, he was plagued with chronic arm pump towards the end of that one, which is why Richard Sharp was able to close him down and mug him at the end. He was a bit disappointed with that, but he just said he had nothing left, just had really bad arm pump. It was a long race as well, 10 laps around here, and it's like 1:45, so we're getting up towards 15 or 16 minutes, and whilst it's all right to say, oh, well, there's no bumps and the jumps aren't that big and all the rest of it, the braking at the end of the straights on these Supermoto bikes is so hard on the arms. I don't think it's as bad this way round, because the braking through the chicanes and stuff at the end of the back straight is a little bit more gentle, but certainly going the opposite way down it, stopping at the end of there, that is a proper thing, and if you get it wrong, you're going in the trees. Yeah, it's a lot harder than you think.
Yeah, I had a few sort of worries about that yesterday, trying to outbrake not only other people but myself, and just really trying to make that corner. It's really deceptive, because as you're trying to tip in, it's also going up as well, so you don't realise just how much corner you've got left.
Yeah, when you get there, there's always more corner left than you thought, but the run into it, especially if you're kind of running backwards, as it were, there's a lot of holes and stuff and patches and bits and bobs there, so always a bit sketchy. And the same when you're coming out, you see the guy struggling to get on the throttle as well when we're running this way round today. So all of that end of the circuit, really, really technical. Even though it looks like it's just simple flat tarmac, it really, really is difficult on these high power bikes with dirty slick tyres to get the grip down. So let's see if Richard Sharp can do anything about Chris Hodgson, because he's been riding really well this weekend. He's been unlucky. But here we go. Away they go. Oh, Kringle gets a proper wheelie as he goes off the line. He's been complaining of that. So it's Hodgson that leads then, from Sharp, from Smith, from Blakeman. Kringle looks like he's there in 5th. Looks like...
Yeah, Smith getting a good jump there from the second row, managing to nip in front of the 54 of Richard Blakeman, who tries to nip round the outside as they head on this infield section.
So Jake Sayer bringing up the rear then at the moment, but let's not forget, he managed to find his way to the front of the B group, so as they whistle past our commentary box for the first time, and it is Chris Hodgson in the lead now. Richard Sharp will try and stay with Hodgie. This is how he works.
Yeah,
I think stay with him for a few laps, it will break him away from the rest of the pack. Smith there in 3rd then, so he's on a bike that's the similar spec to the one that he normally races, an MTR KTM. As Blakeman goes for the run round the outside. Oh, Sharp is down the inside here. We're going to get a pass down there. Oh, this is going to be tight.
Yeah, Sharpie will be looking to make a pass through the off-road on this first lap. If he can get in front of Hodgson without letting him break away, I think that will really help him in the later stages of this race. He just needs to try and keep as close as he can to Hodgson. Blakeman there trying to go around the outside of Smith.
So he has a look. Oh, look at him. There's side by side. Jay Smith just managing to get in front of him. Kringle there in 5th. Then it's Williams. Then it looked like it was Mullaney, and then I think that was
Mitchell
behind
just
him,
following Alex Mullaney as they head down this straight, and it looks like Sayers found a way past the 44 of Josh Jasper.
It's about 90 mile an hour at the end of that back straight. It is dodgy as anything. As backing it into there, that's Sharpie's riding style is unbelievable. Now I don't think he's already lost the toe. He's if he could have hung on to Chris for another lap, he would have had a shot at him in the dirt. So this is the battle then. Jay Smith and Blakeman, they both need to catch Richard Sharp. Sharpie then, he missed a race at Crail, broke his collarbone, so he's a score adrift to these two. So this is where the championship is kind of lying at the moment, though with Chris Hodgson not as many points back as you would imagine. Kringle closing in. Is he going to be a spoiler? He's going to go to the outside here.
Blakeman taking that inside line as he comes through the off-road, and they head across the tabletop side by side, but it looks like it will be Smith there hitting that berm.
Oh no, Blakeman's done him. Blakeman's done him round the outside. That was a pass. Can he get it stopped? Yes, he can. So a brilliant pass then for Richard Blakeman. You'd think that Smithy was like, yeah, I've got this covered, he ain't coming past me here, but that was a good move by the number 54 Fat and Fast KTM of Richard Blakeman. And is Sharpie just closing in on Hodgson, just a smidge.
So Chris Hodgson was the fastest rider on that last lap, doing a 1:31.5. So that is quicker than our previous race, which shows that that dirt section is just improving lap after lap. So the track is coming to these guys. But it is Richard Blakeman now has opened up a little bit of a gap on the 33 of Jay Smith. So he's now trying to put the hammer down to catch the 2:17 of Richard Sharp.
So can Smith respond? Pringle's there in the background. He doesn't have the equipment that these guys are on, but he's absolutely riding the wheels off that old Husqvarna. Like I say, TT road racer, an ex-motocrosser, new to Supermoto, but God, he can ride. These are some of the best that we've got to offer, and he's absolutely in there with them. See the dust kicking up now on that entrance to the off-road. That jump is a little bit of a front wheel landing there for Jay.
Yep, he has closed the gap, so that little mistake from Jay has allowed Kringle to close in just ever so closer to the number 33 of Jay Smith. And Blakeman's not pulling away as much as I think he would have liked to. It is still Hodgson out in front now, down to a 1:30, but fastest man on track that lap was the 2:17 of Richard Sharp, doing
Visually,
a 1:30.8.
As he came to the end of the straight that time, I thought, well, he's a bit closer again. And Hodges, oh yeah, I got to the front and managed the race. Well, Richard Sharp is making him work for this one. Look at the gap that they've pulled on third and fourth. So this is all about Richard Sharp trying to hang with Chris Hodgson. Now, he'll also know that if you just try and hang with him and he makes a mistake, he's going to give up a second place. And we've seen him do that a few times this year. I mean, he was the king of the reverse grid, let's not forget. He took some victories early doors that got him there or thereabouts into the lead of the championship. Smith then back onto the back wheel of Richard Blakeman on the fast KTM.
On our split screen there, we've got the 138 of Paul Groom. Just behind him is Dean Hillier on board that new Yamaha machine, and then he's got Harley Sharp and Seth Gibson there, all chomping at the bit.
No, Jay's following. He's giving Ringle's not as close this time, I don't think. Yeah, he's just not wanting to. I think he's worried about the fact that if he goes to the inside, that gives Kringle the outside. So, but the Manxman's closing in, certainly closing on the off-road. Oh, they're all over the track there in the bottom box there.
Yeah, we had. I think that was Chris Walker there making a pass on Seth Gibson as they came down the hill. So not even into that first inside berm. Great pass from him, carrying a little bit more speed, and then that looks like Paul Groom taking the outside line to try and find a way past Dean Hillier, and he has.
So we said Dean Hillier out on that fresh build Yamaha. The only bit that he hasn't replaced, let him down, but he's got it fixed and he's back out there and giving that bike a real good debut weekend. So Smith then in that top box, still chasing down Richard Blakeman. 1.4 the gap at the front between Hodgson and Sharp last time by, and then 4 seconds back to Blakeman and Smith. We'll see them go by in the background. It looks like Hodgson has just pulled the pin a little bit on that lap. We'll see what the time update is.
Yeah,
they come across the line.
Hodgson again doing another fastest lap, so he's done a 1:30.3, and his gap now, we're just waiting for our timing screen to update. That's 2.7 over Richard Sharp, and then it's another 4.9 back to Richard Blakeman, but there was only 0.3 between Blakeman and Smith as they crossed the line. So Smith not letting Blakeman pull away.
And the Bathmate step then, and it does look like Hodgson has broken the resolve of Richard Sharp on that last lap. 2.7 seconds the gap. Nobody now can blame Richard Sharp for just easing off and taking the points. There's no, he's dropped off an awful lot on that lap. And like I say, Hodgson putting in the fastest lap of the race last time by, just going to be the difference. So I think that Richard Sharp is a clever man. He knows that he doesn't need to be putting too much pressure on himself to try and close down this battle at the front. In fact, it has gone out an awful lot. We wait for the battle. So this is what we need to follow then. The battle for third, fourth and fifth. Richard Blakeman, Jay Smith and Ryan Kringle. Oh, big moment for both of them there. Smith got a wobble and Blakeman as well. These guys are battling for this championship. In fact, we've had a pass because Blakeman was in front, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I missed
so
that.
Smith has found a way past Richard Blakeman on that last lap.
Almost certainly down the back straight on that MTR KTM. It might not be his MTR KTM, but it's certainly the spec that he's used to riding.
Yeah, and we saw that a few times yesterday, that Smith was able to use the power of that MTR KTM just to get past Blakeman. So it looks like, are we getting the Bathmate replay here? That is Chris Hodgson there.
They hodge you down the back straight. So Kringle is closing in these two. So is he going to have a chance to have a run at Blakeman? They go down the step and it's closing up.
Still got 5 laps to go, and I don't think Richard's going to let Jay try and break away as much as he wants to. I think Richard's now going to try and chase, and having someone in front of you can be easier, can't it?
Richard, he's not going to let him off the hook. Blakeman is like a dog with a bone. Most of the time he's going to dive down the inside here. Now he has a run round, just gives himself a little bit of room on the outside, doesn't compromise himself into that turn by trying to squeeze where there's no room. All you're doing then is just basically going straight to the scene of the accident. Jay Smith isn't going to give you room.
And then that battle in the mid-pack being led by the 108 of Dean Hillier, who's currently
Blakeman's
in
down. Blakeman lost the rear. He lost the rear, then he just tried to get on the gas early, and he's lost the rear. He's going to try and get that bike into neutral. Will it fire up? Oh, it's just taking forever.
Painful to watch.
He's away, but he's going to lose 2 or 3 places. Oh, that's crucial
for
the championship. Blakeman was doing everything that he could there to try and get himself in a position to have a run at Jay Smith, and all of a sudden he's just lost the rear. The bike just bounced. If we get a replay of that, he was just trying so hard. And Smith now suddenly off the hook from Blakeman, but Kringle, the man from the Isle of Man, on that Husky, he's going to try and do his best to close down that gap. He'll take points off Smith.
Yeah, Blakeman now, the red mist will have descended, and he'll be doing everything he can to try and find a way past the number 100 of Alex Mullaney and the 94 of Lee Williams, with only 4 laps to go.
The Bathmate replay. Well, we've got the box, but we ain't got the pictures, unfortunately, but never mind. We'll see if we can get that for you. But that was really unfortunate for Blakeman.
Yeah, there's Blakeman just in front of the 61 of Andy Mitchell. So now down from 3rd to 7th. So it is still the number 1 of Chris Hodgson out in front, making this look like a leisurely Sunday ride out, Phil.
Look, he's been working on getting that TM how he wants it. They've done a lot of work on it since the last round, and it's been. So here we go then, we'll just see it in the bottom here. If we, that's just the point at which, there he goes, look, just lights the rear up and down he goes. Really unlucky.
Kringle lucky there not to get caught up in that, and managed to get around the outside of Richard Blakeman there. So he was lucky to then be able to capitalise on that, and he's now currently sat in 4th. So keeping an eye on these timing screens, there was only 0.9 seconds between Mullaney and Blakeman across the line on that last lap. So I think Blakeman will be looking to try and make a pass through the off-road.
Yeah, you've got to put money on Richard Blakeman to claw that position past. He'll be angry with himself there, but as always, he's doing what he needs to do. He's not afraid to leave it all out there, putting the pressure on. And that, you know, there's lots of times when we've seen him put that kind of pressure on Jay Smith, and Smith has been the one to make the mistake. But Hodgson then away at the front. This fantastic battle then in the window at the bottom. We've got it's a 5-rider battle, and it looks like it is. Yeah, we've got it is Hillier then with Harley Sharp, Paul Groom, and
that's Chris Walker
155
there.
Off Chris Walker with Ian Bremner in the background.
Yeah, Bremner still, I think, recovering from a wrist injury sustained at Oliver's Mount, so he's doing well to be sat there in 13th. So he had a really tough Oliver's Mount, so making a bit of a comeback ride here. And I'm sure all the Scottish contingency will be sat at home watching them if they're not here already.
So Harley Sharp then on the 817, and there in second. Here we go. Here's the battle then. So Blakeman and this. So this is championship worthy. This is Mullaney makes the pass on Lee Williams. So they've caught Willow. He runs wide. Willow comes back up the inside at him. Blakeman's there as well. He's desperate to make these 2 passes round the outside. He's already been on his backside once in that turn, but he makes it happen again.
Great pass from Blakeman there round the outside on Lee Williams, and tried to do a 2-for-1 there with Mullaney and just not able to Looked like he may have nearly caught the back wheel of that TM Leeds UK TM machine. As they head into the off-road, I think Blakeman will choose whichever line Alex Mullaney doesn't and just try and stick at it.
Well, that's all he can do now. So Blakeman will see which way he goes. It gives him the long way round.
Got a Bathmate replay there of that
Blakeman
pass on
plugs
Williams.
in the corner. So that's cost him some time. Oh, Willow nearly jumps into the back of him. So Blakeman then makes pass in the replay box, but nearly goes down in the other one. There's Mullaney then on the Automotive Solutions TM. He's having a bit of a better ride today. Finding his feet on that TM as he looks over his shoulder. And he changes gear with both of his legs. I'm not quite sure how that works. But it's got Blakeman bearing down on him now. And Richard will no doubt he'll find a way through.
Yeah, Blakeman now, like I said, it'll be red mist to the descended.
Around
He
the
knows he's made a
outside,
mistake.
closes him down, look. He shows him the outside of the track. Blakeman was just going to fire up the inside as they come into South Bank. No, he's not. He's going to go round the outside. And he'll cut back. Was he going to cut back? No, he's just going to lean it all the way around the outside. Here we go again. Oh, Mullaney shows him the outside of the track as he's entitled to do. This is the last lap, so Hodgson already across the line. Blakeman desperately needs this pass. He needs to not make a hash of it in the off-road. Just kind of plugged a little bit on that inside line, Danielle, when he was getting into the bottom.
We've had a change for second place, so Jay Smith has made his way up to second, so we must have missed that, just trying to keep an eye on this battle for fifth, sorry. But we have had a change for second.
So Sharpie must have gone down somewhere then, because there's no way he's going to give that up. So Blakeman then.
Yeah, we could just see there in the background.
Oh, he's having a mare through. He's suffering with arm pump again, I think. He's just not himself there. You see Willow there, he's still, another moment. He's like, he's all over the place. This is not the Blakeman that we're used to seeing. So whatever problem he had in that second race, he's come back to haunt him in the third one.
Yeah, Richard's now only got the tarmac infield section now left.
Here we come then, Hodgie cruising in 8 seconds last time across the line. But he's going to made it nice and easy for everybody. That TM UK leads Race Evolution. TM, he takes victory. He's going to come across the line second. It is Smith, so Sharpie must have gone down somewhere. He'll be annoyed about that. We'll find out all about that from Danielle when she gets down to do the pit lane interview again. The rest of the riders then come across the line. So Sharp, then Kringle, then in fourth. And Mullaney fifth, Blakeman sixth, Williams seventh, Mitchell eighth. Well, there was still plenty, and we've still got battles going on down the field. These guys battling for 14th, 15th. So Bremner, Groom and Walker. Dean Hillier at the front of that one. So Harley Sharp comes across the line 9th. That's a good result for him. Dean Hillier 10th. Paul Groom on the 138 11th. Bremner at number 34 on the Husqvarna in 12th. On Race Evolution Husky. And then the Trips UK KTM of Chris Walker. Jake Sayer 14th. Jasper 15th. Seth Gibson 16th. And last man will across the line will be Kyle Eccleston. But look, this is a top class field. And as you can see, coming up from the B group into the big boy class. Never an easy thing to do. As we go down to our pit lane camera down there. There is the race winner of Chris Hodgson. Getting a handshake then from one of his Italian mechanics who are over here looking after the bike. In the cap there at the side of him is Davide Mastro, the TM Leeds UK boss. I'm just discussing there. Well, I think obviously we're going to Mete next week. Hodgie wants the best out of that bike that he can. So the TSV guys then just looking at a couple of things on the bike. We wait for the other guys to come to the podium if they're going to. There is Jay Smith. And there is the 217 of Richard Sharp. So no doubt we'll get to the bottom of what went on there. But Richard Sharp then having a bit of a mare. Jay, he seems fairly happy with that. So we'll go down to Danielle in pit lane, and she is there with Richard Sharp.
So it was a third across the line, but you were in second for most of that race, and we didn't see the pass. What happened?
Just run a bit wide on south bank, and Jay came up inside of me, so I was getting a bit tired, to be fair. I tried first half of the race. I really tried to keep with Chris, but his pace was just a bit too much for me, so I had to stop on for Mete.
Yeah, we did think you were going to try and make a pass on that first lap through the off-road. We thought you might try and do that, and if you can just get in front of him, it might hold Chris up a little bit, but you weren't able to.
Actually, first 2 or 3 laps, I could just catch him a little bit back in dirt, but too fast on time, not for me.
And we have got the reverse grid coming up, so you'll be starting from the second row on that one, but we know that you've used those to your advantage this year.
Yeah, good. Looking forward to that. Should be good. Track's brilliant today, so yeah, really good. Enjoying it.
Good to hear. We'll grab a quick word with Jay Smith. So Jay managing to get a second in that one.
Yeah, it's cool. What an eventful morning. We had bike problems in the warm-up lap of race 1. So one of the team guys, Simon, was kind enough to lend me his bike. So that was a bit of a scary race on a bike that I've never rode before. And then the team boss, Mush, he's let me use his bike. So I think I might put my front suspension in, just so I feel a little bit, I know exactly where the front's going. But I just need to get points, damage limitation.
Yeah, it's all about the championship. So you know that these two guys have both missed rounds, and you've got to think sort of bigger picture here, haven't you? Going out there, really good recovery ride anyway, and to get up to second, good points for the championship and for the overall today.
Well, for what it's worth, I'm going to put my front forks in, and then we're going to go for Chris for the win for the last one. Let's do it.
That sounds like a good race 3 coming up. And again, another chat with our race winner. Just squeezing through there. So Chris managing another race win, a dominant lead as well, coming over the line with I think about 8 seconds.
Yeah, I said to the guys before we went out, I said it'll be a different race this with Sharpie on the front row. Saying he had good pace in that first race. So I just said there, I had a first 3 or 4 laps, I just thought, right, let's hammer down here. And I did make a couple of mistakes, but it pulled the gap. And just talking to Sharpie there, Sharpie said, yeah, you've done 3 or 4 laps, and I thought I just can't stay at this speed. So I was happy with that.
Yeah, so it's not only good to be able to find a pace that you can run at, but a pace that you can consistently run at, and you're able to keep pulling a gap. You were putting in fastest lap after fastest lap, so that shows that you're definitely comfortable on this TM now.
Oh, absolutely, and a big thing for me at the moment as well, I still felt comfortable at the end of the race. I was a little bit tired towards the end, but that's to be expected, the speed that we're going. But yeah, I don't think I dropped off a great deal, so yeah, really happy with that.
And we saw you got a really good start as well. You got a good jump on the line, but you'll be starting from row 2 for the final race of the day. Do you think that's going to mix anything up?
Yeah, I mean, it always does. We've got some new riders with us this weekend that we've never rode with, and they're up there with us. So yeah, we'll just have to see what happens now.
Well, I'll head back to Phil in the comms box, and we'll catch up with our academy riders for their race 2.
Right, so Supermoto Academy then out on track. Our race underway already. We were expecting that to be held while we finished our interviews, but not to be the case. So it is Blake Wilson then out there at the front of the race with Archie Reynolds in close attention. And they come across the line for the second time. Obviously, we need to get a bit of a wriggle on because we did have a delay earlier on, so we've got to get on and crack on and get the races in before it gets dark or we reach our time limit here at Teesside. I'm not sure what that is, but I think we're going to be okay. But yeah, so we had to. We're just trying to win back the time that we lost for that B group stoppage. But obviously, we are, I'll say, contractually obliged to. But we need to talk to our race winners. But here's Wilson then at the front of this Supermoto Academy, which you, my Contract Solutions, down the step, and he's already just starting to put out a little bit of a gap from Archie Reynolds, number 5. It's Ormrod there in 3rd as they come through Skid Row. And to be fair to Reynolds, he's not letting him off the hook. We've got Lily Rhodes there in 4th, Jackson Bennett 5th, Liam Pearson 7th. Edward Darnton is the man that is out of position. We've lost him somewhere, I think, at the has been down on the opening lap. In the box there, the 455 of Josh Walker. That's the son of Trips boss Chris. He's out there on his KTM, enjoying being part of this First Form Solutions Design and Build Academy class. Wilson then near out. Reynolds is keeping him honest though, Danielle.
Oh, he is. So Reynolds, like we said in race 2, is definitely in race 1. Sorry, is definitely gelling with that TM85, and I think this is the best we've seen him ride for a little while now. So Blake Wilson not pulling away as much as we have seen him in previous rounds this year. Reynolds able to sort of stick with him a little bit as they make their way through to the off-road. You can see they're both in the picture at the same time, which has been hard to see for a lot of this championship. There is the 41 of Edward Darnton, so he's currently, I think, got himself back up to 7th. Is that across the line?
Yeah, he's obviously had a moment somewhere and fell backwards because he's put in a couple of passes past Cole Reynolds and Max Rhodes on that lap. So the man on the number 41 Yamaha is on the move. But let's just see what the gap is as Wilson goes down the Bathmake step. And again, I wouldn't expect that you would jump it on an 85. I'm sure there's someone somewhere that will, but it won't be one of these guys. Last time, as we look at Walker, and I think that is, that was Tyler Clark on the number 6, then almost tipping over. Those guys out there, Clark on a Husky. Dad races also in the C class. So there's our race leader again, and Wilson on the number 8. Again, he's knee down, an ex-mini bike racer, or a current mini bike racer as well.
Yeah, just showing how fast these academy guys are. Watching them in our C group. So Wilson not only riding the 85, but also now on a 450. It's a big switch to go from not only big bike to small bike, but also 2-stroke and 4-stroke. Going into this off-road, heading down that hill, you'll have no engine braking. So trying to be steady on the throttle as he heads into that corner. On our split screen there, we've got Darnton on board that 65 now, breathing down the neck of the 150 of Liam Pearson and Lily Rhodes.
Yeah, so he's obviously fighting his way back through from whatever happened at the start of that one. So, bit of a moment there for Wilson. We've got a bit of chatter on the back there. Oh, we nearly had another victory in Skid Row then. So Darnton's gone down the outside there.
Yeah, and it looks like they're both trying to make a pass on the 56 of Lily Rhodes for 5th. So Darnton trying to squeeze around the outside.
Oh,
and
that was brave. That was brave on the wet.
Great pass there from Darnton. And like you say, having a little bit less power has probably worked to his advantage there. Less likelihood of sort of spinning up and losing the rear there.
Oh, he lost the rear there. That nearly claimed another victim. That was full lock. He was almost off that. He'll be, he'll remember that at the end of the race.
Our race leader, though, looking as smooth as anything on this very broken up tarmac on that infield section.
Yeah, that is kind of the worst bit of the main part of the track. It's just got chewed up over the years and quite a few little repairs and stuff. I mean, it's not bad, but it's just you need to be on the right bit of the track to not have the front bounce away from you on the exit of that one. So 4.5 seconds the lead now, back to Archie Reynolds. But Reynolds again kept him honest for the first couple of laps, and he'll be going home thinking that, well, Three Sisters, I might have something for him. I think Reynolds is probably a little bit faster around Three Sisters than he is around here. and he does seem to have found some more speed over the last few meetings.
Darnton has made a pass on the 56 of Lily Rhodes there, so that takes him up to 5th place as they come across the line.
Obviously the next man for him to chase is Jackson Bennett, 6 seconds up the road with only a couple of laps to go, so I'm not optimistic that will happen.
And if by magic there is Jackson Bennett on our split screen there, taking that inside line on board that KTM 85 as he heads across the tabletop. And you can see just how much that off-road on that section now has dried out. And like you say, it is starting to form those lines that help these guys ever so much. Those little ruts and grooves helping these smaller wheels, just helping them have something to sort of grip into.
Another hour or so and then we'll be getting dust off that without a doubt. So here comes Wilson then into South Bank, the penultimate time. He's got a comfortable lead now over Reynolds, who has an even more comfortable lead over the man who we've not seen at all in this one, Archie Ormrod, there in 3rd position on the DCR ski, and he will solidify his place in the championship. But Wilson has raised the game in this class this year. Reynolds will be pleased with his performance as the last lap flag goes out. Now past the pit lane here in the paddock, and then he will turn into the off-road. Amazing how dry that got, even yesterday. But this is absolutely flattened to perfection now with all of these slick tyres on it. He will take a run down the inside of Tyler Clark. Gets out of that corner really, really nicely.
Yeah, and still a battle for 6th there with Lily Rhodes and Liam Pearson. Liam there just trying to line himself up for the inside of the chicane, but I don't think he's quite close enough.
Is that a mistake there from Lily, maybe? Is he down the inside? Oh, that looked...
She cut right back across and shut the door. I've seen that move many a time, and that was a definite you're not coming through here.
Yes. Yeah, she knows how to shut the door, definitely. Does not give a place away.
Yeah, Liam there taking the outside line, so not following, doing everything he should be doing on this final lap as they head through the off-road.
Lily has got enough of a lead. He's not going to challenge down the Bathmate drop on this lap. I'm pretty sure that she's done enough, unless she makes a mistake in this final circuit, to hang on to that 6th position. But here's our race leader then for the final time, Blake Wilson on the 08, and he will come across the line to take victory in the second of our academy races today. There is the checkered flag.
Yeah, checkered flag for Wilson, and I will wait for Ormrod and Reynolds to cross the line. So yeah, we can see there is Ormrod. So Reynolds there in the top screen crossing the line in 2nd, and then down in the bottom screen we've got Ormrod on board that DCR machine taking 3rd place.
And then it should be Jackson Bennett and a recovering Ed Darnton. We'll see there's Edward there on the 41 Yamaha, so we'll try and find out what occurred. We will have another short break for before our next block of races, and we, as always, we will go and scurry around the paddock and get all of the gossip to find out what's been happening while we've been commentating. And again, always nice to get the background on some of these riders, find out what they'll be doing. There's Cole Reynolds in the so Cole, again, he was a rider that was he literally just he came and rode round and went home, enjoyed it, and that was it. But he's turned into a proper little racer now and been very, very impressive. He's there in 9th place, but he's still on a 65 as far as I'm aware, so he's going to be on a TM next year as Big Brother is, and that'll be interesting to see. But he's definitely getting himself now into a proper little good rider, and moving up onto an 85 for next season will be a great thing for him. He comes across the line then to take 9th, and it should be it's Josh Walker that's going to be 10th if he can hang on battle as they come to the line. So Josh just needs to hold a tight ship here, and he will take 10th.
Yeah, that is the number 18 of Jordan Thomas there, right on his tail now.
Oh, he shuts the door on him, so that's going to be a 10th place then for Josh Walker, so a good result for him. So that is the second block of races here from round 7 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Teesside. We're going to take a short break. Our next on-track action should be coming to us. Well, it says at 10 past 4 in our time screen here, as we then look at our podium finishers. There's Archie. I mean, he's got off there quick, isn't he? There's Brett Barlow, ever the clown. But yeah, so we will be back very, very shortly for the final group of races here this weekend at Teesside, which will be the final C Group, B Group, A Group and Academy races. Like I say, that's slated to be around 4 o'clock-ish.
Well, it's currently 20 past 4 now, so
right,
we're probably
is it?
We're
going to
probably
be
looking in about 20-25 minute break, and then we should be back with our C Group race 3.
Yes, so we'll see you in about 15 to 20 minutes.
6. It's the British Supermoto Championship. I'll bend down and then we're equal height, which is rare for me. We are at the iconic Oliver's Mount. That's that over there. At last time, it was all a bit last minute, and the track was chosen.
You weren't even riding last year.
No, I wasn't riding last year. And then this year they've had plenty of time to make an awesome bit of dirt just to our left, which is down here, which you can't see.
And over there.
Which has got a big sort of like fade jump and a berm around the top, an inside and outside line, which is really cool. Over Josh's shoulder is the second section of dirt, a bit off camber and a bit slidey, so it feels like you could definitely make a mistake and just drop it. Right, what's the time? 10 past 8. We've got a briefing in 20 minutes. We better be swift.
I didn't crash. It was the only time yesterday I didn't crash. Dr. Dave sorted me out. Get past his face. Yeah, have a look at that arm.
Are you a bit squeamish?
Yeah.
Well, I hate it. Absolutely hate it.
Yeah, you're looking good. Do you want? Hang on, let me turn the screen around for you. There you go.
Cheers, pal. Thank you. Thank you very much. Carry on.
So,
You've got sticky buds in your ears.
This guy's been up since 3 o'clock this morning.
5
o'clock. Is the Paddock wake-up call.
what have you been doing?
I just went out for a fag.
Got a tab on, mate.
Josh, how was it?
Good. The only problem is that second dirt.
Yeah.
I keep losing the front wheel because of the front brake because I can only use that one.
Can't use the back brake?
Yeah, I can't reach it. It's already lifted up full height.
Yeah, that's a problem. Good work, mate.
How'd you get on?
Terrible. It's 18th.
Right.
Went out with a knackered tyre and didn't realise. But you live and learn, so we'll just have to make some creative passing. That's it.
Hi, qualifying, super. How'd it go?
I'd like to say that I held back a little bit in qualifying because I knew that Superpole we're not allowed to use tyres, but that's complete. Look, just nice and steady, front row start. P3's on the inside, but at this track it's no advantage really. Everyone's pretty much equal across 1, 2 and 3. Yesterday my bike was really good off the line. Hopefully a repeat of yesterday. Stay out of trouble and then move on to the next one.
21st in qualifying, which put me third on the in the bead.
First or second, you're moving it up then, aren't you?
Yeah, it'd be nice to make a statement a little bit, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Group B, winning it, on the podium, nice chat on the TV.
Boom. And show me turkey teeth that aren't turkey.
Go on, Slate. Come on, Slate. Last lap.
There's a few different lines that they've created overnight. I'm not a big fan of change.
Coming from the man who changes his
everything.
Qualified 9th, which could have been worse. Had a bit of a battle with Jono from Bath, mate, which was really cool. And we were both suffering from arm pump hard. In the B's, just gone, Slate came third, which he was well happy about. Just come down to watch the A race. Jack Nation's gone down, ambulance is still over there. Hopefully he's okay. He's having a rough year. They've all gone back to the paddock, so I think it's lunchtime. See you in a bit. sad times. Jack Nation has once again been part of a crash, and only this time it's bad enough for that to be here. He's currently in there, so we're a bit of a big delay, and we're all hoping that Jack's alright. So fingers crossed. So Jack, we hope you're doing alright.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Drops down onto the start finish line. He will take the race win here ahead of the 33 of Jay Smith.
Bruv.
Well done, bruv.
Well done, bruv. It feels so long ago to race now. It was yesterday, wasn't it? Bottom line is, the bike feels awesome. It just feels a bit soft. I might make a few tweaks just to try and keep everyone off my back for a bit. I think I was riding a little bit too reserved.
Do you reckon you can take it to Chris?
I'm not interested. If he wants to come past me like that and end up in the trees, let him do it. I'm just here to gather the points. Got to think of the bigger picture.
I fell off on the first lap.
Oh, was it?
In the dirt, so I was last on the first lap. I don't know when I got back to. Finished behind Ollie. Quite pleased to get back to that.
Yeah. And was it fun because you're just battling through?
I enjoyed it actually. I enjoyed it. It's hard to pass. It is very hard to pass. But I did enjoy it in a strange short way. Top quarter's all marvellous, so it is a bit.
Yeah.
To start tucking something as you take off, so
well,
be careful.
I don't want to go home in a helicopter.
Really do I.
No, really.
Get on that ball pit. Whoa! I wish I'd have got second.
But it made it a bit easier, wouldn't it, and gone up into the A's. I'm not saying I'm gonna win this or anything. I'm just gonna try. I fluffed the start. I got off the start, but coming into the first corner there, I break me.
You were fine. It was well good.
Thanks very much.
And you'll be in the A's if you can keep it upright.
Be nice.
Just keep it upright.
Yeah. That's the point.
Keep it upright.
That's Simon.
Hi, Simon.
How did the first race go, mate?
Started 9th, made up one spot. It's so hard to overtake. It's just one line everywhere.
Yeah, I found that yesterday. It was really difficult to overtake.
Savage. Finished 8th, puts me 6th.
6th on the grid.
If I can do something good, then might get a podium. I can go stand on the steps.
Nice one. Well, good luck.
Just finished race 2. Did not go well. I don't actually know where I finished. Just a lot of shouting. Personal opinion is if you can't make an overtake without shouting, then don't try and overtake. Pretty frustrating, and it really cost me dearly. Onwards and upwards.
Just breathe. Woo! Let's take this thing higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest.
Team then Steve Hatcher, quick glimpse of the number 99 of Big Air there, or the number 51 of Jason Slater. Opt in for that inside line there ahead of the one.
To the top, even when the ball drops, my man, we go higher. It's time to go higher.
I finished 3rd when I should have finished 2nd. I popped the second to last lap up, made a mistake in the going into the dirt, went on the inside, went outside to the inside.
Yeah.
He went round outside of me. I didn't think he was that close. Do you know what? I'm in one piece. Me and Blaine started to pull away.
Definitely.
And then I made a couple of mistakes. I thought Blaine was consistently quick in the tarmac.
Yeah.
He was sideways going down the straight towards the blue barrier, clipped the blue barrier, spat him left.
Oh.
That's when I went underneath him and then he got me back again.
soft even when a ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing higher. Let's take this thing. North Star, it's time to go higher.
Hello, well.
Another sixth.
Happy day.
Steady Sunday ride. On my own, no pressure.
Yeah.
Turkey tomorrow.
Yeah. Enjoy this.
Yeah, we're alright, yeah. Apart from bandages all bunched up. But, yeah, no problem.
You'll be noticing it tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your second place start for the next race?
Shitting it. Nah. First time I've run front row, it is. Just try and get a good start, maybe a whole shot. See if I can try and lead one lap, I'll be happy.
Who's pole?
Darren Wells, and Mutchy's third.
Oh, busy. That is a busy turn.
And it's forecast to rain as well, so testing grip into first corner.
What's your best result? Teenage.
7th. That'll be your best result.
That'll be well good.
So, 7th again. Let's try if we can beat a 7th.
As we were going in, he saw him and he leaned up, and then he went into me, and I was low tendreboard went down. It's my fault, but he left me a gap, so I went. I thought, it. Look, good effort for trying, mate. Fair play, man. That was well good. We were all watching it. Everyone was going for it.
If I'd have been a bit closer, I'd have had a clean pass over the jump. But I fluffed it up a bit and I just nailed it. I thought, it, I'm going for it.
Yeah. Turned out. Look at that.
Yeah. At least we tried.
At least.
Yeah, massive thanks to everyone. Thanks to my family, my wife, my little boy, you know, and especially, you know, Trips UK and the Walker Group for all the effort they put in remodelling the circuit, and everyone else at Norrisport.
I think I'm about 7th or something, and then Mushy just dropped it in front of me. I had nowhere to go and just crashed with him. I've caught back up to Groomie, but so hard to pass, man.
On it, it's siding me off, but you're going to knock me off. You were sidestepping, weren't you?
I'm going to save it.
Yeah, happy with that. We're happy.
Jay won it.
Did he? Brilliant, yes.
Held him off.
Hang on.
It's alright, it's alright.
Make him look good.
Nice.
Hair and makeups.
Made some positive changes to the bike. I was speaking to Chris. He said I was like you could see the bike compressing. You know, the little drop downs and drop ups and landing.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to get on the power early because I was waiting for the bike to recover. Didn't go too extreme, but it felt awesome. 6 races, 6 old shots. Never crashed once. It's exactly what we need.
Alright, mate.
3 wins, 3 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
When are you going to play Joker?
Ooh.
Because you still haven't played it.
No.
Has everyone else played it?
I just forgot. Everyone else has played it, so...
You're in the hunt, mate.
Massively. I'm trying not to let the psychological warfare get to me.
Just don't even... Just do what you're doing.
Yeah. I think the important thing is, if Chris is in front, or Blakeman's in front, don't panic, just like, don't do nothing silly, and then we'll bring it home.
Are you impressed with your dad?
Come on!
Where is skate?
You've got camera shy.
You can't at least be like,
Ax, it's
well
not on.
done, Dad.
Axel, it's not on.
I've turned it off, mate.
Camera's not on, Ax. Do your little dancing now.
No! Good night!
Wow.
Dance. Nice. It's not a laughing matter, is it? It's a serious.
Injured.
It's a serious thing.
I've a poorly thumb.
What's the matter with your thumb?
Cut it. And Cheryl fell out the caravan. Okay. How did you drink today?
Let's put your stuff away. Cleaning the motor.
Chocolate draw.
Cleaning the motor home for Kel.
Keep it
strict
sweet.
orders to keep it clean. Look at this, look.
Organising.
Organisation. Have you enjoyed today?
Yes, I did.
Yeah?
Apart from
few offs and
apart from not finishing very good.
Yeah, but
I still enjoyed it. Yeah.
Peace, mate.
That's it. Main thing.
You're probably wondering who's taking this video. It's me.
So welcome back then to our final block of races from the round 7 of the Trips UK British Supermoto Championship, as our C Group riders then are doing an abridged warm-up lap. So they're coming just around the last tarmac bit and they will come straight to the grid and go. We're just trying to pull back a little bit of time. Our Contract Solutions Precision Engineering British Supermoto Race C, brought to you by Contract Solutions, the company there in Scotland, run by Jamie Duncan and his dad. One of the, I've got to be honest, I'm an engineerist, and their factory is absolutely fantastic. I've seen all the videos. You go and look at their pinned brand on YouTube for their mountain bike parts. Absolutely fantastic. Some of the best tech that money can buy, making some fantastic aerospace parts, so thanks to them. Here is our front row though, and it is Oliver Granger that is going to be on pole from the 95 of John Oakes. Then it's the 41 of young Darnton, Edward Darnton there, and then it's going to be Tommy Sayer on the outside. So here we go then. A few gaps further down the grid. Oh, big wheelie from the 65. He will get swallowed up. But he will absolutely ride through these. Barlow getting a better start. He was saying that he was just trying not to get injured before Mete, but we've had quite a few people go down. Did get some news on the walking wounded from our B Group race. We'll bring you that in a bit. So it is Granger then that leads this one out for the first time. They go through, across the line for the first time.
Yeah, but Granger still out in the lead there from that front row start and converting that into a whole shot. He's closely followed there by, I believe that is the 64 of Kyle Lumsden, so one of our Scottish Supermoto riders.
Right, okay,
out
he's
there
a new
on
man
KTM.
to me.
Yeah, so I'm sure the Scottish contingency that are sat watching at home on our live stream will be cheering Kyle on no end. So that's a great start from him as he started back in, I think that was 6th place, so on the second row. In shot there, we've got the 16 of Tommy Sayer, brother Jake Sayer, making his way up into the A's, I believe.
So here's Granger then through Skid Row for the first time. These guys want to have had as long a warm-up lap. To be fair, once you get halfway around, you're good to go. So is there Barlow there in 3rd, and then John Oakes 4th, Spencer 5th. They make their way through down the back straight for the first time. We'll remain to see if we get a couple of laps clipped from each of these as well. We did lose about 30 minutes earlier on that race stoppage.
Looks like Barlow's made a few places up there now to be in 3rd place in front of teammate John Oakes. Speaking to him in the little break, saying that him absolutely loving the track today, but finding it a little bit hard on the old knees. So he was looking forward to this being the last race of the day and then getting it all geared up for Mete. But it is the 64 of Kyle Lumsden there, trying to find the long way round Oliver Granger on the tarmac with that knee down style.
He's making hard work. He's trying everything he can to find a way past Granger without forcing the issue down the inside, riding his own lines. So he's putting pressure on the 186 of Granger at the front. Again, another new rider. A vastly experienced Granger. Spencer then all over the back of John Oakes in the background, and this off-road section now perfect as you could have. Oh, our second place man then, he took the front as he landed. He's gone down.
Yeah,
so
Kyle there down.
Yeah, he just looked up and saw him disappearing into the trees, so I think he just took the front as he landed. He's back up and okay. Top marshal in there for
fastest man on track on that last lap though was the 619 of Brett Barlow, so he is the man on the move now, promoted to 2nd place.
Here's Brett Barlow, so we'll watch the man in 2nd place. Oh, he gets a wicked kick. Oh, he went down in instalments there. That was lucky. He kind of went out the side door and not the front, so there's obviously a big kicker on the top of that. You can see the rider behind him hit it as well.
Yeah,
so
we just saw I think that was Kobe Perry also did this very similar but managed to save it. So we're keeping an eye out on there. Always worth trying to hop off that with your front wheel in the air, as to try and avoid that with that sort of nosedive. Unfortunately, the consequences of that are that he's now dropped right back down the pack. But it looks like he was up and okay and will be rejoining this race.
Did you commentators curse him there, Danielle? I think he may well have done. He was having a good ride until he wasn't, and that's just That's just, it shows you how easy it is to get bitten. He didn't do a lot wrong, and maybe that's just something that we could get out.
I was just trying to keep our Scottish fans happy.
Hey, they're all good.
That was all.
We've got a great bunch of people up there who look after us when we go to Grail. But Barlow then closing in on Oliver Granger on the Bathmate Husky, and he is there on the 619 as a unit is Brett. He's been, again, another rider finding his feet. This is first full season. I think he started riding towards the end of last year. It doesn't look too bad a kicker. I think that maybe that he got a little bit giddy going down there trying to maybe... Oh, Barlow's tipped off.
Yeah, a little tip off there. You can see that one coming. He just caught his foot on the inside, but that allows teammate John Oakes and then Dan Spencer to go around the outside. So it looks like he should slot in around 4th place.
With this low Supermoto bike, and he's a big lad, them long legs, like you say, you've got to give yourself room, and the lower the bike is at the front, you haven't got the room, so that's easy done.
He has got back out in front of Dan Spencer, so I didn't expect that, so at least he's only lost just the 1 place there, but we'll get a Bathmate replay of the Bathmate rider just having that little tip off.
Yeah, he looks like he actually just pushed the front a little bit and lost his balance, but Barlow then on the floor. But he'll try and force his way past the team boss, John Oakes. Then Dan Spencer closing in. Don't forget, he had a mare this morning in qualifying and started on the back row of the grid, so he's moved his way up through this C group as the day has gone on. So it will be Oakes now in second. Where's Darnton? Darnton's there in 7th, so he's going to be closing in on these. We'll have a look and see what Edward Darnton's doing for lap times 1:49. So he's running about the same time. Oh, a bit of contact. Oh, a bit of contact from Barlow and Spencer. Oh, Barlow straight on. Dan Spencer was having none of that.
Yeah, I don't blame Dan there. That was Dan's corner. Dan just held the corner as he should. I think Barlow there getting a little bit greedy for the overtake there.
I think, to be fair, they got a little bit tangled up, and it wasn't so much Brett trying to push him out. It was just the fact that he got his arm hooked up and he couldn't turn. And just like that, Darnton's in there on the back of this one. I'd love to see her get another shot of that one. Spencer, if we get that on the replay, guys, that'd be fantastic. That's Brett Barlow. I'm just taking it easy. I don't want to get hurt before Mete crashing and then nearly taking Dan Spencer to the cleaners. Here we go then. So they've got hooked up there, look, and he's trying to turn.
They're not touching. That's where he's touching.
Oh, that's good stuff. There he is. And Barlow going straight to the scene of the accident there, ending up on the grass. Did well to stay on, but that was good
well,
stuff.
I'll give him that. He's giving us some entertainment in this final C group race. But that has allowed it all to sort of close up there now with Dan Spencer and Tommy Sayer. And we can also see Ed Darnton there getting in the mix. So he's just behind Kobe Perry. So he did start on the front row. We saw that huge wheelie from him. But definitely underpowered against these big 450s, bless him. But he's got the corner speed. So we'll keep an eye out for him. But it's closed the gap up now. So Tommy Sayer is now chasing down the 95 of John Oakes.
Jono just got a little bit of a gap there to give him some breathing space, a little bit of a wobble on the way in. Here comes Dan round the outside of Tommy Sayer. The Yamaha man then just making a nice pass, and I figure that's what he did to he tried to do to Barlow.
He did a very similar pass to me yesterday, did Dan.
Yeah.
Round the outside, I was on wets, he was on slicks, and it was one of them where I looked over my shoulder and went, oh, fair play. Nothing I could do about it. Good clean pass. And yeah, he's just done the same move there, just able to carry a little bit more corner speed and just sort of ride around the outside and not have to even force an issue.
So he's right there now on the back of the 95 Bathmate Honda of John Oakes as they come up the into the off-road with 2 to go. Sayer getting a bit of a kick as they go down there. So Sayer's going to try and have a run round the inside here. See where Darnton is. Is he in the background here? I think he's a little bit off these now. Sayer is going to have a run round the outside of John Oak. Got somebody off there in the off-road. Is that Barlow? That looked like
it was one of our Bathmate riders. Not sure if it was Barlow.
Or was it Richard Sheen? Maybe Sheeny. We'll see. So that was a nice pass then from Tommy Sayer.
Oh, we've got Lily Rhodes. Looks like she may have stalled it just on the entrance to that inside off-road. on board that 250, so she'll just be there trying to get that bike restarted.
Talking to Dad Paul, saying that they'd had issues with the clutch in that one, and they were trying to get that sorted out, so maybe that caught her out at the bottom of the hill. So here we go then. Here's Spencer around the outside of Oaks. Is he going to make it? John's going to shut the door on him. He does. Who's that in the background?
That's Kobe Perry there on board that number 8 of Paul Rhodes machine there.
All right, he's a new rider to me. I'm not familiar with him.
But I think Dan's going to try and do that same move again. So going nice and wide, and then, yeah, cutting back in front of Jono.
Is Jono going to show him the outside of the track? No, he's not. So again, another nice pass by at Spencer. A rider just rolling in there. That might have been our Scots man Lumsden, I think.
I think that was James Crombie there, just getting out of the way. But it is the last lap now. So out in front is Oliver Granger to the tune of 8.1 seconds on that last lap. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this action, which is the battle for second. So
yeah,
currently we've got
podium battle, isn't it? 4 riders.
Yeah, it's Tommy Sayer who currently leads it, who nearly, really needs to try and get that front wheel as he heads down that step down.
But remember, all these guys, not only are they on slick tyres, they're on Supermoto suspension. Well, that's going to be a nice pass around the outside there for Kobe Perry, so he's having a good ride. They're all coming up on the back of...
I think that is Maid Chalice, yep. So that was Dan Spencer just getting caught up ever so slightly with May there, but that has allowed Kobe Perry through up to 3rd place on this final lap. And that's also given Tommy Sayer a little bit of breathing room now as they head down the back straight for the final time today.
Race leader then already long gone, Oliver Granger on the 186. He's already well into the infield. There he is, just it's in the white, going the opposite direction. This is our second place man, Tommy Sayer, with now the number 8 of Kobe Perry in there behind him. Sayer has a look over his shoulder. I don't think that Perry... Well, I don't know, he's come from a long way back. I think he's a youngster with a bit of a road racing mini-bike background.
By the looks of that riding style, he is.
He's going to have a look up the inside. He is. He's going to poke it up the inside. Take second on the penultimate corner. Is Sayer going to come back underneath him? No, he's not. A race leader in the opposite direction.
He's trying.
Takes the win. Oh, this is going to be tight to the line. Perry's going to do it.
Yep, it is Kobe Perry that takes second from Tommy Sayer and Dan Spencer in 4th. And then it was a 5th place for Bathmate team boss John Oakes, and then Edward Darnton finishing in a rather lonely 6th place there.
He worked his way up as far as his lap time would take him with some good passes, but ultimately the speed of that 65 not on a par with the big bikes, but a good result for him. And again, we'll see him later on in the Academy class, our final race of the day. Next across the line was Dean Clark, then Gary Butler. Farron Young having a top 10 for the first time on the beta, and then it is 14 of Gavin Scaife. Fastest lap of the race did go to Brett Barlow with a 1:45, and obviously he was lucky to not end up in a worse state then after that little bit of shoulder barging with Dan Spencer, but entertaining, good race. And that wraps up their action for today. Our Contract Solutions Precision Engineers C-Class.
There is Brett Barlow just cruising across the line there. So he takes 15th place after battling up there for a podium place. But unfortunately, a few little bobbles cost him all-important championship points, really.
Yes, because obviously all these guys, we've got our novice, Paul Reynolds. Yeah, so we obviously the stoppage in this one, walking wounded, then we have... so first thing, Darryl Pennington, he had a front brake issue. He fell earlier this morning, and he thinks it's knocked his brake. There he is on the Automotive Solutions KTM, and as a result, his front brake lever, front brake caliper was flopping... master cylinder was loose, so he was struggling with that. Blaine Pearson believes he has a broken collarbone. The other riders involved were Stephen Booth, no news on him, and can't remember who the other one was. We got the results.
Was it Ollie Sims?
Ollie Sims,
we saw his bike.
Who was the other rider that did? There was another rider. If you've got the results there for the previous Bs. As you can see, the Ironworks Motocross track there in the background.
There we go.
Let's just see who we had. Adrian Dealey was the other rider who was involved in that. as we look at our podium then from the C Group final race of the day at win for Oliver Granger. Then he converts his pole position into a race win, and as a result of that, gives his helmet over to Sean Jones, then one of his crew, their YouTube channel, Cranked Up Racing. He's sitting out this weekend to save himself for the trip to Mete, and with a number of people that we've seen on the floor this weekend, that's not a bad thing either. So there we go then. So it is going to be Slater from Baxter, from Reynolds and Forshaw. So Automotive Solutions then third and fourth on the grid, and then it's going to be Pennington, his first non-pole position start of the weekend, I think. So he apparently won the Sandbagger prize yesterday, but not able to convert any of these into a victory. Then it's going to be the 2:11 Husqvarna, Trips Husqvarna of away they go then. It is Slater that takes the whole shot from Baxter. Pennington getting a good start as well as the rest of the field come through. We'll have a couple of other riders then who came up from the B Group. Wadsworth then, and Jamie Wrigglesworth will be at the back of the grid for this one. Let's see how they fare.
Looks like he's made a few places up on the start in this one already. It has Jamie Wrigglesworth, so in front of teammate there, it looks like Kev Crowthers. But it is the Trips UK rider of Jason Slater who's converted that pole position into a whole shot. Just had news that apparently what he was trying to tell our camera was just that it is his granddaughter's birthday today and wanted to wish her a happy birthday. So we'll do that for Jason, and hopefully you can try and get a win. But it looks like Paul Baxter's going to try and make that difficult for him.
Yeah, Baxter had no excuses in that last one. He just said he just wasn't riding well enough. But Slater just getting mugged off a bit at the start, that one. There's Michael Craig there going really wide. Not sure if that was intentional, trying to find some clean tarmac. You can see just how much dust has been dragged out onto the track there. It looks like Dax Almond still out there on the borrowed bike of Gavin Scaife there. So number 14 on the bike, but will be showing us 97 on our timing screen. They're all flying down the back straight. Load the bars on that number 41 and Noah Guillory. So Wadsworth then currently bringing up the rear, but like I say, he came up as the second qualifier from our C group, so on times that's where he's going to be. Anything better than that will be a result for him as they come into South Bank then for the second time, and it is still our race leader Baxter at the front with Slater right on his back. Oh, big move around the outside there. Oh, yeah, that was quite tight. Was that Reynolds and Craig Forshaw?
I think so, yeah. I was also watching, it looked like Oliver Ross there trying to make a move around the inside on South Bank. I think he was trying to find a way past the number 8 of Blake Wilson.
So Pennington then fancies a win in this one. He's not managed to convert any of his front row starts so far this weekend. But to be fair, he's been decent. There's just been better riders who just have a good decision. Here goes Slater then in the off-road. He's going to... he decides not to do the tabletop, but he's going to have the advantage round the outside here. Is he going to manage to get Baxter down the pathmate drop? No, he isn't. Oh, he is. He's right there. Oh, bar to bar. Oh, Baxter goes down. And he takes Slater with him.
Oh, how he missed that bike, I will never know. But Baxter goes down, just not able to stop on that really slippy, dusty tarmac.
I'll give Slater some props for that, because he suckered Baxter into that. He jumped down the outside and made him go to push him wide. And as Baxter tried to defend on the brakes, he just lost the rear end. Slater did really, really well today. And any other day, Slater would have been all over that. He'd have been right in the middle of it. But here we go, the Bathmate replay then. You watch it on the screen, they come down. And get a bit of a bounce. Baxter goes in hard on the brakes.
Yeah.
And he loses the rear early, and Slater did really well not to get collected by the bike there. And meanwhile, Pennington almost manages to steal the lead as Baxter runs for his bike.
Yeah, I mean, usually we've seen Slater make the similar mistakes himself, pushing a little bit too hard for a pass and losing it. But really good to see him. He's had a good day today so far, and if he can just hold on now for the 6 laps remaining, I think that it'll be probably one of the best rides I've seen Slater do.
He's had a good weekend this weekend.
Oh, hand off the bars there.
He's just going to maybe pull a roll off. There's not many places that you can do that around here. You certainly can't do it on the off-road section.
I wouldn't have picked there.
No. So Pennington follows, which
That's surprising. I thought he may have taken the outside there.
Maybe he's just not run the other line and he's not happy to do it. I'm surprised that these guys are not getting over that tabletop. But maybe just the fact you've got to hit that groove on the landing is stopping them doing it. And that big send then from Slater down there. Oh, he runs wide.
Yeah, he nearly goes down as well there. You can tell just how slippery Skid Row is getting with all this extra dust being dragged onto it. So, not only catching out our academy riders as we saw earlier, but these guys in the Bs are definitely making it look hard work.
So down the back straight then, they've absolutely checked out from Paul Reynolds and Chris Lambourne in 3rd and 4th then. And obviously didn't see where Baxter came across the line in 13th in the end, so that's a disaster for him, but he was going decent as well. So here we go. Is Pennington going to get up the inside? He is. So Pennington finally gets to the front.
Yeah, Slater knew that was coming. There wasn't really much you could do. Shutting the door on him there would have been very tight for both of them. So Slater's just let him through. He now needs to try and sort of keep the toe on him and not let him check out at the front. So try and not let that gap open up. Both these riders definitely very capable on the off-road section, so I don't think there'll be much in it.
Pennington got in a wriggle on already and he's pulled a gap of probably about a second already. Slater's about 5 bike lengths adrift, so he's going to struggle into the off-road to pull that back.
Our split screen there showing the battle for 8th there with Neil Meelan and Blake Wilson, so it looks like Meelan's made the pass on Wilson on that last lap. Wilson there on that 450. We'll see him a little bit later on in our final academy race of the day.
Slater opting to follow Pennington. There's a little bit of moisture coming out of the ground just there at the moment. So the water that's been squeezed into the surface finally coming back to the top. Slater really fast and deep there into the bottom of that Bathmate step down, and as a result just loses a bit of time to our race leader Darryl Pennington on the Automotive Solutions.
There was our previous race leader there in our split screen. We could see Baxter. He's down now in 12th, so he had made a pass on the 99 of Handy Hayes, but I don't think he's going to be able to make up much more.
No, he's yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think there's a lot else that he could do there. He couldn't stop any quicker. I just think he tried to carry too much speed down the hill, and Slater was just there. He just didn't give him really anywhere to go. So here he is then. I did give him a bit of stick earlier on. I'm like, you'll probably go out and win this one now from your worst grid position of the weekend. And he is playing his joker as well. This is his local circuit, slept in his own bed last night, so he knows his way round here. And to be fair to him, normally you would have expected to have seen him made the A group by now this weekend, but it's again, it's just been one of those weekends. It's just not gone his way.
He has just put in fastest lap and then beaten his own fastest lap there, so down to a 1:37.4. So he's not easing up now with even 3 laps to go. He's definitely trying to pull a gap now on the 51 of Jason Slater, who I think is going to have to settle for second.
I think fitness for Slater's a thing as well. He's been carrying a multitude of injuries for most of the season, and whilst I'm not expecting that he's going to be in the gym every day, I know that he does get tired at the end of races. So he put a lot of effort in to get that lead off Paul Baxter, but it looks like Pennington has just managed to get to the front and start to eke away.
Looks like Chris Lambourne here trying to make a pass for 3rd in the off-road over Paul Reynolds as they make their way down to the Bathmate step.
They're a long way back though, about 10 seconds from Jason Slater.
And there is Michael Craig making his way off the off-road up Skid Row, trying to get the power on as smoothly as he can.
Yeah, he's there in 6th, Neil Meelan in 7th. Meelan's been another rider that's progressing through the field. He was kind of a bit of a C group back in the B group guy, but he's now a decent B group performer towards the end of the season. New bike, I think, earlier on in the year, and that's helped his performance. But Pennington on the 666. Automotive Solutions. KTM, Husky, fill in here, I think it's a KTM.
I think that one's a Husky actually.
Oh, okay, well,
yeah,
I
think that's a Husky.
I know that Craig Forshaw's on a Honda.
Well, speaking of Forshaw, he's trying to make a move on Team Boss there, and he does. He makes his way past Paul Reynolds. So Paul Reynolds been had twice there in that lap, once by Chris Lambourne.
So Lambourne then on the 211 there, holding those guys off. But here is our race leader,
On our split screen there, we can see, again, it's Andy Hayes and Dax Almond who found themselves together in the last race as well. And like you said, old age and treachery.
Yes. Andy Hayes knows how to ride a wide motorbike.
Yeah, and he's managing to do a good job there, sat in 14th place. Over the off-road there, we saw the number 8 of Blake Wilson. I think he's got 67 on that bike, taking round the outside, but it looks like it's Oliver Ross trying to make a move up the inside. But Blake Wilson manages just to stay in front.
And they're just on the little bit behind Dan, the 59 of Dan Billam, the man that moved up to the big bike class earlier in the season on the 59 KTM. Telling me surprisingly that he spends less money on tyres for the KTM than he used to on the pit bike, which I was absolutely astounded by. Because although those pit bike tyres are absolutely stick to the track light brown stuff to a blanket, they do wear out at a rate of knots that you could not really believe. I think that was the last lap flag as we went by. Just saw Kirk there in the background.
Yeah, that looked like the last lap flag there for Darrell Pennington. So hopefully now he'll be taking it easy. He has got a 4.7 second lead over Jason Slater on that last lap. So Slater, like I said, going to have to settle for second, but I feel like it's been a really good weekend for him so far. Across the line goes Blake Wilson, followed by Oliver Ross. So keep an eye on these guys. This is the battle for 9th place.
Yeah, so he'll just be trying to ease his way through here. The last time you have no idea how tense you are through. Oh, you just see a little slide, just a little slide. He went, oh, I'm down. Just got to get through there. Now you can roll it in from here. Once you've passed this part of the circuit, you know that, well, all I've got to do now is not fall off. And you've got to do something pretty daft in any of this last bit of the track. Apart from this bit, it's easy to get it wrong here. You can see how close they are to the curbs.
We had Michael Craig there making a pass on the number 10 of Paul Reynolds as they head down the Bathmate step down. Again, a little slide there from Craig, spinning up the rear of that KTM. But just managing to control it as they head down the start-finish straight for the final time. But it is our race leader making his way round South Bank back into this infield section.
Yeah, it's been a good day in the end for Darrell Pennington. He's going to take a nice victory from his worst start of the year, worst start of the weekend, and nice little wheelie over the line. So that'll make him happy. We'll give him a bit of stick for that. No doubt he'll get some grief from Dave Dearden, our race director, at the trophy presentation a bit later on. Here comes in the bottom then Forshaw trying to find his way past Lambourne, but Prof riding a nice wide bike and finding himself across the line then, holding on for third. Slater already across the line, 10 seconds adrift in second, but he did what he needed to do early in the race and got away.
Ross hasn't managed to find a way past Wilson on that final lap, trying everything he could through the off-road, but unfortunately not able to take that 9th place over Blake Wilson. So it is Oliver Ross that rounds out our top 10, and we'll just wait for our earlier race leader Paul Baxter to cross the line. Then we've got Kev Crowthers and Noah Guillory.
So B Group race 3 in the books, sponsored by Race IQ. That wraps that up for today. We've got just 2 races to go then. Our final A Group race of the day, our reverse grid A Group final, and then our final Academy race of the day. We've switched it up a little bit to give our Academy guys a chance to catch their breath, because there's a lot of those doing double duty with the C Group and B Group. So a little bit of a change. It also means that we don't run out of time at the end of the day for our main championship class, as we look at the 111 of Duncan Wright rolling in. He's down there at 17th, but like I say, riding himself back into bike fitness after quite a big off at Crail. So here we go then, the 217 of Richard Sharp in this Trips.UK British Supermoto A final race. It is going to be this man here, the godfather of British Supermoto, Andy Mitchell. Give us a wave, Andy. Andy Mitchell then just getting a bit of encouragement from Robin Brown. But this man then, 55 years old, he's been around as long as a long thing, and he still knows how to ride a Supermoto bike. He will be starting from pole position in this final A Group race. And did look at the results earlier on. Luke Armitage then, he's moved up from the B group. He had a great win in that one. So it's Andy Mitchell from Lee Williams, Richard Blakeman starting 6th. So this might be everything that Blakeman needs.
Yeah, he'll be starting 3rd, so that gives him a front row start.
Yeah.
Speaking to him in the break, he knows that it's now or never. It is do or die for him. He needs to try and put some places on Jay Smith. We've got there the 145 of Luke Armitage on board that CS KTM, not CP. It is CS. But yeah, so we'll keep an eye on Luke Armitage. Again, another rider that's had a good day, making his way up to the A's.
There is our podium for our B group then. Jason Slater there. I wouldn't want to be his hairdresser. So there's Slate's look, big smile, big thumbs up, great guy. A winner, Darryl Pennington. And 3rd place then, the 211, the Prof, Chris Lambourne. Good ride from those guys. Nice to see Darryl get a win. He's worked hard for that all weekend. And as a result, he's... that's just all the hilarity happening outside the commentary box door. But good show from those guys. Congratulations to them for their riding this weekend. So here we are then. As Blakeman's got to make this count. Kringle then comes on to 5th place. And we're hearing this is going to be a 10-lapper. So we will wait then, and we've got everybody on row 3. So Hodgson then starts 8th, but he's going to have a lovely run round the outside here into South Bank. It's not like it was last time we rode here when we had that big crash with Lee Williams and Jack Nation going down at the start, just because everybody arrived at the turn at the same time. It's a short shoot into South Bank for the first time. Here we go then. Final race of the day. Brilliant start from Jake Smith. He got a proper...
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He's going to come around the outside and he's going to lead.
That was a great launch from Jay Smith there.
That was clean as a whistle, that was. Absolute flyer from Jay Smith. He just got that bike away. Mitchell getting leaned on then by Blakeman. Oh, Blakeman nearly takes him. There's Hodgson up the inside. Andy Mitchell will be glad to see them 3 gone already. He'll get his head down now and he'll sit in there. Sharpie's the next one that needs to come by, and he looks like he's buried, so not quite sure what happened there.
Blakeman all over the back of Jay Smith. So Blakeman now going to have to ride a really wide bike to keep the number 1 of Chris Hodgson behind him to not allow Jay Smith to pull a lead.
Let's see if we get a start. Yeah, you can just see Smith already there around the outside. He just got a really clean jump there.
Blakeman taking the inside line there, followed by Chris Hodgson. Jay looking like the only rider to go to the outside, so see if Blakeman can carry more speed and take him on the
Sharpie down the inside.
It looks like he has.
Or was it Willow? He's down the inside of Willow. He has some change for the lead.
Yeah.
Oh, unbelievable.
That was a great pass there from the 54 Fat and Fast rider of Richard Blakeman. So I'm sure he's had a pep talk from teammate Jamie Duncan prior to this race, telling him he really needs to pull his finger out.
Yeah. And here comes Hodgie down the back straight. He pushes the man back to 3rd. Sharpie's up to 4th. He's past Willow. So it's all changed. The rest of the field streaming through. So Hodgson's going to want to make this 3 for 3. But it is Richard Blakeman then that got that pass done down the Bathmate step. 9 choice for Smith. Not wanting to concede that inside line. Maybe he's just not comfortable with it. So Sharpie there in 4th.
Chris there taking a slightly wider line on board that TM. But it's Blakeman's now who's out in front. It was only a gap of, bear with me, 0.3 seconds as they cross the line. So it really is Hodgson keeping on all the pressure now as they head into the off-road. Jay won't be wanting to let Chris break away. He'll be trying to find a way past, but he knows that he has to try and find... we've seen Chris has been really dominant here all weekend, but he now needs to try and pull away from the 33 of Jay Smith if he wants a crack at that all-important British Supermoto Championship.
So Hodgson leads across the line then from Richard Blakeman, and Blakeman's keeping him there. Blakeman will want the points. He won't want to give this one up. Jay's just dropped off a little bit. Then the 4th across the line, Richard Sharp. Then it's Lee Williams. Then it's Andy Mitchell, still there in 6th in front of Alex Mullaney, Dean Hilliard and Ian Bremner. So Andy Mitchell having a good ride, and he's got a little bit of a gap as well. So he's not under pressure. So Smith going to rattle around the outside. Is he going to pay the favour back to Richard Blakeman? Blakeman gets over there nicely, as does Smith. Now all of a sudden, Jay Smith looks like he's on the quicker line. He's going to get down the inside. Oh, he's made the pass. He's passed Blakeman. Got to have done. He has. He fires it in.
Yeah,
So,
Blakeman's
that was awesome. Jake Smith then repaying the favour to Richard Blakeman. He goes back into second position.
Now Blakeman trying to find a way around the outside, try and get on the power as early as possible. Now we've seen Jay Smith has had the advantage on him down this back straight. So it's now all the work to do is Richard Blakeman's to try and get back in front of the 33 Trips UK rider of Jay Smith. On our split screen there we can see the 188 of Seth Gibson having a good battle there with the 44 of Josh Jasper on board that Husqvarna. Then we've got Marcus Simpson, who's promoted from our B group, who's currently sat in 17th.
Looks like Kringle had a bit of a mare. He's down there in 12th. I expected more from him in this one after what we'd seen in the opening two races. But Hodgie checking out at the front, Smith in second, then it's Blakeman. Sharp then tailed off now in fourth, 2 and a bit seconds adrift as they cross the line with what I think is going to be 7 laps to go, the end of lap 3. So which line is Jay Smith going to go? Is he going to give Blakeman the outside, or is he going to give Blakeman the inside down the bottom here? We will see in a second. They come down the jump.
So Jay's gone outside, which means Blakeman had no choice but to take the inside. So he's now got to get the power on as it now leads him to the outside, but he doesn't look like he's close enough. So
Jay's catching Hodgie, you know. He's catching Hodgie.
It is only a 1.5 second lead that Hodgson's got, so Jay really needs to try and chase.
What did he say to you in the interview? We're putting my forks in, we're going for the win. That's exactly what he said in the race interview. And Jay Smith looks like he's true to his word that he's going after this one with Chris Hodgson. He knows by chasing Chris it's going to move him away from Blakeman. In fact, has Blakeman just gone missing?
No, Blakeman's still there. He has just dropped off ever so slightly to the 33.
It just suddenly looked like it was the colours of Richard Sharp.
That is allowing Richard Sharp to close in on them there.
So this next couple of laps will show us whether Smith is going to be able to do anything about the number 1 TM UK bike of Chris Hodgson. Working out of the Race Evolution awning for the remainder of the season, and Hodgie converted what's been decent qualifying pace into race wins all weekend. But Jay Smith is keeping him honest.
Our split screen there showing the 34 of Ian Bremner coming under pressure to the 38, the Manxman of Ryan Kringle on board that borrowed Husqvarna that he's got there. So that is the battle for 8th place.
Richard Sharp looks like he's catching Richard Blakeman as well. So come down the steps and the Bathmate drop. Blakeman is under pressure from little moment there. Smith will see this, be closing in. This is as good a ride as I've seen from Jay for a couple of meetings. He's been riding differently this year. He said he's got a different approach. He'll take what the races give him. We've not seen the gung-ho approach that we've seen in the past, but this one he just looks like bearing in mind this is not his bike, this is his team owner Chris Walker's bike with what we think is his forks in it, because he said that was what he was going to do. And gap was 1.4 across the line last time. If this 6 laps to go, if he can get that down.
You're right, it is closing, and Jay is currently fastest on track doing a 1:30.7. So he is closing that gap up ever so slightly to the number 1 of Chris Hodgson.
See how it goes this time as Hodgie done the dirty on. Yes, so Hodgson goes faster and extends the gap. So what's it gone out to this time? 1.9, so it's 0.2 of a second. It's not a massive amount.
Oh, looks like we've got a race stop, so we've got red flags.
All right, so 5 laps to go then. So that is
half race distance, so I think it will be a full restart, I believe.
Okay, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
No, I was other side.
So our marshal there, Andy Wright, in the off-road section. All guys then just sitting there waiting for good bit of handshake for Blakeman and Jay Smith, showing that all of these guys ride in the spirit in which this sport is intended, no matter how hard it appears on track. And we've got like an ambulance has already been dispatched and come back. So whether that was whether that was a little bit premature or not, or whether this one is just going to go around the back to get to the off-road. No, it's not. They're going to reverse it back in. So, oh well, all of a sudden it all changes then, because whoever's gone down in the dirt has obviously gone down hard enough for them to feel that the race needed to be stopped. But our ambulances have been recalled. So, say that's on the race organiser. Oh, and it's Seth Gibson. So Seth, obviously he's caught the top of that knot, and he's so he's up and he's winded, but absolutely the right call then, because he's there in the track. He's got a bit of a wobble on, and he'll just be. Yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out where that is. That looks like
it's on the drop, literally.
That's
so
on
it's
the drop, just in
crash
front
that
of
we
them.
saw in the B group race. There's a little kicker on the top of that jump. We saw the young Scotsman whose name escapes me.
Kyle Lumsden.
Kyle Lumsden go down there in the previous race, and it looks like that's where Gibson has gone down. So absolutely the right thing to do. Rider then up and away. So we'll hopefully get a speedy restart on this one. That's a shame for Seth Gibson, because he's had a really, really good weekend.
Yeah, he's definitely given himself a bit of a knock there. But yeah, hopefully he'll be okay. I don't think he'll be rejoining this race by the looks of things, but it looks like it's going to be I'd assume a full restart, because less than 75% race distance was covered. So we'll let these riders make their way round, I'm assuming, to the start.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to see. Looks like the race grid has just been handed there, so the young lady in the pink is going in through the door there, Laura Hodgson, who runs the timing down there with Harriet. They're just sorting out the timing as Gibson gets assisted back to the side of the track, and we will have our restart. So obviously we won't go back to reverse grid. We have gone further than we did in the other one. So I would expect that they're going to restart it as they were running at the time. So Hodgson, Smith, Blakeman, Sharp, Williams, Mitchell, Mulaney and Bremner. Your top 8. Good ride for Bremner then on the race Evolution Husky that time. He's been knocking on the door a bit, but ends up on the floor a few times too many for his own liking as well. Never be accused of not giving 100%. So it is going to be, they will go from where they were running by the looks of it. Yeah, Richard Sharp then on the outside of row 1, so it'll be Smith and Blakeman. So whether we're going to get a tarmac warm-up lap or we're just going to go, that remains to be seen. I would expect that they will just give them a short loop tarmac warm-up. We're still okay for daylight, we're not too bad for time. We do want to get this one in the books, but it will be a sprint race. And as a result, we will be expecting Kringle then. Is that Kringle? Yeah, Kringle there. Just. So we're just going to hold them for a minute. So it looks like they are getting some medical attention to Seth Gibson, just to get him what he needs, sort himself out. As we see Jake Sayer then. So it's his second A group start of the day.
Does give these riders on the grid a chance to sort of relax, reset, bring that heart rate down before they do it all again. So it's looking like it's going to be a shorter race distance now for this restart. So looking like they'll have a 5-lap sprint to the finish. So we'll be keeping an eye out on the start. We'll be keeping an eye out on the 54 of Richard Blakeman. We saw Jay Smith get that absolute blinder of a start from the second row, managing to weave his way through and then cut across from the outside as they headed into Southbank. So he'll be looking to replicate that start. Chris will be looking for a better start this time round, being on pole position, no traffic in front of him. We've seen his starts were good in the first 2 races.
Right then, so we're just waiting. It's going to be a couple of minutes then, and we will be back underway. Everybody just sat there waiting, and we will be hopefully underway. We'll try and find out how many laps we're going to get for our restart as soon as we get that information.
So we'll just have a little bit of an interval and catch up with one of our sponsors.
Okay, so welcome back then. So we're still under a red flag condition at the moment. We're just waiting for the final go-ahead from our medical crews. The injured rider has already been dealt with, and they're just sorting that out. And as soon as they've got the medical crews back in the positions that they need to be, we will be getting a 5-lap restart for this final Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship Round 7, Race 3. There's the Automotive Solutions boys there. We've got Ray Forshaw, Daryl Pennington. Daryl's dad, whose name I don't know if I've ever known, but he's a nice guy. And then Gavin Scaife, whose bike's been well and truly abused this weekend with the young Dax Holman riding that as well. So guys will put in their goggles on. They're going to give them, I imagine, that a tarmac-only warm-up, and then we will be a 5-lap dash.
Yeah, so it will be one to watch this restart. It will be a 5-lap dash. I think it's all to play for on this first lap. I think it'll be... it's got to be Chris Hodgson, hasn't it? His performance this weekend, he's been where you'd expect him to be, but also been doing everything he should. I'm
going to be controversial. I'm going to say Jay Smith. You know me, I've got no favourites. But I saw a little bit of something in Jay in that last one that tells me that if he gets off the start... Yeah, they're just going to do tarmac only to keep the tyres clean. That's something that Dave did, and then brought in for the last two groups of races. Saves a little bit of time as well, and just stops these guys having to make sure you don't fall off there. So that'd be really easy to do, because you're coming barrelling into there a lot faster than you would normally.
You can see how shiny that tarmac looks as well from that angle. You can see just how shiny it is.
That aerial shot polished there. You have no idea. Like I say, it is Skid Row forevermore. Who came up with that on the
I think it was Kirsty Bremner.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I believe it was Kirsty that came up with Skid Row. She gave us a few options, but I think that was the one we've settled on.
So Kirsty Bremner then coming up with Skid Row. Better half then in the shot as we see now. So our last few riders coming through. Is it CF KTM of Luke Armitage?
I believe it is. It also looks like we've got Dean Hillier out there on the Beta. I think he may be on the borrowed Beta of Farring Young, as we just caught a glimpse of him there.
Well, I tell you what I saw Paul Baxter's transponder flick up at the bottom of the list. So whether that was something from our time... No, we've got...
I double checked.
Yeah. So what we've actually got the live stream running in here as well on a 15-second delay. So we've got all angles covered. So here we go then. This is the final big race of the day. Got our academy to come after this, but it's all to play for. 5-lap dash then for the overall win of round 7 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. Round 7. Here we go. Another good start from Smith, but Hodges this time has got it. Smith's not got the drop. Sharp then into third. He backs it in. Then it's Blakeman. Oh, who's that gone down?
That's Bremner.
Bremner's gone down again. Oh, it's caught. He's up. He's back up.
He's up.
Didn't see what happened. Looks like he got chopped. Somebody chopped across the front of him. So the Race Evolution man finds his way onto the floor, but race leader then Hodgson it is.
Yeah, it is Hodgson out in front, and followed by the 33 of Jay Smith on board that borrowed Trips UK KTM, and it's Richard Sharp now up to third. So Richard Blakeman demoted back down to fourth, so he's got all the work to do. Then he's got Alex Mullaney very hot on his heels there on board that TM, and then it is Lee Williams and Andy Mitchell as they make their way down through the off-road.
Kringle looks like he's having to run around the outside of Andy Mitchell, so he's made a much better start in this one as they come through. See, number one then of Hodgson down. Oh, he got the back end lit up, both of them there. Really, and Hodgson again loses the rear. You all see this when one rider has a wobble, the other, it's almost like, whoa, that's Blakeman gone down. He's forced his way past Richard Sharp in the off-road. Blakeman's down, he's dead last. He took the front.
We've not seen anyone go down there yet, but we did say how slippery it is.
He forced his way up the inside. Well, he was clear of Richard Sharp. There was no contact there at all, and he just went into that right-hander at the end of the back straight and just took the front. Down it went. Maybe just got caught out by a cold tyre. But everybody's the same. They've all had the same warm-up. Nobody's had an advantage with tyre warmers. So this plays back into the hands of the number 33 of Jay Smith. This is massive for the championship.
Yeah, Jay now knows that the two riders, both in front and behind him, aren't championship contenders. He knows that his biggest championship rival there was Richard Blakeman. He won't know he's gone down. He won't know until he either finishes this race, he won't know. So he'll still be chasing that number one of Chris Hodgson. And like you said on the podium interview, he wants a win.
Oh, this is going to be, what else? It's going to be 4.5 laps, or 3 laps left now of absolute mayhem as they come through. So, Hodgie leading, Smith down the inside. He's making the most of this fly just now. Hope that Jay doesn't throw it down. So, well, I've got no favourites. So I just want to see a good race. I'm heartbroken for Richard Blakeman because he's done everything that he needs to do every time it's been asked of him, but he just went down here on that last lap. He's such a slippy place on the track.
Yeah.
There's Sharpie in third, but Jay Smith then hanging on down the back straight. Hodgson just starting to eke a gap. They pulled out over 2 seconds on Richard Sharp.
And we've only got 3 laps to go. If Jay's going to have a chance at battling for that first place, he's going to have to close down that gap that was 0.8 seconds as they crossed the line last time. It's looking like it's opened up. It looks like Hodgson has put the hammer down. He was the fastest man on track, doing a 1:30.6.
Well, I'm looking at the timing here, and this is telling me that Richard Blakeman is still in 4th place. That cannot be right. I mean, he wasn't on the ground that long, was he? It was the second lap. Blakeman's still in 4th. He's 12 seconds adrift, or 10 seconds adrift of Richard Sharp. He's still there in 4th. That's unbelievable.
He must have just jumped up in front of Alex Mullaney and managed to keep that position.
Well, I thought that he's going to be... I mean, I said, he's going to be dead last. But they must have gapped everybody out that much in that first 2 laps that Blakeman literally hit the ground and got up. And he's not lost a place.
He did bounce back up.
I'm not making any jokes there. He is Team Fat and Fast. But, I'm so pleased for that. So the punishment... normally the punishment don't fit the crime, and Blakeman doing everything that he could.
You can see there Chris Hodgson trying to manhandle that TM around Skid Row. Got a toe to the floor there. Normally the man that tries to keep those feet on the pegs, even he's having to use that foot as a little guide just to try and stop the front tuck-in.
Oh, that's unbelievable. I can't believe that Blakeman crashed and only lost 1 place. And there he is, and he's... is he all over the back of Richard Sharp, or is that Harley Sharp? Is there something wrong with the timing? I don't know. Has he gone down again?
We did see him there. I mean, I don't think he's made up a 12-second gap. Unless Richard's made a mistake, but...
I don't know. Oh, we've got another flag.
Yeah, we've got a red flag. That's a shame.
Well, I think that's going to end up being called a result. Not quite sure. Yeah, that's going to be a result then. They've done 8 laps. It was a 10-lap race, so they've done a 5 and a 3.
So it will be Hodgson, Smith and Sharp on our podium. So I'm going to make my way out and try to grab a word. A little bit of a weird finish our A group racing, but we'll go and have a chat with them.
Andy Mitchell then doing a little bit of side saddle wheelie, the master of thing. So there's Blakeman. I'm really not sure what's gone on there. I'm really not sure what's gone on. We'll have to wait and see. But our results at the moment, obviously subject to official confirmation, is a win for Chris Hodgson, second for Jay Smith, and third is Richard Sharp. Our timing and scoring shows Richard Blakeman there in fourth, and he wasn't on the ground for long, but I just can't believe that he only lost that amount of time. So that is going to be a wrap for our A group. We're going to get our hopefully get our interviews done. But, so exciting at the end there. Like I say, we'll have a little bit of a delay because obviously we've got a rider down. Not sure who that is at the far end of the circuit. So that'll give us a little bit of time to get our interviews in. But we'll just run through the unofficial top 10 then. Was a win for the number 1 TM UK Race Evolution TM of Chris Hodgson, 33 Jay Smith on the MTR Trips.uk KTM in second, Richard Sharp on the Trips.uk Husky in third. Then it's the Fat and Fast KTM of Richard Blakeman in fourth. Fifth place, the number 100 of Alex Mullaney on the Automotive Solutions TM. And then sixth was Ryan Kringle. He had a good recovery from a bad start, finished through sixth. Then the 94 of Lee Williams in seventh, the 81 of Andy Mitchell in eighth, the 817 of Harley Sharp in ninth, and 10th was Chris Walker, as we wait for everybody to get ready, all the handshakes and everything. So this will be our top 3. We'll wait for Richard Sharp to get himself sorted out. Like I say, the youngster there, Chris Hodgson, he's the good side of 30 already. And obviously, Richard Sharp, a vet rider. This is Jay Smith, he's over 40. So we'll go down to Danielle in the pit lane.
Joining me in third place after what was a little bit of a hectic final A race of the
No, Right, so yeah, we just had a bit of a technical there. We lost all of our uplink there to the live stream. So back with Chris. We're just saying you had a cracking weekend, 3 for 3, both days, and you think you got Jay covered off. To be fair, he did what he said he was going to do. He was having a go.
Yeah, I mean, I speak to Jay quite a lot, even through the week when we're not riding, and you know, Jay's playing the long game here,
which is not normally done, to be fair.
No, and I said from the start of the year, you know, I broke my collarbone, and after that my plan was just to win everything that I could, and you know, I've got no championship plan, it's just win, win, win.
And you've been doing that. So, and I mean, obviously when we had the first stoppage, it was good to see you all stop there on the dirt section, you're all shaking hands and everything. You can't emphasise it enough how nicely this championship's been run between you guys. So it's a credit to all of you as riders. We've got the last Academy race then just coming to the line and about to go. Chris Hodgson then, thank you very much.
Yeah.
We'll see you in Mete, mate.
Cheers, Phil, thank you.
Cheers. So here we go then, final race of the day, and it's Wilson then that gets away for the first time. He goes in. Reynolds is going to try and squeeze up the inside of Ormrod. Bit of a... Was it a light field? No, we're pretty there. We've got about 15 on the line, which is what we had. Like I say, we just had a bit of a power outage there. We lost all the stream and everything. Oh, big pass down the inside from Edward Darnton on the number 5 then of Archie Reynolds. I think it was Reynolds. It is here, because Ormrod's up there in second. Oh, it was all the fun of the fair. Then we lost everything, didn't we? But anyway, we cracked on. We did what we could. And we're back live. Yeah, we're back live. So it is. It's a shortened dirt section.
Yeah, they have shortened the off-road for these guys for the final race of the day. Ormrod there looking very racy. We've seen him in a few podium positions today, but not quite as close to Blake Wilson. It looks like Archie Reynolds hasn't had the start he would have liked, so he's showing us 4, just there behind the 41 of Edward Darnton.
I'm assuming that they've shortened that off-road then just because that jump started to cup out quite badly on the top, so they're still going to get a decent length race. But Darnton then, he put the hard word on the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. Is he going to be on for a win? Can the 65 rider? I think we've seen Wilson win on a 65 last year. There was another rider that used to come he's up the inside. No, he's not. He's nearly there.
Not quite.
Oh, he has a look over his shoulder. So
Ormrod has a look over, and then Darnton looks like he's going to the outside.
No room at the inn for Archie Reynolds. He's there at 4th. You feel it hard to think that this 4th place is his worst result of the day. But Reynolds has been riding really well. Here we go. This is where Darnton's quit. Ormrod moves him out of the way there, and they chop back across.
Yep. So Blake Wilson there starting to pull a little bit of a gap now as they head into this lap, and I think for trying he's trying every line that he can.
So these guys and girls, because we got Lily Rose there in 7th. We're at Missy Bell Wingate this weekend. She's road racing elsewhere in the UK, so we wish her well wherever she is. I know she was looking at the stream earlier on. Here we go, Reynolds. Look, that 65 is not slow. I said I spoke to Ed Darnton's dad, and he said, look, we're happy with the speed we're getting out of this 65. He likes the bike. We're going to run it for this year. And you would think that if that TM had got, you know, if there was anything that was going to pass that bike in a straight line, it would have been that TM. But as it stands at the moment, Darnton then, he's just dropping off the back of Archie Ormrod. With 6 to go, and is he going to come around the inside here? Reynolds up the inside, no.
He's trying, but Darnton shuts the door on in there as they make their way into that infield section. So Darnton placing that 65 exactly where it needs to be, just to stop Reynolds being able to use the power of that 85. So Reynolds not able to stick to the line he needs to because Darnton's already got his bike there.
Clever riding, and this is where they learn their racecraft. Wilson then already starting just to pull away a few bike lengths, and Ormrod made a bit of a mistake there because all of a sudden he's got a rider right on his back door, and again that short line through there, Darnton making short work of that, and then all of a sudden he's right on the back of the number 40 as they come round through Skid Row with 5 laps to go on as well. So again, that's it. There's always somebody to race with at the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship Wilson then is going to be 3. That looked like Reynolds was going to send it down the inside of Ormrod there, didn't he? He didn't leave a lot of room, but Ormrod is riding the smoother tarmac line, so that inside line that he gave up was just really choppy and rough. Unless you can get right on the concrete on the inside of that, it's quite bumpy. And Darnton trying to make a move down the inside. 3 of them, you can throw a blanket over him. Again, Darnton trying to make a move around the inside.
Yeah, I think Darnton will be the one to try and take a different line through here. Yeah, so he dives to the inside, but Reynolds able to carry that speed around that outside berm and not allow Darnton a wheel in front.
So 4 to go then. And all of a sudden there's a little bit of a gap behind number 5, Automotive Solutions TM of Archie Reynolds, because they've dropped Darnton, and here comes down the front. He has a look over his shoulder. He's not expecting that 41 to come by, but he wants to know where he is. If he's got a bit of gap, he can widen his search for a pass.
Our split screen there showing the road siblings, so we've got both Max and Lily out there. It looks like, I believe that's Max just in front, so it looks like he's made a pass for 7th place. So definitely a little bit of sibling rivalry going on there, I'm sure.
Yeah, that'll be a long, quiet trip home if they knock each other off, won't it? But Reynolds is trying to find a way past. Is he going to try and cut back underneath it? No. So Ormrod closes the door a little bit harder this time. Oh, bit of a
little wobble there.
Yeah,
for
wobble
Reynolds.
there. We've been absolutely bang on lucky with the weather. This is our final track action of the day, and we are definitely sneaking this one in right at the end.
Wilson currently fastest on track, doing a 1:28.9, so that's just over a second quicker than Archie Ormrod, but Reynolds on his last lap was quicker than Ormrod, so he's definitely keeping the pressure on. Not quite as close as he was to him on that last lap. Little wobble there through Skid Row. You can see that 85 just spinning up slightly.
Again, he has another look over his shoulder. There's Wilson going out of shot.
Ormrod looking down at his bike then for a second. Hopefully not having a mechanical or anything like that.
And that looks like, is that Cole Reynolds there having chasing down Lily Rhodes? It is. So, yeah.
Great ride from Cole Reynolds on board that 65. So that's little brother to Archie, who's currently now trying to find the way up the inside.
So Cole Reynolds then, he was absolutely stunning at Three Sisters in the wet. It was almost like nobody told him it was raining. But yeah, he's starting to find form, and he'll be on an 85 next year, as he said. So here comes big brother Archie trying to scoot round and get back up the inside. Nice bit of racecraft there. He's going to have a run at Ormrod. Ormrod closes the door. It just narrows down there. The track comes in from the left-hand side and just shuts the door for you. As we look at Josh Walker coming through Skid Row. 3 to go, I think. No, it's the last lap, so it is a slightly shortened race. So last lap flag is out. Well, according to our timing, I did not see as they came across the line.
Oh, little wobble there for Reynolds.
And he nearly took the front there.
Yep.
Oh, big handful of throttle for Reynolds. He come down the hill. He's not giving this up. Oh, steady away. He's through Skid Row, okay. Wheelie then from Ormrod. Wilson's checked out now at the front. And Darnton's just not been able to run with him. You can see that the light is fading. And I can assure you it's a lot darker here than it looks on the screen. There's sun behind the clouds.
Yep, and that temperature has also dropped off as well. So track temperatures will also be cooling down out there.
So here comes our race leader then, just getting a shot of him as he makes his way round into South Bank for the final time. Oh, we've got a look over the shoulder here, what we got, who's going to get into there first. Oh, that was tight, and so Reynolds has done it, fires it up the inside, he got a good run out the turn into South Bank. That was great.
Yeah, great pass there for the number 5 of Reynolds up the inside. Ormrod knew he was coming and just couldn't let off the brakes any earlier.
And I think a lot of these guys are going to be representing the UK next weekend in Mete as well in the junior races over there. So they're all revved up for that. So it was a win then for Blake Wilson. Second place is Archie Reynolds. Third, Archie Ormrod. Fourth, Ed Darnton. Fifth should be Liam Pearson.
Yep,
there
here he is.
He's had a good battle with Jackson Bennett all the way through this one, and he will take 6th. Well, all of a sudden it's the end of the day. We've had some fantastic racing from this round 7 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship as our Academy riders make their way across the line. They've all got to get home and get ready for school tomorrow's battles all the way down. This is Josh Walker and Jordan Thomas still going at it.
Yeah, they've been going at it since race 2.
Oh,
so
what?
Jordan Thomas going for the inside.
Oh, he's done Josh on the run to the finish. They're going round South Bank for the final time. He's just going to have a run round the outside.
He's trying. I just don't think he's close enough to be able to get the cut back.
So they're going to swap. They're going to trade. It was 10-11 last time. It's 11-10 this time for both of them. So they've just swapped round. So Thomas takes the advantage in this one, and he'll come home and take 10th, and Josh will take 11th. And that will be it. I think we'll.
I think
Oliver
we've
Mullady
just got Tyler Clark to take the checkered
flag.
flag.
Tyler Clark, who we stayed on the lead lap this time.
There's
Tyler. So again, all these riders are at the back of the pack. They're getting themselves closer to the front every time, and they can see that, and that's what keeps them coming back. So there's Archie Reynolds again managing to nab a second, and he definitely looks like his dad, doesn't he? And yeah, he's pleased with that. Just right on cue. There's Dad Paul, and he'll be happy with his day's work. We lift the bikes onto the podium for the final time, and Blake Wilson. Ah, right, okay. Well, I didn't know that was his dad. Obviously, I've seen him flitting around the paddock. So Wilson Senior there, and Blake will take his 3rd victory of the day, and that should solidify his lead in the championship. And we look across then to Archie Ormrod on the number 40, who will take 3rd place. That should be your overall for the day, because I think that's how they finished in all 3 races. So thank you guys, you put on some great races. Thumbs up from Archie, thumbs up to all of you. And that is the conclusion of racing here at Teesside for round 7 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. We will be back on October the 20th for the final round from Three Sisters at Ashton in Makerfield. If you want to come and watch that live, then you can get onto our website, brought to you by TNT Sports. You can watch all of the action again live on repeat in our YouTube channel at tnlsports.com. But myself, Phil G, for Danielle Koenig, that's us signing off from Teesside then for round 7 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. We will see you all on October the 20th.